name is Felicia Orth, hearing officer appointed by the Environmental Improvement Board and the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Air Board to conduct a hearing in this matter, which relates to a joint petition around vehicle emission standards. We had a full day yesterday, which included 2 lengthy public comment periods and a substantial amount of technical evidence. We begin today with another public comment period. We'll go until 10 o'clock, return to the technical case, and then have another public comment period later today. There are lots of opportunities for public comment. I'm going to move people, call on them, invite them to offer comment as expeditiously as possible, which is why I ask people to come to the front and be sworn in simultaneously. Remember, you have 3 minutes. We can accept your comment just once, and in the event you have more to say or are not called on in the time slot in which you must speak, please send a written comment. An email will do to Pam Jones at the back of the room there. Wave your hand, Pam, and she will facilitate the acceptance of the written comment, which is given the same weight as verbal comment. The hearing is being recorded and transcribed by Rebecca Fella and is being simultaneously interpreted by Lisa O'Grady and her team of interpreters. Ms. O'Grady, if you would.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Good morning, everyone. Buenos dias. If there's anybody here present in the auditorium who would like to listen to the simultaneous interpretation into Spanish of the proceedings, if you can meet me in the corner in the back, and I will give you headsets. For anybody that is participating online, you may go to the lower left-hand corner of your screen and you will see a globe. All you need to do is click the globe and then choose Spanish. There's a bar where you can adjust how much of the interpretation you hear. If you want to hear all of the interpretation, just scoot the bar over to the right. Buenos días. Si hay alguien aquí presente que quisiera escuchar la interpretación simultánea, por favor reúnese conmigo ahí atrás y yo le entrego los audífonos para poder escuchar. Si hay alguien por línea que quiere escuchar en español, entonces por favor en su pantalla de Webex, en la esquina inferior a la izquierda, va a ver el mundo. Ahí en el mundo lo puedes elegir el español, hagan clic en el mundo y ahí pueden escoger el español. Si quieren ajustar cuánto el español o inglés escuche, entonces puede deslizar la barrita a la derecha para escuchar totalmente en español. And if there's anybody here this morning who would like to make a public comment, please let us know and I will happily interpret your comment into English. Si alguien aquí presente quiere hacer su comentario público en español, con mucho gusto le interpreto, nada más avíseme.
Thank you very much. All right, again, I'm going to call on folks a few at a time. Let's begin with Derek Roth. Derek Roth. Are you on the platform?
I'm here.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Spell your name for the court reporter, please.
Derek, D-E-R-E-K, Roth, R-O-F-F, double F like in Frank.
Thank you very much. Please start.
Members and commissioners, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important issue. We live about 25 miles from the nearest city. We limit our driving as much as we can, but even one trip weekly to town adds high fuel costs to our budget and a lot of greenhouse gases to our carbon footprint. To reduce our carbon emissions from driving and to save money, I would buy a used electric vehicle today if I could find a good one at a good price. However, there are not many available because relatively few new electric cars have been sold in this state over the past 5 years. I see acres and acres of used conventional vehicles on car lots all over town, but there are very few used electric cars for sale in this area. A greater selection of good used electric cars will only become available as more new electric cars are sold and then resold. While electric vehicle sales are increasing, they are held back by a number of regulatory impediments that deter sales. The Advanced Clean Cars and Trucks initiatives would remove some of the deterrents and add some important incentives. These incentives would also provide important incentives to dealers and manufacturers to sell more electric cars in New Mexico so that people like me could purchase both new and used electric cars more readily. Each year, the New Mexico government does some things that help promote clean air and zero-emission vehicles, but at the same time, it passes other measures that discourage protecting our environment and our health, and leaves in place many older impediments. We have squandered more than 30 years in turning back the subtle but increasingly deadly acceleration of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere. We must do all we can now. I hope everyone will work towards implementing these clean cars and trucks initiatives as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ralph. Representative Tara Lujan, are you on the platform? Representative Lujan? Okay. Noah Long, are you on the platform? I'm here in person. Oh, you're here in person. Terrific. If you would come up, please. And then Stephen Alamillo? All right. Cody Carr and Jose Martinez. Call 4. We're going to swear you in all at once. And again, it's very important that you spell your name for the court reporter before you begin speaking. Go ahead.
The testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
All right, we'll start with you. Your 3 minutes is now.
Thank you so much. Members of the board, commissioners, my name is Noah Long. I'm happy to report that I'm a new employee of the clean energy economy here in New Mexico. I am now working for a company called EDF Renewables. We're a leading builder and developer of renewable energy projects across the West and here in New Mexico. And I'm here today to support the adoption of these clean vehicle standards that you're considering. Our company stands ready to build and develop renewable energy projects around New Mexico to support a clean grid that can power these vehicles and provide low-cost, affordable, and stable power, not only for our grid, but for our vehicles to save New Mexicans money. While doing so, we hope to also contribute to the significant health benefits that come with these rules, because the power that we produce from renewable energy, from the sun and the wind, produces no greenhouse gases, but also no criteria pollutants and no emissions whatsoever. So we're happy to be part of that solution, and that solution, of course, counts on your action this week, and we very much support your taking that action. I'll also just say briefly, I'm a father of 3 here in New Mexico, and I speak with the encouragement and assent of my children, asking for you to help us have a livable, stable climate here in New Mexico for many generations to come. And with all of that, I thank you, and I urge you to move forward with these standards this week.
Thank you, Mr. Long. Sir, state and spell your name.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, a little too close, huh? Good morning. My name is Stephen Alamillo. That's Steven, Alamillo, Amillo. I'm a sales manager in the auto industry. I was born in California, and I'm a proud New Mexican, UNM graduate, go Lobos. I own a fully electric as well as a hybrid, but I oppose this EV mandate. For me, an EV is a fun drive. On the weekends, a quick run to the store. However, for longer trips and daily commutes, my hybrid is an absolute necessity. Unlike those who have come before me and before the board before me, I use a public charger. I wake up early to ensure I have access to one of the working chargers that day. And to be sure, I'm not only waiting an hour for my vehicle to charge and not waiting an additional hour for somebody else's vehicle to charge. Few New Mexicans have the ability and means to charge a vehicle from their own home. And we sell gas and hybrid vehicles to homeowners and apartment renters alike. Yet, it seems like those who have spoken before me on behalf of EV are blessed to have a home that they can charge their EV at. Most people have one vehicle, and with a long commute, this could mean daily charging. When a vehicle claims 300 miles and you only get 200 because you need to use the AC because your kids are in the back, that's not going to work. According to the Federal Highway Administration, based on September 2023 statistics, we are the third most driving state, with an average New Mexican driving a whopping 19,157 miles a year. New Mexicans cannot and should not be forced to plan their commute around an EV charger. When going to see my family this Thanksgiving out in small town Logan, New Mexico, I'll be taking my hybrid because I shouldn't need to add an additional hour on my already 3-hour commute to go see my family. EVs are coming and their popularity will only increase with time. I love mine, but it's not for everyone. However, this needs to be a natural progression. And as infrastructure and technology improve, a regulated shift is not necessary. The change will happen naturally over time. We're selling more hybrids than ever before. Our state is not ready for this, and we New Mexicans do not want this. We should not have to take our hard-earned money out of state to be able to buy gas and hybrid vehicles. Lastly, hybrid tech is excellent and should be included in the total EV count. Consumers are buying more hybrids than ever before, and if the goal is to reduce emissions, this is naturally going to happen over time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Alamillo.
Absolutely. Also, I wanted to give you this. I saw some people handing me that yesterday.
Yes. Thank you. Excellent reminder. In the event you're reading from something and you're willing to share that with the court reporter, it won't go any further than her double checking it against her draft transcript. So thank you very much. Please go ahead.
My name is Cody Carr, that's CODYKARR, and I work in the automotive industry. I think electrified vehicles, whether they are conventional hybrids, plug-in hybrids, or full EVs, are a great idea and have many benefits. However, I'm opposed to any kind of EV mandate. I was born and raised here in Albuquerque, and I work at Garcia Honda. Honda is a brand with an aggressive electrification strategy for their vehicles. Honda's current goal is to have a 100% zero tailpipe emission lineup in North America by 2040. However, we have not yet had the first new Honda EV delivery in New Mexico. We are currently taking reservations for the first new Honda EV, the Prologue, which we expect to begin arriving in several months.
Mr. Carr,
Yeah.
can you slow down just a little bit for the interpreters?
The Prologue is expected to go on sale for a base price of around $48,000, putting it well outside the budget of many of our customers. EVs have many benefits outside of being zero emissions. They are quieter than their ICE counterparts, and they offer peak torque instantaneously for a more engaging driving experience. However, their current limited range and slow charging makes them a poor fit for many New Mexicans. It is not uncommon for folks here to commute between towns for work, which rules out the majority of full EVs as an option immediately. Furthermore, our lack of charging infrastructure here makes it difficult, if not impossible, to move freely around the state in a full EV. Hybrid electric vehicles, on the other hand, are currently Honda's most popular offering, and they do not suffer from any of the key limitations of full EVs. In fact, Honda's hybrid offerings offer greater range and offer greater freedom of mobility than their ICE-only counterparts, as well as comparable emissions to plug-in hybrid electric vehicles. All an EV mandate would accomplish is to limit the freedom and the choices available to New Mexicans when it comes to their transportation requirements. Here's the great news. We don't need an EV mandate to increase electric vehicle popularity and reduce emissions from personal transportation. I talk to a lot of people about their wants and needs in a vehicle, and the vast majority of them are excited about the future of EVs. They are aware of the numerous benefits and they want to buy EVs. Automakers know this as well, which is why Honda is investing $38 billion in EV development. The affordable, long-range, fast-charging EV that fits the needs of New Mexicans is coming, but it is not here yet, and it cannot be regulated into existence. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. Jose Martinez? Jose Martinez? No. Andrew Narfello? All right. Osvaldo Flores? Lawrence Cohen? All right. If you would, please.
You swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this call to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. Thank you.
Please come up, state and spell your name.
Hello, my name is Andrew Neufeld. That's N-E-U, F as in Frank, E-L-D. Hello, board. How are you guys doing this morning? Thank you for your time and consideration of this matter. Again, my name is Andrew Neufeld. I'm the Parts and Service Director at Garcia Honda. I'm about 20 years into my career in the auto industry. I've been working for the Garcias for about 7 years or so. I also have a degree in automotive science as well. I also sit on the advisory board for C&M's automobile program, to where we help guide the climate and how we train our technicians moving forward in the industry, in slew of EV as well. You know, at the dealership level, we've implemented a lot of changes in anticipation of the EVs coming. We're truly excited about the possibilities that they will give us. You know, we've done a lot of infrastructure change, and we've put rapid chargers. We've done new, bigger lifts to compensate for the weight of hybrids and their batteries. We've had new forklifts. We're doing ongoing training. Again, we're truly excited about the possibilities. However, I am opposed to this mandate. I don't feel like mandates really work. And like Cody was saying previously, you know, our general public is excited about EVs, and they're excited about the future. I have technicians that we've invested thousands of dollars into training into EV programs, and you know, we're again excited, but you know, I apologize. It's just there's so much unknown variables with Honda, or not with Honda, but with electric vehicles in general. You know, we don't know how much the batteries are going to cost. We don't know what maintenance is going to look like. You know, we just don't know what's going to happen. You know, Honda's offered a clarity for 5 years. We see maybe 1 or 2 a month being serviced at our dealership, and cost is just unknown. But however, hybrids, we see hand over fist. I'm seeing them more in my department than we ever have. And they're a great alternative because they produce almost 0 emissions as well. So we're really looking forward to the future. And again, hybrids should be considered in this calculation due to the fact of how much more we're selling than we've ever sold before. That's all I have. Thank you.
Hold on, I'm sorry. We have a board member who would like to ask a question.
Please.
You mentioned, so I get the microphone here. All right, we'll do it from here. You mentioned the Clarity, Honda Clarity. That's a hydrogen-powered car, isn't it?
No, it's a full electric.
Okay. You had a Clarity some years ago that was only available in the West Coast.
Yeah,
It was a Clarity then.
Yeah.
Okay. And it wasn't available here. I tried to buy one, 10, 12 years ago, because they were selling them, or they were leasing them in Southern California. But you had fuel cell wall membrane issues with cold weather, I think it was. Did y'all ever figure that out?
They're still working on the technology. Honda's the leader in fuel cell. They're still working on it. They do have a fleet in California.
Yes, hold on. Sir, I would love to have your answer on the record. We just need your name and your answer into a microphone.
They're developing the technology, and they have a fleet in California. They're working through the process of that as well. And the other big thing here is technology is so rampant in this sector. You know, we have chargers that are changing rapidly. What we needed 3 years ago from Honda isn't what we need now, for example. You know, so to force this massive infrastructure is hard on the state, because 5 years from now, we might have to do it all over again. You know, so I feel that we should wait and see how technology progresses, give the consumer an option to go either way they choose to. Because I live out by Rio Rancho, North Rio Rancho, so I have a 50-mile commute every day. And I see 0 charges on my commute to work every day. You know, so I feel very unsafe as a father of two that if I go to bed early and I forget to plug my car in, am I going to make it to work? Am I going to make it to school? I mean, I'm sure all of us have had that morning, oh man, I got to stop getting gas for my car before I get to work. That's not an option with an EV car. If I forget, I'm not going to work, you know, which is a big, scary thing if I forget. And as a single father, I forget a lot. Ask my kids, you know, they see it all the time, you know. So, you know, being forced to do this in this market is just, we're not there yet. And I come from big cities. I lived in Phoenix, I lived in San Antonio, and there are amazing things that happen. But New Mexico is such a broad state, and, you know, me personally, I camp with my kids. We go out to Cuba and Jemez and, you know, Red River. You know, it's a lot of things that I'd have to make a lot of plans to get to that point where I can just hop in my car and go with my kids.
All right, thank you. Member Bitzer, was your question answered? All right, thank
Thanks,
you
guys.
very much.
Thank you for your time.
Sir.
Hello, I'm Osvaldo Flores. That's OSBALDO FLORES. I'm a technician at Garcia Honda, and I've been in the automotive service industry for 5 years now. I graduated from CNM in 2018 with a certificate in automotive service technology. I do not support the EV zero emissions mandate. However, I do support the use of electric vehicles. From the automotive service perspective, EVs are very expensive to purchase, and there's still a lot of unknown costs that needs to be explored in servicing them. I'm almost a master technician at Honda. You know, I have a few trainings left to finish. During those trainings, I still haven't learned much about EV servicing or how they function. This is mainly due to the fact that the manufacturer has just started training us to service EVs for the upcoming Honda Prologue. I am excited to start learning about EVs in the near future and how they work, or, you know, properly service them. But at the moment, I can't service any really like EVs since Honda doesn't offer one. So I don't know much about the technology or like the high voltage service system. I don't think we're ready to fully convert to EVs at the moment, and I don't think forcing people to buy EVs is the way to do it. And I feel like this mandate would mainly impact the lower working class, who's already in unfortunate financial situations due to inflation and other costs that have been, you know, increasing lately. But that's everything I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flores. Sir.
My name is Lawrence Cohen, LAWRENCE, COHEN. Thank you for your guys' time this morning. So first I want to say that, you know, I am in support of EV vehicles and technology. It's actually a great thing, and it's something that I think most of us are all looking forward to. The issue that we have initially is that they're very expensive to begin with. I was looking online just for some notes last night, and the cheapest one is $29,000 if it's available. Most places don't have them all yet, and especially to supply what is trying to be mandated at 40-something% within 3 years. That's a lot to achieve for cars that, you know, you can go to the dealerships, and the Honda dealership I work at, we don't even have one available until mid next year. It's a good thing to work forward to, but at this point, it's pretty restrictive for most people, not being able to afford some of the things that we have to afford during life. But with inflation and everything else going on, it just seems like that's an expensive burden to ask on the people of New Mexico. The state doesn't have the infrastructure set up yet, like people who were up here before me say that, you know, they're not seeing any charging stations, stuff like that. On the highway traveling, none of that stuff is available at the rate that we need it. I live on the far west side of town out in Ventana Ranch, and just like my coworker that drives in from Rio Rancho area, I don't see any, and we don't take the same route. So that's probably something that we need to start looking forward to or working towards, especially for people who live in apartment complexes. Both my children live in apartment complexes. For them to be able to afford the car, then how are they supposed to charge this vehicle? But in general, I think it's just something that we should all come to agreement on and work together towards, rather than having somebody say this is exactly what we have to do. And it just puts an undue burden on most people in this state. And we want to just kind of make this decision including everybody and not put a bigger financial burden on people. And that's all I got.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cohen. Let's return to the platform. Representative Tara Lujan, are you on the platform?
Thank you.
Representative, would you do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Can you repeat
Very
that?
sorry. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Your first and last name, spell it please, and then begin your statement.
Thank you. Tara Lujan, Taralujan.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. As I mentioned, my name is Tara Lujan. I'm a state representative. I serve House District 48. I stand here today to support the New Mexico and us adopting the advanced clean energy car to an advanced clean truck standards. We're just in a time right now that we have to take make bigger efforts in the climate economy and the climate change policies that we have to put forward in order to make a difference in the crisis that we're facing in this climate crisis. So I just wanted to stand here today and recognize and thank the board for meeting and having this meeting today and stand in support of those measures and just put forward how important it is that we work forward and continue to work forward the grid modernization that is necessary to implement a lot of these measures and a lot of these policies. And as we come together and we work together, we will accomplish much more and meet this crisis where we need to. And I want to thank the Lujan Grisham administration for moving these types of policies forward for our states and for standing for these issues and these topics that we're discussing today. And that's all I have. Thank you to the board and thank you to all the members for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you very much, Representative Lujan. Alyssa Berger, are you on the platform? Alyssa Berger.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you swear
Great.
or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you would spell your name and then offer your statement.
Alyssa, Alissa, Berger, Burger.
Thank you. Go
And
ahead.
I will go ahead and begin. Good morning, everyone, commissioners and members. My name is Alyssa Berger, and I'm the Regional Policy Director for CalSTART, which is a national clean transportation nonprofit. For more than 30 years, it's been CalSTART's mission to develop, assess, and implement large-scale, zero-emission transportation solutions to mitigate climate change and support economic growth. CalSTART works with businesses, organizations, governments, and communities to create real-life impacts towards clean air and equitable access to clean transportation for all. CalSTART provides scientific, technical, and policy support for governments on all levels for regulatory development and clean technology and infrastructure acceleration. CalSTART applauds New Mexico's leadership in moving forward with the advanced clean cars and truck standards, regulations CalSTART sees as catalysts for the electrification of passenger and commercial vehicles. While CalSTART is equally supportive of the advanced clean cars 2 and heavy omnibus rules, this testimony will focus primarily on the benefits of the ACT. The ACT rule will help bring down costs for zero-emission, medium, and heavy-duty vehicles by requiring manufacturers to increase model availability to meet the needs of fleet operators and driving investment in clean transportation research and development. This will enable cost-effective electrification of commercial vehicles at the pace and scale needed to meet climate and air quality goals in New Mexico, while delivering public health and economic benefits for its communities and businesses alike. We are truly at a unique point in history as rapid technological innovation in the zero-emission truck industry provides a critical opportunity to transition to the heavy-duty transportation sector to zero-emission vehicles. Globally, there are now more than 839 different models of zero-emission vans, trucks, and buses commercially available, with new models being introduced at an unprecedented rate. As battery prices fall and technology continues to improve, the total cost of ownership is expected to result in vehicle economics that surpass combustion-based alternatives for a rapidly growing range of use cases. A recent analysis found new tax incentives. Yes.
Ms. Berger, if you would slow down a little bit so the court reporter can catch your words, please.
Yes.
After rapid, repeat what you said after rapid.
Okay. For a rapidly growing range of use cases. A recent analysis found new tax incentives adopted in the historic IRA will enable purchase price parity for a wide range of heavy-duty zero-emission vehicles at least 5 years and as much as 12 years earlier than would occur without the credit. Should NMED move forward with the adoption of the Advanced Clean Cars rule, CalSTART also encourages New Mexico to consider creating in parallel a voucher incentive program, otherwise known as cash on the hood, for vehicles and even infrastructure. Robust purchase incentives are critical to offset the initial cost differences of zero-emission vehicles, particularly the larger classes. New Mexico could fund. Yes.
Would you please wrap up your statement now?
Yes, I will. I'm going to skip that point and that point. All right. Sorry about that. The ACT rule will go a long way toward making sure all New Mexico residents can breathe clean air, especially those in disadvantaged communities. Market transformation requires an ecosystem of regulations, incentives, infrastructure support, and other policy direction. CalSTART strongly supports the adoption of the Advanced Clean Trucks program and applauds New Mexico's leadership to curb dirty gas and diesel emissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Berger. Tom Van Heeke on the platform, I believe, and then we'll return to the room. Tom Van Heeke?
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
All right. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. If you would spell your name and then offer your statement.
Sure. First name is Tom, T-O-M. Last name is 2 words. The first word, V-A-N, Van, and then H-E-E-K is in kilo, and E again, Heeke, Tom Van Heeke. And I'm Senior Policy Advisor at Rivian Automotive, where our mission is to keep the world adventurous forever. Rivian is a US-based EV manufacturer building our R1T pickup, R1S SUV, and an electric delivery van in Illinois. These vehicles meet the requirements of both the ACC2 and ACT regulations. We expect to build more than 50,000 vehicles this year, doubling our 2022 production as we continue to ramp our manufacturing operations. This includes 10,000 Rivian vans already in service with Amazon, our van launch customer. We're committed to producing 100,000 vans for Amazon before 2030. We've also announced that our commercial van product is now available to additional customers beginning in the new year. Finally, we're building a network of fast chargers across the country, known as the Rivian Adventure Network. As an automaker, we strongly support both the clean cars and clean truck standards now adopted in states across the country. Implementing these rules in New Mexico would cement the state's role as a committed leader in addressing climate change and reducing harmful air pollution. Evidence from California, the first state to implement the ACT rule, shows the market is 2 years ahead of schedule in meeting the policy's EV truck sales requirements. This reflects the demand for EV trucks from fleets of all types, as well as the rapidly growing diversity and availability of EV truck models. Rivian is proud that our lineup of medium-duty EV pickups and vans is playing a leading role in that market. The clean cars market also continues to grow, and with ACC2, New Mexico will ensure that it remains at the forefront of the market's expansion. The proposed regulation would put New Mexico on the right track. The central purpose of ACC2 is to support all stakeholders, including the auto industry, utilities, and charging providers, in marshaling capital to plan and sequence investments on a reasonable timeline. Adopting these standards early provides maximum lead time for businesses and an unambiguous long-term target to build to. It's a very clear signal to the market, and that's what we need. That said, if the board moves forward with the proposal as drafted, we respectfully urge you to direct the New Mexico Environment Department to return with a proposal to adopt the balance of the regulations for model years 2033 to 2035, no later than the end of the decade. This would mirror steps taken by Colorado in its recent decision to partially adopt the ACC2 rules. We have additional detail on this in our written comments that we have submitted to the docket. To conclude, the ACT and ACC2 standards are ambitious but achievable. Implementing both is the clear choice for achieving the state's EV goals, which have only become more important as our society increasingly feels the impacts of climate change. Rivian stands ready to meet the requirements with our product lineup, and we thank the EIB for considering such an important rulemaking package. We respectfully urge you to adopt the rules, and again, note that our written comments include more detail on the feasibility and benefits of the proposal before you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, wait, hold on a second, Mr. Van Heeke. We have a board member question. Member Lewis.
Yeah, you had mentioned, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. You had mentioned investment in charging, adding to the charging network. Do you see that being something your company is going to do within New Mexico as well? How are your decisions going to be made on where those stations are?
Yeah, thanks for asking. It's a great question. We have a nationwide build plan. A map of our current charging stations is available on our website. We have them in several states across the U.S. We're actively building these sites as I speak. Day to day, we're putting more on the ground. Every state is in that build plan. I have nothing to announce in terms of timeline for New Mexico this morning, but stay tuned. There's a lot more to come on that front.
Anything else from a board member? No? And for the transcript, I'll spell Rivian, R-I-V-I-A-N, I believe. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's return to the room. Sorry?
Rivian is the company.
Yes.
Oh.
All right, I have Chris Weller. Chris Weller. Okay. And the person sitting in front of Chris Weller, ma'am, I think you came much earlier. Yes, you, black mask. Okay. Yes, Nell Boris, and then Tom Solomon. Okay, let's do the three of you.
Raise your right hand and be sworn, please. Do you swear affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please start. And just make sure you spell your name first.
Okay, my name's Chris Weller, C-H-R-I-S-W-E-L-L-E-R. And I'm a citizen of Greater Bernalillo County, unincorporated Albuquerque area. I'm speaking about the Clean Cars and Trucks Act. My comments are that oftentimes when I'm driving in the Albuquerque area, anywhere in the state, I end up driving behind an old work truck or modified giant pickup truck that it's just spewing really ugly fuel emissions into the air. They're ugly not just visually, but for my lungs, like gobs of dark exhaust and incredibly loud. Obviously, it's like some of these guys have designed their vehicle to say, I'm using as much fuel as I can, and yet every time when I go to renew my registration, I have to go get an emissions test for my 2012 Prius, which could pass an emissions test if it was barely running, right? And so I also live in a neighborhood that has some mixed zoning. So there's large parcels near my home that are commercial, and sometimes one of the neighbors is running a generator or a diesel truck. I don't know why, and it's impossible to identify where that smell and fuel is coming from, but it's creeping into my home. So I'm in my vehicle or I'm in my home, and I'm having to breathe the air of diesel fuels and overpolluting cars that for some reason don't seem to be susceptible to the same emission tests that I am in a hybrid vehicle. We live in a society that believes in fencing out things, gated neighborhoods, protecting yourself with guns, but you can't fence out the air. We've got to have better regulation, and we've got to have enforcement of regulations against emissions. And I know that's slightly off topic, but it's very related to what we're doing here. It gets under my skin that we continue to subsidize the gas and oil industry largely as a result of political power and lobbying, and yet we don't enforce the clean air rules that we already have. Our priorities are upside down. Apparently, the people making laws in this state are more concerned with their corporate donors than they are about the human health of our planet. This is not new, but we are killing our planet because of it. It's time to quit playing pansy with the fossil fuel industry and get on board with the clean energy future. So I'm asking that the committee adopt the National Clean Cars and Truck Energy Standards, but I'm also asking that this movement include hybrids. I think that's the only sensible and reasonable way to go. We've got to have more incentives for hybrids. We need to remove the emissions testing standard at licensing. And this is a way that we can get to a clean energy future in a more practical way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fowler. Ms. Burris.
My name is Nell Burris, N like Nancy, E-L-L. Last name is Burris, B-U-R-R-U-S. Good morning, members and commissioners. Thank you for taking my public comment this morning. First, I want to register my enthusiastic support for the proposed Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Truck rules. My understanding is that the Clean Car and Truck proposal does not prevent people from driving hybrids or gas vehicles and does not force people to buy electric vehicles. That the proposal will increase the availability of EVs to the consumers, likely reduce the price of EVs in New Mexico, will increase the infrastructure that you've already heard so much testimony about, that it's needed before we transition to EVs, and also allow people to access federal rebates, which would be very important for me because I would like to purchase an EV, but right now I'm not able to. I'm very concerned about both the health effects of gas and diesel powered vehicles and the transportation sector's very significant contribution to climate change. I'm a retired K-12 educator and part-time adult educator. I have volunteered my time to teach middle schoolers about climate change. This is not a theoretical concern. Our lives have already been impacted by drought, smoke from forest fires, increased particulates in the air, and skyrocketing summer temperatures. The transportation sector not only contributes to climate change due to greenhouse gas and particulate emissions from vehicle combustion, but also because the process of extracting petroleum, refining it, and transporting it is also extremely polluting.
Slow down.
Okay, thank you. It's urgent that we take steps now to increase the cost effectiveness and availability of cleaner cars and trucks, and to build the EV infrastructure necessary to support them. Too many of my current and past students from primarily low-income neighborhoods have missed weeks of valuable instruction time due to asthma and respiratory flare-ups. Asthma rates are steadily climbing as air quality declines. I have many elderly neighbors who express concern about air quality impacting their health and ability to go outdoors. I myself hate to give up exercising outdoors, but I have had to do so when particulate levels and smog are high. The advanced clean cars and truck standards are an important step we can and should take now to protect our health and make sure the planet continues to be livable for us and our children. It seems to be human nature to resist change, to be afraid of change, even when it's in our best interest. I believe the upfront cost will be less and the long-term savings of promoting EVs in New Mexico will be greater the sooner we get started. We really have no choice. It's just a question of sooner or later. I encourage you to stand on the right side of history. Please use your voice and your decision-making power to help New Mexico be a leader in the energy transition. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Burris. Mr. Solomon.
Hi, my name is Tom Solomon, spelled T-O-M-S-O-L-O-M-O-N. Members and commissioners, thank you for your time today and the opportunity to speak. I am the co-coordinator of 350 New Mexico, speaking on behalf of our 6,000 supporters. I've also been an EV owner for over 10 years and do fully support the proposed clean car and truck rules. The number one reason, of course, to convert quickly to electric vehicles is to cut the tailpipe pollution that is hurting people's health and driving the warming, causing drought, wildfires, heat waves, and extreme weather. Other commenters have spoken eloquently to those vital issues, so today I want to speak about the auto business. Will auto dealers have to change their business practices with EVs? Absolutely, because they'll see less money from car repairs, their number one profit center, since EVs only require about half as much maintenance. But of course, that's great news for consumers. And Tesla's large service centers on the Nambe and Santa Ana Pueblo lands show that servicing EVs will provide great jobs. It is just a fact of life that as technology changes, businesses have to adapt to stay relevant. That's been true in photography, in telephones and televisions, just like it was true for horse-drawn carriages. And now the shift to EVs is happening, and quickly. The EV sales data tracked by Argonne Labs shows that EVs are now 11% of all U.S. car sales, up from only 5% in 2020, thus increasing at over 50% per year. And the number one best-selling car in the world of all kinds is an all-electric SUV, the Tesla Model Y, outselling the number two gas-powered Toyota Corolla. Auto manufacturers are now racing to convert their designs and future production to EVs because customers are demanding them. But perhaps even more important to traditional automakers, the largest EV maker, Tesla, is stealing their top-end market share and expanding explosively. If they don't respond to that competitive threat, they'll go out of business. So automakers will be making and delivering more EVs to dealers every year. What we need in New Mexico is these clean car rules to make sure that New Mexico dealers don't keep those EVs off of their lots. EVs are where the market is headed now, and successful businesses, to quote Wayne Gretzky, skate to where the puck is going to be, because these are just better cars in nearly every way. Cleaner, safer, quieter, quicker, and cheaper and easier to fuel. So please support these clean car rules to cut tailpipe pollution, improve our health, preserve our climate, and ensure that New Mexico is a leader in both generating and using clean energy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Solomon. Let's see. Is Catherine Zerg in the room? Catherine Zerg? No? Reverend Robert Woodruff? No?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm
On
also,
the-
I believe it
All
was
right.
Catherine Zing.
Reverend Woodruff, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. If you would spell your last name, and then begin your statement.
Of course, it's WOODRUFF.
Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm Reverend Dr. Rob Woodruff, or Pastor Rob, and I'm serving in my 21st year as pastor of Second Presbyterian Church in Albuquerque. It's a bilingual congregation with most of our parishioners from deep-rooted northern New Mexican Spanish families. I'm also the board president of New Mexico Voices for Children. Our parishioners are from northern towns like Chacon, Chimayo, Cimarron, Cordova, Mora, Peñasco, Raton, truchas, and valle. The older generations in our congregation remember catching trout and drinking out of nearby streams, which now flow lower. They remember when the air was cleaner and the snowpack was more robust. They remember when the summer temperatures were moderate and forest fires few and far between. Those who still have property up north note their gardens are failing to thrive because of lack of water and too much heat. They currently use portable air conditioners in the summer, which was never needed before. Within the congregation, there is collective climate concern for New Mexico. So much so that our congregation selected Caring for Creation and Going Green is our 2024 stewardship theme. In the words of one member whose family goes back 6 generations in New Mexico to the 1700s, people need to realize we are destroying the earth. Everything is about money, not about what's best for us to live. Our Presbyterian tradition understands the human task of being good stewards of life, air, soil, and water. And we know the responsibility holds true for all people because we are interdependent. Our Presbyterian traditions also place emphasis on caring for more vulnerable populations, which includes those with less resources or personal agency over their own lives. We are concerned that environmental degradation disproportionately affects those lacking resources. In the wonderful diversity of our majority-minority state, non-Anglo communities suffer the most from adverse environmental impacts. We are heartened as a community of faith and proud New Mexicans that we can take steps to improve Earth's well-being, and we know the biggest difference will be made when most people make most changes, especially at federal and state government levels and private industry, though we cannot be limited by letting private industry make all the calls. The air we breathe must improve. My family has invested in solar panels and an electric vehicle, and we put in a very inexpensive home charger that will work in an apartment, a condo, or a house. The prohibitive price of EVs is improving, aided in part by federal subsidies and hopefully state subsidies. Thank you, New Mexico Environmental Department, for proposing rule changes that will further us on the journey to caring for our planet. I strongly encourage the Environmental Improvement Board and Albuquerque Bernalillo Air Quality Board to adopt these changes in full. Not only that, but to adopt them beyond 2032. Full adoption of the ACC2 standards to 100% in 2035 will give our state a clearer, more certain path forward to a clean transportation future. Future generations are depending on us, and adopting these standards will be one of the many essential steps to care for our state for years to come. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Reverend Woodruff. Catherine Zerg, I believe you're on the platform.
Yes, I want to just correct my name spelling quickly.
Okay. If you would, excuse me, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right. And if you would then spell your name and begin your statement.
Catherine, Catherine, and then last name Zing, Zingg.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, greetings, members and commissioners. My name is Catherine Zing, and I am the Director of Indigenous Partnerships at Vote Solar in the Interior West. We're a national nonprofit dedicated to solar energy initiatives, most notably the Community Solar Act in New Mexico. I represent over 1,000 members in New Mexico, with one of my priorities being tribal relations in New Mexico. So that is my perspective this morning. I am a proud member of the Ho-Chunk Nation of Wisconsin, second oldest daughter in my family, a tribal advocate first and foremost, supporter of these proposed EV rules, and concerned and connected with what the potential of these rules will mean for the 23 tribal nations and pueblos within the state of New Mexico.
Hold on, Ms. Singh. The court reporter's having difficulty hearing you. You would speak up and speak more slowly.
Okay. I think it is fitting that we are having these conversations now, as we approach celebrating the second anniversary of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Jobs Act, one of the most successful investments in climate infrastructure and supply chains that our country has ever seen, all with the goal of building a clean energy economy. And it's working, but this is not to draw attention to federal policy, but to state policymakers like you all sitting on the board today. It is with these legacies and investments that we can slash costs for EVs for everyday New Mexicans. Already, New Mexico has been allocated $22 million to date to build out a network of EV chargers across the state, with more to come. And I know what that means. Electricity usage will go up. There will be a need for reliability to prevent outages and make the grid more resilient. And that is being addressed by federal climate investment as well, with approximately $74 million allocated for clean energy updates to create that reliability. I am dedicated to working with the tribes and pueblos in New Mexico and hearing their concerns and amplifying their visions for energy independence as equal partners with the state. And these rules are the first step in state and tribal cooperation. For several of the tribes and pueblos, this is exciting, an exciting time. I get excited about EV infrastructure build out because how I picture it is a intertribal EV charging network, like ones established in other states already, charging infrastructure wholly owned and managed by tribes and pueblos, providing additional revenue for these communities, workforce development, tourism in these rural areas, each tribal nation connected to these future EV pathways, stimulating their casinos, restaurants, retail offerings. And again, these early rulemaking decisions will aid in this economic stimulation for tribes.
Ms. Zing, would you please wrap up your statement?
Yes, I will. I encourage the board to adopt these rules, to consider tribal perspectives, to reach out to tribal leaders, and to, more importantly, consider tribal and state cooperation. There is a bright future for EVs and tribal communities. Thank you for letting me speak in Igiki in my language.
Thank you very much. Eleanor Smith, I believe you're on the platform.
Yes, good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right. We can see the spelling of your name, S-M-I-T-H, Smith,
Yes.
Eleanor. If you would start your statement, please.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to be talking in Navajo, my Dene language, as well as English. Yat bene, which is good morning, commissioners. My name is Eleanor Smith. My clans are that I was born of the Tachitni, which is the red running into the water clan. I am born for Kia'ani, which is the towering house clan. My maternal grandfathers are of the Chisha, which is Chiricahua Apache, and my paternal grandparents are of the Salt clan, Ashihe. I am a community organizer with Twanajona, which is a Dine grassroots environmental organization that was born to defend and protect our Mother Earth, Nihimana Hassan, and our precious water on our Navajo reservation. I am in full support of New Mexico's clean cars and trucks standards. As an indigenous Dine, it's an inherent cultural teaching for us to always defend, protect, and care for Nihimana Hassan, our Mother Earth. As you may know, our Navajo reservation has been decimated by the fossil fuel industries since the inception of our Navajo tribal government, which was established by the federal government as a mechanism to approve contracts for the extraction of oil, gas, coal, uranium, and other fossil fuels for decades. Now that climate change is forcing these industries to change to cleaner and low carbon or carbon-free energy sources, and it's forced the shutdown of coal power plants on or near our reservation. It is so nice to see clear blue skies again without the gray and brown haze over our horizons, which extend for more than 40 miles of these power plants for decades. And I am in support of anything that is clean, carbon-free, that is sustainable, renewable energy sources. And I say this because I am looking to the future of my children, my grandchildren. Our planet is heating up. We don't have time for false solutions. We have to find better, cleaner, sustainable, green energy sources now. And we should all be working towards that effort. And this clean cars and truck standard is one way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith. Is Amy Miller in the room? Amy Miller, okay. Is there anyone else in the room who needs to go during the 9 o'clock comment period? Nope, all right. You will be our last in the room. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, I do.
If you would spell your name and begin your statement.
Yes, good morning. My name is Amy Miller, A-M-Y-M-I-L-L-E-R. Sorry, I'm a little hoarse this morning. I am speaking on behalf of the Land of Enchantment Clean Cities Coalition. The coalition is a New Mexico not-for-profit organization that is part of the U.S. Department of Energy's Vehicle Technologies Clean Cities Network. More than 100 coalitions work in communities across the country to implement alternative fuels, fuel-saving technologies, and practices and new mobility choices. The coalition focuses its work on multiple alternative fuel technologies, including electricity, natural gas, hydrogen, propane, and biofuels. We support the proposed rules that are in front of your two boards. Adoption of these rules, along with existing federal incentives and hopefully soon to be in place state incentives, will really help us build a robust used and new car market that will make it affordable and clean for all New Mexicans. Zero emissions vehicles like electric cars and qualified plug-in vehicles help reduce emissions that impact both our climate and our public health. Change can be unsettling, I know, but these kinds of transitions in energy and transportation are going on all over the world. And just as we have started the work on clean energy in our state, we have an opportunity to be a leader in clean transportation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have spent a little more than an hour. I'll take one more comment from the platform. Mr. Kenny, Michael Kenny, if I was not able to call on you this time, please join us again at 1 p.m. today for our next public comment period, or submit your comment in writing. It's given the same weight. Reach out to Pam Jones for that. Mr. Kenny?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, excellent. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
If you would spell your name, please, and begin your statement.
My name is Michael Kenny, M-I-C-H-A-E-L. Last name Kenny, K-E-N-N-E-Y.
Go ahead.
Hello, members and commissioners. As I said, my name is Michael Kenny, and I am a resident of Socorro, New Mexico. I also work on clean energy challenges across the Southwest. I appreciate you all providing me with this opportunity to speak in support for the adoption of the Advanced Clean Car 2 and Advanced Clean Truck rules. These rules should be adopted so that New Mexicans can benefit from increasing electric vehicle and plug-in hybrid electric vehicle sales across the state. These rules will make it easier for residents to buy these vehicles. In my own personal experience, I had to wait months for a new plug-in hybrid EV last year when I decided to take the plunge. And this is not practical for most residents. They can't be waiting months for a new vehicle or waiting for months for a vehicle to appear on a used car website or used car lot. New Mexico needs to make it easier for consumers to buy these vehicles in state, which these rules will do. In addition, I am concerned about the continued health impacts from air pollution from combustion vehicles and the long-term impacts to New Mexico's climate from their carbon emissions. Socorro, essentially our whole town, lies along Interstate 25. So all day we have cars and trucks motoring up and down the interstate, spewing air pollution through the town. Increasing EV adoption, and therefore having more EVs on our highways, will lead to health and societal benefits for the state and our town by reducing air pollution and those climate impacts. I was very happy to see that 2 of the state-funded DC fast chargers just became active in our town's plaza. Greater adoption of EVs statewide and locally will hopefully lead to more investments like this in our town. It encourages not only locals, but those traveling through to stop and visit our shops and restaurants and bring economic opportunities to our area. For a city that is experiencing significant economic, environmental, and housing burdens, these rules represent one pathway to making life better for its residents in the near term and long term. So please adopt the Clean Cars and Trucks rules and bring the economic and health benefits to Socorro and all of New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenny. Again, I apologize to anyone on the platform whose name I didn't call. Rejoin us at 1 or consider putting your statement in writing. We're going to resume the technical case. When we broke yesterday, I was very sorry to interrupt Mr. Domenici's questioning of the petitioner's second panel. I can have the second panel back up here. Let's see if we can't finish that questioning before our morning break. It was Ms. Hughes, thank you. Let's see here. Mr. Vaughn, I think you should probably rejoin them in the event Mr. Domenici has questions of you. And we have Mr. Smith. By my count, Mr. Domenici, you had only used about 15 minutes of your time.
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer and board members. I won't be much longer at all here. So Mr. Smith, let me just see if I can wrap up with you. First, I brought my own notes. So, Mr. Smith, can you describe the relationship between the City of Albuquerque Environmental Health Department and the NMED with respect to establishing these stakeholder meetings?
Yes, EHD worked with NMED from the time that the petitions were filed, and regularly attended check-ins with the state, and we did participate in the stakeholder meetings, as I explained in my summary. And so we're at those meetings. We didn't take too much of an active role, but we were there, and we were collaborating with the state.
Did you have tables set up with EHD staff or other experts to ask questions about how these regulations would affect Bernalillo County at those stakeholder meetings?
Most of them we did attend virtually, but we weren't there in person, and we're prepared to ask some questions. I believe that some questions were asked, but I can't recall exactly. But we did attend virtually for most of those.
And in terms of attending virtually, did you make city staff available for questions from people that showed up at the meetings or people that attended virtually?
Yes, I was there.
And are you familiar with the proposed regulation in the sense that you could answer questions about it?
Yes, I had enough understanding to where I could probably, and then Ms. Sona was at some of those meetings too.
Was Mr. Albrecht there?
I cannot recall. He may have been at some, but I cannot recall.
Was there someone there from the city who could describe the electric charging or charging stations that are available in Bernalillo County and that are projected in Bernalillo County?
I did have access to that information, so I could have provided some answers if that question came up.
And were you involved with the regulation that the city has proposed before it was proposed? So are you aware how the city came to propose the regulation that we're here today on?
This was primarily initiated by the state. So the role of the city was more to adopt, to propose a version that was taking into account any Bernalillo County specific information, but it was initiated by the state.
Were any changes made to the regulation before Bernalillo County presented their version, if you know?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, and then Ms. Hughes, I just have a couple follow-up questions with you, and then hopefully I'm done. As far as these stakeholder meetings, do you have a list of people that you notify about stakeholder meetings? I think you might have called them interested persons.
Is this working?
Yes.
I think you're perhaps, well, I think there are two, we distinguish between public meetings and stakeholder meetings. So are you asking about public meetings or stakeholder meetings?
Well, let's do one at a time. For stakeholder meetings, do you have a list of interested persons that you notify about those through say through email or some other method like that?
Stakeholder meetings are often initiated by the stakeholders, and yeah, I think I'll leave it at that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
Stakeholder meetings are often initiated by the stakeholders.
So you talk about stakeholder engagement. Were those meetings initiated by stakeholders?
To the best of my knowledge, in some cases the meetings were initiated by stakeholders, and in some cases they were initiated by NMED.
Which meetings were initiated by stakeholders?
I don't know.
Which stakeholder meetings were initiated by NMED?
I don't know.
How were people notified about the NMED-initiated stakeholder meetings?
I believe it was by email, but I don't know.
Who would know that?
I believe Claudia Borchert would know that information.
Okay. And then you mentioned another kind of meeting called a public meeting. What is a public meeting?
The way I define a public meeting is a meeting that is advertised or information is sent by email to a list of interested persons, or both methods, to inform, to allow people from a wide swath of the public to participate and learn about the regulations.
And are those public meetings take place after the regulation's been proposed to the respective boards?
Yes.
And were you involved in public meetings for this regulation?
Yes.
How many were there?
There were 3.
And how did you notify people about those public meetings?
We notified people by email and by calendar notification on our website and on a couple of other websites.
And how did you identify, or how does someone get on your email list so they're notified of those kind of meetings?
Variety of methods. There's a sign up on our website. They can also express, anyone who expresses interest to us in participating can be put on the list and will be put on the list.
And if people are put on the list, do you feel it's your obligation to then notify them about the public meetings?
To the extent possible, yes.
What does that mean, to the extent possible? Let me rephrase it. If someone gives you an accurate email address, should they expect to be notified of the public meeting?
Yes, yes.
And is that to the extent possible, or is that an obligation?
I mean, it's to the extent possible.
So are there circumstances where part of an email list is notified of a public meeting and other people aren't because it's not possible to, say, put in all of the email requests, and so only some of those people get notified?
That seems like that could happen.
Well, what do you do to avoid that circumstance?
We do our best to get all the email addresses entered as soon as possible.
Is that something you personally do, or do you have some staff help you, or do you know? Can you describe how that works?
I have done some of that, and other staff has done some of that.
Okay. That's all I have of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Domenici. Thank you very much. Witnesses, Mr. Vaughn, Ms. Hughes, Mr. Miller. Climate advocates, do you have a question of this panel? You do not. All right. Before I go back to the petitioners, the vice chair has a question.
I apologize if some of my questions are repetitive. Mr. Domenici got to several of my questions towards the end of his line of questioning there. I was curious, and this is directed for both of you. Once somebody signs up for an email list to get information on public meetings or stakeholder meetings, are they at that point considered a stakeholder?
I would say the answer is yes if they're on an email list, and we generally want to send information to that list. But notice was sent to multiple listservs at EHD.
I'm sorry, those were what?
Notice was sent on multiple listservs at EHD.
Ms. Hughes?
Yes, I would agree with Mr. Smith's statement.
Okay, so they sign up, they're now considered a stakeholder. And you mentioned that there were stakeholder-specific meetings. And I'm curious if anybody who has filed party to this hearing today was included in those stakeholder meetings? If it was negotiation of some sort, or if it changed the course of how this rule was presented?
I can answer part of your question, which is some of the parties who filed notices of intent for this rulemaking hearing were included in stakeholder meetings.
And during those meetings, were there suggestions or comments taken into consideration, and in any way they become incorporated into the rule or change the way that the rule has been presented to the board?
Yeah, a number of the stakeholder meetings with the parties that I mentioned, some of their comments were taken into consideration when we were coming up with the final rules.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, and I don't have any more questions.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Chair Paul.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. Just a couple clarification questions for folks. Try to make this brief. So is our regulation required to be, under federal law, identical to the California regulation in order for it to be implementable?
I believe that's probably a little beyond the scope of this particular panel, but yeah, I think other panelists could answer that.
I believe it is. Maybe other folks can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe we're only allowed to either adopt as a state the California standard to whatever year, that's our choice, is what year we want of the California standard, or just to stick with the federal standards. Do you know anything about stakeholder engagement during the development of the California rule? I just want to understand, if we are to believe what Mr. Domenici said about stakeholder engagement being defined as something that occurs while a rule is being developed, and then we in the state of New Mexico actually can't develop a rule at all. We can only choose to enact a California rule or choose to enact a federal rule. Then is that stakeholder engagement?
So the threshold question, if I might, Madam Chair, is whether you know something about how the California rule was developed, or the stakeholder engagement in California. I know that wasn't in your direct.
I do know that there was significant stakeholder engagement in California, but I can't speak to the specifics, but I know that numerous stakeholders were involved in that.
Okay, thank you.
That's my information as well.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
All right, other board members? Oh, Chair Sweeney.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and thank you again for your question, sitting on the panel. I just had a follow-up question to Vice Chair's line of questioning. So in the stakeholder outreach and in all the meetings that you shared with us and discussions, was there any also, I guess, outreach on how this hearing process was going to happen, and how this hearing, I guess, how rulemaking happens with, in particular, EIB, and the opportunity that any stakeholders can, become a party to this hearing?
Yes, the notice of public hearing included that information.
Okay. And so it's my understanding then that's how we got to, a handful of parties here being actually a party to this hearing process, right?
I'm not sure how they found out about it, but I do know that we did publish the public notice of rulemaking in the 3 major newspapers in the state and the New Mexico Register and several other places.
Okay. Yes.
Just to add to that too, at 2 of the public meetings, Bonnie and I were at a table that talked generally about the rulemaking process, how it works, how to submit a public comment, and some questions did come up on that, and we answered them.
Thank you for that. And so, I've learned a lot, on the board and going through a number of rulemaking processes. And so that little piece of education as we continue other rules is very helpful to the public. And so that's where my line of questioning is going. Because when we have questions about whether input was provided in a hearing, I would just, again, making sure that there was encouragement for those that, wanted to have more of a voice or have input during these hearings, that was actually shared during those stakeholder meetings. And I don't know, can you affirm that?
Yes, that's definitely the case. During the 3 public meetings, as I think I described before, there were tables around the room. So after the presentation, people were invited to go to tables that they with information that they were interested in, and one of the tables was on public commenting, and we provided a laptop. The New Mexico Environment Department provided a laptop for people to provide comments right at that point, and we also provided information in the virtual meeting for people to provide comments and encouraged people to do so.
Thank you for that. And I think to pull in Madam Chair's other question is, so the input received, is that something, the concerns about maybe the aggressiveness of the California rule, were the inputs and comments received during the stakeholder meetings, is that what maybe resulted in kind of reducing and having an end date on, I think it was 2032? Is that one of ways that the department addressed some of those concerns about the aggressiveness of the California rule in the proposed rule for NMED?
I can't answer that.
Okay. And I apologize, I know I went around in that. I guess I'm just seeing how stakeholder input was processed or maybe taken into consideration during the development of the proposed rule.
So I believe another witness, perhaps Director Miano, might be able to speak to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I also wanted to clarify one point that Vice Chair Trujillo had asked about. There are 2 listers at EHD. One is for EHD and one is specific to the Air Board. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record.
Could you say that again?
There are 2 listers where notice was sent out, and one is specific to EHD, and another is specific to the Air Board.
And thank you, Madam Hearing Officer, and I apologize if I put you on the spot with that, but I look forward to the next witnesses and clarifying that question. Thank you.
All right. Oh, yes, ma'am. Member Lewis.
I just also wanted to know if you could give us any sense of a proportion, or whether you've looked at that or not, a proportion that may have come from industry as opposed to residential public as a whole. Is there any way that you have any sense of whether it was a mix of input in your 1,400 comments?
I don't know.
And just to speak on that a little bit, there were some comments from industry, but in terms of the comments that EHG received, most of them were in support of the rule from various individuals.
All right. Member Eberline is on the platform with a question, and then we'll go back to Vice Chair Trujillo. Member Eberline? Member Eberline, can you hear me? All right, let's go to Vice Chair Trujillo then, and I hope that Member Eberline finds a way to unmute himself or otherwise participate verbally. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
Actually, my question is for Mr. Knight, and I apologize. I tend to just run at things sometimes, so I'm just going to ask you. If you can't answer it, that's fine. I have a kind of a legal question that follows up on the chair's question, Chair Paul's question about how much stakeholder comments can actually change the rule if it needs to line up with the California rule in order to proceed through the EPA waiver process.
And Madam Hearing Officer,
sir,
if I may start my answer by saying, we presented these witnesses out of order, out of our planned order because of the timing last night, and I see now that that was probably a mistake on our part. And our next witness will probably be able to answer all of these questions, or at least most of these questions that these witnesses is not part of their testimony and not part of their preparation to talk about specific events within stakeholder meetings and things like that. So I do apologize for that. We did.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Knight, without speaking into a microphone, the interpreters can't hear you.
So I would like to apologize for presenting these witnesses out of order. We made that decision because of the timing last night and having to get out of here by 7 p.m. And the next witness will be able to, was directly involved in the stakeholder engagement and will be able to answer all of these questions a lot more directly. So with that being said, Madam Hearing Officer, again, understanding that the words of attorneys are not evidence, but I would like to address the Vice Chair's question if I could. It's an excellent question. Thank you for asking it. The standard that the boards adopt must be identical. That is, the vehicle emission standard has to be the same and has to be identical to California's. And that is done by adopting sections of the California Code by reference so that those are identical. However, the administrative and enforcement provisions and incentives that can be offered, all of those can vary from state to state among the Section 177 states. So we do have flexibility in things like the early action credits and other ways to help the manufacturers be able to comply with the rule and offer flexibility in the rule. So those are the sorts of things that, and as you'll hear in the next witness's testimony, things that we are able to change or create or modify from our original version of the rule in response to stakeholder input. And we have done some of that, and the next witness can describe what changes were made in response to suggestions from stakeholders.
Thank you, Mr. Knight. Anything further?
No, thank you very much.
All right. Member Lewis.
Can I ask one point of clarification on that? And it's fine to say the next witness will answer this one as well, but you said the standard has to be exact, and I'm wondering, out of all of the things in the bill, is the standard referring just to the zero emissions, or is that referring to the type of vehicles and the timeline? How much flexibility in those proportions and the duration of the timeline?
Also, that is an excellent question, and thank you for asking. This standard includes most all of what you referred to, the zero emission mandate, the percentages have to be the same. Our inability to include a non-plug-in hybrid is part of that. There is certainly debate in the legal community about what is and is not a part of a standard. There is some gray areas, I would say, but in the end, you know, what the US EPA decides is a standard, and we must, you know, we must comply with their interpretation of Section 177, whether we agree with it or not.
Thank you very much. That's been confusing for me the whole way through.
Yes, sir. Member Armijo.
Yeah, I think it would be easier and more clear if maybe somebody can parse out exactly what is written in stone and what we can change or what is changeable. And hopefully maybe your next witness can address this.
Perhaps, although, you know, again, there have been lots of discussions between the Section 177 states and the US EPA following or during and following California's adoption of ACC2 and ACT and the heavy-duty omnibus last year. So I think, you know, in proposing these rules, we have been cautious, and we have had discussions with US EPA to, you know, while they have declined to give us prior approval of any specific part of these regulations, we have had extensive discussions with them to satisfy ourselves that the rule we are proposing will pass muster and will not violate the identicality requirements of Section 177. And you know, particularly with including hybrid vehicles, there was a lot of stakeholder suggestions to do that, and we, you know, we determined in our conversations with EPA that that was too risky, and the people at EPA felt that it violated identicality, and we didn't want to press our luck on that front.
So on this point, I think what might be helpful is if your next witness is going to address this sort of thing, that's terrific. It is largely a legal question, and I'm wondering if it would make more sense after we've heard from the technical witnesses to ask all the parties to address the legal question in a kind of a more orderly way. We could make it part of the closing argument or some separate, you know, argument or understanding, because I'm not sure beyond the factual statements, right, around what was happening between the department and EPA, the argument of what has to be identical or not, there might be some legal debate on that, and other parties might want to be heard. So thank you for that, though, for being responsive. I do want to go back to the witnesses. I want to excuse this panel, have a morning break, and I appreciate the attempt to fill in the time yesterday in an organized fashion. Sometimes that doesn't work out how we think. Mr. Domenici. Yes, just a moment. just a moment. We were, let's see, so thank you, Mr. Knight. Do the petitioners have follow-up, or shall I go to Mr. Domenici?
No follow-up.
All right, thank you. Mr. Domenici? I'm sorry, Mr. Domenici, if you stand down for just a moment. Member Eberline, I understand we can hear you now.
I think my microphone works now, right?
Okay, terrific.
So I have a question for Mr. Smith. So yesterday during the testimony, you said that there were hundreds of comments, 200, 400, I don't remember which number was correct, but that I come in on this issue. And I'm looking at the Dropbox and the public comments there, and right now I counted them to there is 119 comments. So why is there a discrepancy, or is that just everything has not been put in to the docket yet?
So this may have been touched on a little bit yesterday, but so the count I had yesterday was about roughly 443 people had submitted the same comment. And so we felt it was more efficient to, that stock comment in support was included in EHD exhibit number 21. So we felt it was more important or more efficient to just include that one comment, and then we have a list of all the people that submitted that particular comment. So it's more efficient just to include that comment once instead of 443 times.
Okay, that explains it, because I looked at the comments to the 100 that are there. There seems to basically be two comments, one for and one against, but they're all based on the same template, looks like. Am I correct in my assessment of that, correct?
Yes, the 1-4 is that same stock template.
Okay, and then the one again seems to have a same stock, a different stock template, but still the template.
Okay, can you clarify that point?
So there seems to be a number of comments that are against the proposed rulemaking here, and they also seem to have come from a standard written from the same template.
I believe.
I'm sorry, if you don't speak into a microphone, the interpreters can't hear you.
The tricky fun of this space. If I may, the documents that are in the docket are documents that have gone to the Air Board liaison serving as the hearing clerk for this matter. So it wouldn't be appropriate for our witness to testify about that because he hasn't handled those comments. If there's questions about the docket, I'd ask that Ms. Este Armijo please address those.
All right. Member Eberline, do you, we are making a distinction here between the comments that went to Mr. Miller and the comments that went to the Air Board.
Okay, well, I'm fine with yes dropping it. We don't need to discuss this anymore. I mean, the comments are comments, and to me, that's we don't need to go on talking about this on a minor details here. So thank you for letting me ask.
Thank you very much, Member Eberline. Mr. Domenici.
Yes. So this is for both the city and state. So as I understand it, these 3 public meetings took place. They may at times be called stakeholder meetings. Other times they're considered public meetings. And the NMED set up tables, at least at some of these, where people could interact and ask questions. Is that correct, Ms. Hughes?
That is correct, yes. In the 2 in-person meetings, we had the tables set up, and in the virtual meeting, there were breakout rooms.
And then I understood one of the questions or comments from the board was that since the proposed rule is has to have this identicality to California. I guess my question really is, was there anyone from NMED prepared, that to your knowledge, at these tables to discuss the difference between the California rule and the proposed federal rule? So someone attending these could be informed that there are actually two choices, not one, and one might be considered less aggressive.
I don't know. A later witness may be able to answer that.
Can you identify, sitting here today, can you identify any witness that we could expect to hear from NMED who can explain the difference between the proposed federal rule and the California 2 standards?
I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. DeVinci. Any reason not to excuse the panel at this time? Any reason? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaughn, Ms. Hughes, and Mr. Miller. We are going to take a 15-minute break and come back at 11:05. Oh. Oops. Our first order of business is this Perry Ellis wallet.
Oh, pretty Al.
Perry Ellis wallet. Anybody? Okay, I'm just going to pull out the first card here, and it just it's a Visa Mexicoatl Mirasote. No? Okay. Oh, underneath the flap on the side. Aha! Very sorry. Mierda Rosetta. Mierda Rosetta. All right, I think we're going to give it to the bar center lost and found, since apparently this person is not in our hearing room. Thank you. All righty. Let us return to the technical case. Petitioners, you have your next panel in front of you. Thank you very much. Would you, Ms. Sona, introduce the panel, have them spell their names and be sworn?
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. We're going to change it up a bit and start this panel with the witness for EHD, Mr. Albert Lee.
Sir, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear affirm the testimony you shall give in this call to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Lee, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes. My name is Albert Lee, A-L-B-E-R-T-L-E-E.
And Mr. Lee, where do you work?
I work for the City of Albuquerque in the Sustainability Office. My position is a Sustainable Transportation Specialist.
And how long have you served in that position?
I have worked for the city for a little over a year and a half.
And what is your experience with sustainability and transportation initiatives?
Yes, I received 2 graduate degrees, one a Master of Science in Sustainable Systems and a Master of Urban Planning, where I concentrated on land use, environmental, and transportation planning. I worked for several years in Broward County, Florida as a climate resilience specialist, working on a variety of climate change resilience, mitigation, and adaptation projects. And as I said before, I've been with the city for a year and a half.
Thank you. Did you submit written testimony for the hearing today?
Yes, I did.
And is that Exhibit 3 with reference to your resume at Exhibit 4 and to Exhibits 11 through 19?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And do you have any changes or clarifications that you'd like to make to that written testimony?
Yes, I have one change and one clarification. The first change is where I mentioned the total percentage of greenhouse gas emissions coming from buildings and transportation in the city. It was originally stated at 80%, and it is actually 92%.
And did you have a clarification as well?
Yes. In a section talking about the total number of EV charging stations in the city from the PlugShare website, there mentioned a total number of DC fast chargers and level 2 EV charging stations. Those numbers are actually the total number of ports and not the total number of stations.
Thank you. And did you also submit written rebuttal testimony for the hearing?
Yes.
And do you adopt both of those filed testimonies as your testimony today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And are you prepared to present an oral summary of that written testimony?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead. Just remember to speak slowly for the court reporter and interpreters.
Thank you. My name is Albert Lee, and I am the City of Albuquerque's Sustainable Transportation Specialist, leading the city's efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and prepare for changing climate conditions. I am testifying in support of the Environmental Health Department's petition to amend existing Rule 20.11.104 NMAC New Motor Vehicle Emission Standards, filed on July 24th, 2023. My qualifications to present this technical testimony are stated in EHD's Notice of Intent and in my resume attached to EHD's NOI as EHD Exhibit Number 4. The Sustainability Office is housed in the city's General Services Department and focuses on advancing the city as a leader in equitable, long-term environmental solutions, such as renewable energy, energy efficiency, low-carbon transportation, and reducing waste. The Sustainability Office, in particular, focuses on the building and transportation sectors, which account for 92% of the city's greenhouse gas emissions. The city's current projects focus on reducing building energy consumption, achieving 100% renewable energy use for municipal operations, advancing the adoption of low and zero emission vehicles, installing electric vehicle charging infrastructure, and implementing the objectives of the city's 2021 Climate Action Plan. The effects of climate change are impossible to ignore, particularly here in the Western United States. This is an issue of the utmost importance to City Mayor Tim Keller. The City Council has also recognized the existential nature of the threat posed by climate change and the need to reduce emissions by declaring a climate emergency, committing the city to its own transition and climate emergency mobilization effort, and appropriating state funds from the Volkswagen Environmental Mitigation Trust Program to fund electric buses. In response to the City Council's declaration of a climate emergency and the city's commitment to the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement, the city updated its climate action plan in 2021. The updated climate action plan recognizes the need to reduce transportation-related greenhouse gas emissions. Adopting the proposed rule will reduce greenhouse gas emissions from motor vehicles and is consistent with the city's climate goals and commitments. The city is committed to and ready for the proposed rule. Recognizing that decarbonizing the transportation sector is vital to resident health, the city has taken major steps to encourage the adoption of low and zero emission vehicles across the city. The city has an essential opportunity to lead by example in the adoption of low and zero emission vehicles within its sizable fleet and has accordingly enacted policies to accelerate fleet electrification. The city has converted over 63% of its eligible light-duty fleet vehicles to electric and hybrid, and now has over 100 hybrid and electric light-duty vehicles in its fleet. Moving forward, to further this fleet decarbonization and emission reduction effort, the city's fleet vehicle acquisition policy and procedures requires purchased vehicles to be fuel efficient with the lowest emissions within the vehicle class or type, and be a zero emission vehicle or hybrid when available and cost effective. The mayor has also directed the city to pursue opportunities to bring on electric and alternative fuel heavy-duty vehicles, including buses. The city initiated the adoption of heavy-duty, zero-emission vehicles with the debut of 5 electric buses in June 2022. In July 2023, the city received funding from the federal low or no emission vehicle program to purchase 20 additional electric buses and build out rapid en-route charging infrastructure. In June 2023, the city completed a zero-emission bus transition study to evaluate various operational and cost scenarios to transition ABQ Ride's entire fixed-route bus service to zero-emission technology by 2040. The study suggests a mixed fleet of battery electric and hydrogen fuel cell buses would allow ABQ Ride to achieve 100% zero emissions by 2040 at the lowest cost. One of the projects that the Sustainability Office supports is the expansion of electric vehicle charging stations. The city has taken steps over the last several years to greatly expand publicly accessible EV charging infrastructure on city properties to accelerate EV adoption. Beginning in 2019, the city incrementally increased the number of city-owned charging stations from 2 stations to currently 20 stations. The Sustainability Office, in partnership with the Nature Conservancy, has identified areas throughout the city that are optimal for EV charging. In addition to the city's efforts, the private sector has also driven EV charging infrastructure expansion across the Albuquerque metro area. Plugshare.com lists a total of 80 charging station locations in the Albuquerque area, including 58 public stations, of which the city has contributed roughly 30%. Of these, 49 are DC fast charging ports and 144 are level 2 charging ports. VC fast chargers offer roughly 80% range in 45 minutes of charge, and level 2 chargers have a minimum rating of 240 volts and offer roughly 25 miles of range per hour of charge. PlugShare offers a map of the current charging network in Bernalillo County. A significant change occurred in the latest amendments to the city's Integrated Development Ordinance, effective July 27, 2023, which requires certain new developments have to install EV Level 2 charging stations and/or EV Level 2 capable parking spaces. EV capable parking spaces have electrical wiring and panel connections installed to ease the future installation of EV charging stations. The new developments complying with the IDO amendments include any development with more than 200 parking spaces, new townhome developments, and new multifamily dwelling developments. Additionally, the IDO allows an EV charging parking credit to encourage the installation of EV charging stations. In addition to infrastructure and community-based projects, the city has undertaken multiple efforts to form long-term clean transportation policy and provide education on clean vehicles. The city's Vision Zero plan complements low and zero emission vehicle adoption efforts by outlining goals to support safe, active transportation and access to public transit. The Sustainability Office has worked to share education on clean transportation through social media campaigns, speaking engagements, and attendance at community events. Equitable access to these vehicles continue to be a major priority for the Sustainability Office, which is actively pursuing opportunities to implement low-income EV car share programs. These programs are intended to provide both electric vehicles and EV charging stations to low-income community members and allow users to share EVs for a low hourly rate. In addition to the work of the Sustainability Office, the City Parking Division offers special parking permits at a discounted rate for electric vehicles and certain hybrid vehicles. In conclusion, the city has taken major steps to encourage the adoption of low and zero emission vehicles, including electrifying its own fleet and investing in charging infrastructure. The city is also committed to working with other stakeholders to make it easier for residents to choose cleaner transportation options. The proposed advanced clean vehicle rules are consistent with the city's climate action plan and will help to reduce air pollution and improve public health. The city is ready for the proposed advanced clean vehicle rules and believes that they will be a valuable tool in the fight against climate change and to improve air quality for all residents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sona. Ms. Scott?
Good morning, Madam Hearing Officer and board members. I'm Brecken Scott, an attorney at NMED and co-counsel to Andrew Knight. And I'd like to call our next witness to the stand.
Please go ahead.
Michelle Miano. Will you please state and spell your full name for the record?
My name is Michelle Miano, M-I-C-H-E-L-L-E-M-I-A-N-O.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
And where are you employed?
The New Mexico Environment Department.
And how long have you worked for NMED?
11 months.
What is your current position at NMED?
Environmental Protection Division Director.
What are your job duties?
I oversee all aspects of the division, which includes the Air Quality Bureau, Climate Change Bureau, and Radiation Control Bureau.
And where did you work before you worked for NMED?
I was a senior attorney at a private law firm, Barnhouse, Keegan, Solomon, and West.
Please describe your educational qualifications.
I hold a JD from UNM, University of New Mexico, where I received the Albert E. Utton National Resources Award, and I have a bachelor's degree from the Johns Hopkins University.
Did you submit a copy of your resume in this matter?
Yes.
And is it NMED Exhibit 15?
Yes.
And did you submit written direct testimony in this matter as NMED Exhibit 14?
Yes.
And lastly, did you submit written rebuttal testimony in this matter as NMED Rebuttal Exhibit 6?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections or changes to your written testimony or to your rebuttal testimony?
No.
And do you adopt your written direct testimony and written rebuttal testimony here today?
Yes.
Can you provide a summary of your testimony, starting with New Mexico's goals as those relate to confronting climate change?
Yes. The evidence in the record demonstrates that the state of New Mexico must confront climate change if we are to keep the social, economic, and cultural values that define our region. According to NMED Exhibits 16 and 17, the Union of Concerned Scientists, as well as experts from the New Mexico Institute of Mining and Technology, the University of New Mexico State University, and the U.S. Geological Survey, describe the climate change impacts of our state now and modeling into the future. These issues are not too complex or too unwieldy for us. Science, decreased air pollutant exposure, public health, welfare, and the environment are our mission. Although some may be philosophically opposed to government intervention, we are needed in this instance. In short, New Mexico has increasing temperatures and increasing extreme and variable weather conditions due to climate change. There are increasing costs to agriculture, diminishing forests, and our already scarce water supplies are and will become even scarcer. Moreover, extreme heat increases health risk for our outdoor workers and overextends our emergency management systems. As a state and as a region, we have hard decisions in front of us. We cannot continue this path of consumption and pollution and at the same time keep our land-based economies, existing fossil fuel transportation habits, and expect better health outcomes. This is why, as seen in NMED Exhibits 19 through 21, the state of New Mexico has spent the past several years setting reduction targets for greenhouse gas emissions, evaluating pathways to achieve those targets, and creating interagency collaboration to ensure the state implements policies that will both help the state decarbonize as soon as possible and ensure resiliency as we all face new realities. This is also why the state is aggressively pursuing federal infrastructure funds under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act. As the second largest emission sector, transportation plays a key piece in helping New Mexico reach our climate targets. As you'll see in NMED Exhibits 22 and 23, and before this rulemaking, much collaborative work was done in this sector. Exhibit 23 from June 2022 describes input on New Mexico's climate goals and implementing actions from a convened technical advisory group, or TAG. The purpose of this technical advisory group was to, quote, include the perspectives of a diverse constituency, including representatives from industry, environmental, government, tribal, and environmental justice organizations. The TAG specifically vetted the proposed goals and actions with an eye for strengthening New Mexico's economy and integrating equity principles into its climate planning, end quote. This proposed rule today is identified in and fulfills part of that work.
Can you detail some of the state's efforts to meet challenges related to meeting climate change goals?
The evidence demonstrates the proposed rule's approach to decrease air pollutants in... The evidence demonstrates the proposed rules approach to decrease air pollutants in the state of New Mexico exists within a larger and inclusive transportation framework. At this point, the boards have heard about the mechanics of the rule, how the rule works, and the efforts the New Mexico Environment Department took in advancing the rule. I'm here to state that New Mexico is not proposing these rules in a vacuum. As noted in NMED Exhibits 19 and 24, the federal government is pursuing policies and infrastructure investments to accelerate the availability of clean energy and transportation to match a global movement and corporate commitments. The federal government, through the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and Inflation Reduction Act, is making available billions of dollars to states, businesses, community-based organizations, and others to wire our homes and businesses for renewable energy, upgrade roadways to accommodate clean fueling infrastructure, and strengthening our economies while ensuring better health outcomes. The proposed rules represent a means to obtain and spend these valuable federal dollars on needed infrastructure here in New Mexico and in our region, and exist as part of a larger transportation effort across our state agencies. And the work does not end here. The state of New Mexico, even beyond this rulemaking, is committed to doing everything it can to upgrade its infrastructure and strengthen its economy and quality for life for all New Mexicans.
Can you describe efforts by the New Mexico Department of Transportation to invest in clean transportation infrastructure in New Mexico?
Although the New Mexico Department of Transportation could not attend this panel due to scheduling, the New Mexico Environment Department has been working in alignment with NMDOT's infrastructure upgrades described in NMED Exhibit 29 and presented at the recent Future of Transportation Symposium. Projects funded by the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA, ARPA, are all obligated, and a majority will be completed by the end of the year, with only a few exceptions that will be completed at the beginning of 2024 for electric vehicle infrastructure. This includes approximately 42 locations with an additional 94 stations. $38 million in funding from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law's National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure, or NEVI funding, will be spent over 5 years through fiscal year 26, and awards are scheduled to go out in December for 3 interstates in New Mexico, over 1,000 miles. These funds are all now available. Additional phases will be utilized with fiscal year 23, 24, and 26 funds for an additional 1,200 miles and will include approximately 42 to 44 stations. At this point, the ARPA and NEVI are the only funds that have been appropriated and apportioned. More are coming. The NMDOT, in partnership with multiple municipalities, counties, private sector partners, and others, are pursuing a charging and fueling infrastructure CFI grant to support the implementation of electric vehicle charging infrastructure around New Mexico. NMDOT is supporting multiple applications in this effort, valued at $160 million in potential awards. This includes 68 additional locations with multiple chargers. $114 million for 2 heavy-duty commercial EV charging stations along I-10 that will help the ozone and air quality pollutants in southern New Mexico.
Can you describe the work underway at the Energy, Minerals, and Resources Department to invest in clean transportation infrastructure and in New Mexico?
NMED is also working closely with the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department and in alignment with their programs. They recently submitted a $250 million application for EPA's Solar for All program with the goals of expanding access to shared solar beyond the confines of existing state statutorily defined community solar programs and bringing the most isolated and off-grid residents, in other words, unelectrified homes, online, and to support grid resilience with on-site solar plus storage and shared solar plus storage options as feasible. And finally, this program intends to meet low-income and disadvantaged communities, both owners and renters, where they are, with direct grants and financing options for solar projects. The Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department is also providing sustainable building tax credits to ensure building investments are aligned with emission reduction goals and leads New Mexico's participation in the REV West program with Arizona, Colorado, Idaho, Montana, Utah, and Wyoming to coordinate and facilitate Intermountain West electric vehicle corridors. They also participate in the Land of Enchantment Clean Cities program that works with vehicle fleets, fuel providers, community leaders, and other stakeholders to save energy and promote the use of advanced vehicle technologies in transportation.
Can you describe other efforts underway by the state commissions, or other entities to invest in clean transportation infrastructure in New Mexico?
NMED's Clean Diesel Program awards funding from the Diesel Emission Reduction Act to protect human health and improve air quality by reducing harmful emissions from diesel engines. This year, for example, we awarded Goodwill Industries of New Mexico over $460,000 in grant funding to reimburse for 2 zero-emission Nikola Motors electric semi-trucks. These new semi-trucks used by Goodwill Industries will replace older diesel engines with electric engines that do not produce any tailpipe emissions. In addition, the EPA's Clean School Bus Program provides $5 billion over 5 years to replace existing school buses with zero-emission and low-emission models. Recipients in our region include Dulce Independent Schools, Lake Arthur Municipal Schools south of Roswell, Pecos Independent Schools, and Las Cruces Public Schools. In addition, the New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department's Construction Industries Division is planning to update regulatory code requirements to the 2021 codes, which will in part accommodate clean transportation upgrades. Section 62-8-12 of the New Mexico Statutes Annotated requires public utilities to file applications to expand transportation electrification. This may include investments or incentives to facilitate the deployment of charging infrastructure and associated electrical equipment that support transportation electrification, including electrification of public transit and publicly owned vehicle fleets, rate designs, or programs that encourage charging that support the operation of the electric grid, and customer education and outreach programs that increase awareness of the benefits of transportation electrification. To use the lever of government purchasing power, Governor Lujan Grisham has signed an executive order directing zero-emission requirements for state fleets, as seen in NMED Exhibit 34. Finally, the state has also received $3 million in funding from the EPA's Climate Pollution Reduction Program and is eligible to compete for grants of up to $500 million for pollution reduction, community benefit, and workforce program. Our plan focus will consider transportation initiatives, and the state looks forward to working with other jurisdictions, including tribes, to coordinate in this effort.
Can you describe some of the ways the proposed rules will benefit underserved communities?
All of these investments by New Mexico to incorporate clean transportation are underway with all New Mexicans in mind. NMED recognizes that with all vehicle prices as they are today, there are many residents that struggle to buy any vehicle, whether due to low credit, low income, or other reasons. The status quo today, largely dependent upon some individuals owning costly internal combustion engine vehicles subject to gas price fluctuations and mechanical costs, while others walk to school and work along busy roadways, take public transit, and depend on ride shares, does not equate to equal access or to equal health outcomes. The existing transportation inequities of the status quo and existing barriers to vehicle ownership have been around for a long time. And for a long time, New Mexicans have been forced to choose mobility or health. This proposed rule, in combination with all of the state's investment efforts, seeks to chart a different course. Although the rules themselves do not solve all environment, transportation, and economic justice concerns for New Mexico, they do address some. First, from a health perspective, a decrease in oxides of nitrogen, particulate matter, and ground-level ozone can offer relief. This means relief from respiratory impacts that affect children and seniors the most, especially those residents that regularly walk to destinations or live near busy roadways. From a transit access perspective, the rules contain opportunities for investment by the auto manufacturers in a community mobility program. As you've heard, the state of New Mexico understands that this is not even enough, which is why it's taking advantage of infrastructure upgrades and credits and values to decrease the costs. This is why NMED has considered vehicle affordability for New Mexicans. NMED Exhibit 31 describes the $7,500 federal tax credit that will be modified to be more consumer-friendly beginning in January 1st, 2024. The proposed rule will allow New Mexicans to fully take advantage of this federal incentive here at home and allow all of us to benefit from this federal investment. Stacked on top of the federal tax credits, Governor Lujan Grisham and the Taxation and Revenue Department have announced proposing transferable state tax credits not only for new, but for used electric vehicles, plug-in hybrid vehicles, and even conventional hybrid vehicles, which is a direct result from feedback during this rulemaking process. The state is also considering, as well, additional incentives for fast, direct connect DC charger tax credits for commercial locations of up to $25,000 when combined with federal credits. Although Section 177 does not allow for deviation from the substantive rules of California, we as the state can fill in gaps in other ways. For financing options, the governor recently announced the establishment of the Climate Investment Center, set to create a portfolio of loan products to close financial gaps and strengthen existing financial institutions' ability to lend to non-traditional borrowers. EPA is planning to invest an additional $27 billion in a first-of-its-kind national-scale program in competitive grants to mobilize financing and leverage private capital for clean energy and climate projects that reduce pollution, with an emphasis on projects that benefit low-income and disadvantaged communities. Another advantage of the rules is that an influx of new zero-emission vehicles into New Mexico will inherently create a secondary market for used and thus less expensive zero-emission vehicles, especially over the lifetime of the rule. NMED recognizes that most vehicle transactions are not the purchase of new cars, but in fact the purchase of used cars. Overall, we know that zero-emission vehicles have less costs and maintenance than internal combustion vehicles over time. So providing access to used zero-emission vehicles will not only defray upfront costs, but it will ensure transportation costs are lowered over time after the initial purchase.
Will the state's clean transportation efforts end with this rulemaking?
No. This transition to clean vehicles will not occur overnight, so NMED stands ready to work with auto dealers and others now and into the future to continue looking towards what is needed in the next several years. This, of course, is a forward-looking rule with implementation 2 years from now, and we'll continue to evaluate how we can assist with this transition. We are sympathetic with the auto dealers and the challenges that exist now, and we are determined to work with them and all New Mexicans into the future to build what we need here in the state.
How does the state of New Mexico understand the current landscape with respect to the clean vehicle market and New Mexico's place in it?
The record demonstrates that on a long-term timeline, it is indisputable that the auto industry is investing in zero-emission vehicles nationally and around the world. This proposed rule provides a balanced approach to ensure that New Mexico is not left behind as those vehicles begin to flood the market. The trend to an increase of clean vehicles will not occur by looking at one financial quarter and how the market exists today and how what we experience transportation as today continues as it is. It requires an analysis of global commitments by auto manufacturers and government policy over a timeline of years, leading up to and even surpassing this rule. The manufacturers are committing billions of dollars in the race to develop new zero-emission vehicles across all price points. As far as government policy, the EPA under the Biden administration has proposed separate rules for light-duty vehicles. However, political winds of Washington aside, states are collectively taking their own action for security and adopting advanced clean cars too, to provide that certainty to auto manufacturers for clean vehicles that might not otherwise exist at a federal level. A first wave of states adopted advanced clean cars too, and more states this year, including our neighbor Colorado, are in the process now. New Mexico understands that zero-emission vehicles are not for everyone, do not serve every purpose, and will not solve all of our problems. This is why the proposed rule intentionally does not ban new internal combustion vehicle deliveries to New Mexico, does not prohibit New Mexicans from driving their internal combustion vehicles and filling up with gasoline and diesel as they would like, does not prevent New Mexicans from purchasing new or internal combustion vehicles. This is why our proposed rule timeline continues to 2032 and not California's timeline of 2035. What it does do is create an influx of new zero-emission vehicles into the New Mexico market beginning in model year 2027. This will be before states that have not adopted clean car rules to accelerate market trends here for New Mexico first. It directs the auto manufacturers to make their deliveries of zero-emission vehicles here to New Mexico first in an array of models. Not a handful of luxury electric vehicles, but a range of models that they have stated they are developing that align with the innovation of the auto industry, align with the New Mexico market, and align with the experiences you've heard today and yesterday, and that you'll see in the public comments. As my colleague Claudia Borchert described, the auto manufacturers can start earning those credits right away to meet their percentage requirements, even if the model year 2027 is the first enforceable delivery year. As leaders in this race, we'll have the premier selection of vehicles that will bring consumers in other states here, because we'll be able to supply those consumers what they're looking for in addition to our own residents. While the rule may be perceived as too much and too fast for New Mexico by some, it's also perceived as not enough for New Mexico by others. NMED's rule strikes a balance between the two, and NMED will continue working with all voices to ensure it works to achieve positive results for all New Mexicans. For these reasons, NMED is proud to bring these rules before the boards in coordination with the City of Albuquerque, and we ask that you secure a legacy for New Mexico for a cleaner, healthier environment for all of us.
Can we continue with our final witness, time-wise?
Let me ask you, we don't need to break until noon or even a few minutes after, because it's just the lunch hour, and then we'll return at 1 for the public comment. Is there a natural breaking point in Mr. Kupal's testimony? We could talk for about 10, 15 minutes and then resume after lunch?
Sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, okay, great. Okay, so I'd like to call our final witness. Please state and spell your full name for the record.
John Kopel, John Koupal.
Can I swear him in, please? Sir, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
And where are you employed?
I'm employed with Eastern Research Group.
And what services does ERG provide?
ERG is a energy and environmental consulting firm founded in 1984, which provides economic, environmental, and public health and other consulting services for mostly public sector clients in the federal, state, and local space.
And how long have you worked for ERG?
Since 2012.
And what roles have you held at ERG?
I was a principal engineer until last year, and last year I became a vice president in the Clean Transportation Group in ERG.
What are your job duties?
I lead the Clean Transportation Group's modeling center, and I also lead several projects related to transportation emission research, policy development, analysis, assessment, and training.
And where did you work before you worked for ERG?
My career started with the U.S. EPA Environmental Protection Agency Office of Transportation and Air Quality in 1989, where I started developing emission control technology research and proof of feasibility, and I worked on developing vehicle emission test procedures in conjunction with auto manufacturers through 1995. I then joined Nissan Motor Company in 1995, where I led Nissan's fuel certification and emission certification coordination efforts in the U.S. and worked extensively on industry panels and represented Nissan both with regulatory issues and also with regulatory agencies with respect to emission certification and compliance issues. Then I went back to EPA in 1997, where I played a key role in major rulemakings under the Clean Air Act related to light vehicle tailpipe emission standards, low sulfur fuel, heavy-duty vehicle standards, greenhouse gas emission standards, and renewable fuel standards. And I also led the development of EPA's MOVES model, which is the official model used by EPA for regulatory purposes.
Please describe your educational qualifications.
I graduated from the University of Michigan with a Bachelor of Science in Engineering in 1989.
You provided your resume as NMED Exhibit 46, correct?
Correct.
And you submitted your written direct testimony as NMED Exhibit 45, correct?
Yes.
And lastly, you submitted your written rebuttal testimony as NMED Rebuttal Exhibit 7, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any corrections or changes to your testimony, direct or rebuttal?
Only to the number of charging stations that I reported in direct testimony, and I make that correction in the slides in my presentation.
And do you adopt the remainder of your written testimony and all of your rebuttal testimony here today?
Yes.
Can you provide a summary of your testimony, starting with providing some regulatory context?
Yes. So thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. And before I get into the details of my presentation, which may come after lunch, I do want to start with the lay of the land in terms of the federal landscape for emission programs, and also, as we've heard, the ability under the Clean Air Act for California to adopt more stringent vehicle emission programs, and for Section 177 states to adopt California's programs under the Clean Air Act. Though federal and California standards were more aligned at one point, over the past decade or so, they've become divergent as the political push-pull at the federal level has led to one administration changing the prior administration's vehicle emission rules. And so as a result, the on-the-books federal regulations currently lag California's. And so our analysis, and I'm representing a team within ERG of analysts and economists who prepared the report NMED Exhibit 47, looked at the proposed rules compared to the on-the-books federal rules, because the on-the-books rules are really the only thing certain with respect to the federal landscape, given that, based on my experience at EPA, the differences between final rule and proposal rule can be significant, and the timing is very uncertain, especially in today's political landscape. Our report looked at both the economic impacts of the proposed rules in terms of cost and savings of EV ownership on an individual level and at a statewide level, and also a macroeconomic analysis of New Mexico's economy.
Slow down.
Okay. And also a benefits analysis looking at emission reductions, monetized health benefits, and climate change damage costs avoided. What we find, and what I'll discuss in my presentation today, is that the proposed rules under consideration today deliver a greater reduction in harmful pollutants and greenhouse gases than their federal counterparts, while providing long-term cost savings to New Mexico drivers and fleet owners. Before I get into the details of that analysis, I want to talk about what these proposed rules provide New Mexico in terms of the EV transition. As I mentioned, the federal vehicle rules have become what I call a political football, creating a tremendous amount of uncertainty for all stakeholders in terms of the direction and the timing of those rules. What these proposed rules do for New Mexico then is provide stability in this EV transition, because we're all aware that the EV transition will be a tremendous undertaking for automakers, for repair professionals, for utilities, for consumers. This is a massive shift, and the one thing that makes that more of a challenge is the uncertainty that comes from not knowing the timing or not knowing the rollout plan for those electric vehicles. I understand this, having worked for an auto company and also worked extensively at EPA, working very closely with automakers and industry trade groups over time in crafting regulations, understanding technical feasibility, understanding product planning, and understanding decisions that go into how emission compliance and regulatory compliance, we'll say, in terms of how manufacturers make this happen, to put the vehicles on the lot that are needed by consumers and for emission control. Product plans for cars and trucks that will be on dealer lots 5 years from now are already in place. Prototypes are already in development. As a vehicle launch date approaches, manufacturers want stability more than disruption, even if the disruption is to relax environmental standards. This is evidenced by a brief filed in federal court earlier this year by 7 automakers supporting California's vehicle emissions program, citing investments they've already made in EVs based on the expectation of, quote, a stable and predictable regulatory requirement, end of quote. So what is at stake for New Mexico is the future of electrification, and what these proposed rules do is provides New Mexico the ability to make this transition on your own terms, with providing stability in the face of federal uncertainty.
This might actually be a good pause.
Is this a good
Yes.
stopping
Yeah.
point?
Yeah.
This is good.
It is. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Kopal and Ms. Scott and the other witnesses. You will want to remove a few things from that table because we will have to go back to public comment at 1 when we come back from lunch. We are on lunch break until 1 p.m. When we return, we will take public comment. As I can possibly get through between now and 2. If you are, if we're unable to fit you in between 1 and 2, we will have the technical case during the day tomorrow, but a lengthy public comment session tomorrow night. And the exact time of that public comment session, it'll either be 5 or 5:30, and then we'll just go till 7, and ought to be able to include everyone. If I don't call your name, please consider submitting your comments in writing to Pam Jones. Ms. O'Grady here has a comment in the event anyone would like to offer their public comment in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Si hay alguien que quiere hacer su comentario público en español, por favor avísenos y le podemos interpretar con gusto.
Thank you very much. With all public comment, we have to swear you in. You just swear or affirm that you will tell the truth. We ask you to spell your name for the transcript. You have 3 minutes. So I'm going to begin with Senator Steinborn. Jeff Steinborn, are you with us in person or on the platform? Please unmute yourself if you're on the platform. No? All right. Senator Bill Tallman, perhaps here in person? Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Senator, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Pardon?
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And if you would spell your name for the court reporter.
Biltallman.
Thank you. And I'll start your 3 minutes now. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, members and commissioners. Thanks for this opportunity to urge your support of the advanced clean car and clean truck rules, which will enable us to get to zero emission vehicles. You know, there's a lot of misinformation out there. You know, the journal, the auto dealers, the oil industry, they're doing everything they can to discourage the sale of EVs. The journal has published more anti-EV op-eds than supporting. The oil industry obviously wants to continue to pump oil forever, and the auto dealers are not very supportive. They make most of their money on service. And I can speak from personal services that my EV requires very little maintenance. And also the salesmen don't like it because they have to take more time to explain the car to their customers. So you can make a good argument that we should do away with our New Mexico law that requires, that prevents the auto dealers on direct sales. Actually, roughly half the states allow direct sales. We don't do it in New Mexico. I tried to pass a law unsuccessfully several years ago. I could go on and on about the advantages of EV, but I don't have time. But I do want to point out to you that this is a fact sheet that was published by the New Mexico Environment Department last year. And even though we have very stiff laws regulating the oil industry, we don't have enough people, and we can't fill them all. And even if we filled them all, we don't have enough people. So it would take 9.5 years to inspect all the petroleum storage tanks. It would take 6.5 years to inspect all the air quality bureau, all the air quality permits, and it would take 2.5 years to inspect all the groundwater permits. So the point is, sure, we got stiff laws, but they're not being enforced. And as you know, in the southeastern corner of the state, we have one of the worst air quality regions in the country. And so we need more EVs in order to have better air quality because the inspections aren't working. And so again, I could go on and on, don't have time. How much time do I have left?
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Well, again, thank you for this opportunity. Please keep in mind that New Mexico is in the bottom 5 as far as the number of sales, percentage of sales of new car sales in the United States. Our surrounding states, Utah, Colorado, and Arizona, are all doing better, selling 2 to 3 times more than we are. Do we have to be last in everything? Again, thank you for this opportunity. I urge you to approve the rules. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. I believe, Senator, we might have a question for you. Vice Chair Trujillo.
Yes, thank you. I just want to say thank you for taking time to address the boards today. I was just curious what district you represent?
Northeast Heights, mid-Northeast Heights, Academy on the north, Constitution on the south.
Thank you very much, sir.
Do you happen to live in that area?
No, sir, I don't. I live on the west side, but I'm new to the Albuquerque area. I came from Carlsbad.
Well, if you said you lived in that area, I'd want you to call me anytime you had a problem with state government.
Oh, okay, great.
Thank you very much. All right. Representative Greg Nybert, I don't know if you're in the room or on the platform.
I am on my telephone. Can you hear
terrific. Yes, I can. Would you please swear or affirm that you will tell the truth?
I will tell the truth.
Thank you. And spell your last name, please, for the transcript.
Nibert.
Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Greg Nybert. I'm state representative representing District 59, which is located in Chaves County. And my comments are really concerning rural New Mexico and the impact that the rule will have on the rural parts of the state. We find that we do not have the infrastructure in place to electrify the quantity of vehicles that would be necessary. We're also concerned about the great distances we have to travel and the lack of infrastructure between our communities and the major metropolitan areas. And thirdly, we're concerned about the impact of the cost that will be incurred by many of our residents having to move toward transportation modes that may be more expensive for them to purchase. And so we are very concerned from the rural standpoint that while this effort may make sense in some of the rural and some of the urban areas, we do not feel that it's going to be very beneficial to or be very practical for the people who live in the more rural parts of the state, particularly my district in southeast New Mexico.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Thank you.
Senator George Munoz, are you on the platform?
I am. I'm trying to unclick, and sorry, I'm in an LFC meeting. And
yes, I can. Would you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. And spell your last name, and I will take your comment.
Last name Munoz. Geor.
Thank you very much.
George Munoz, Senate District 4, McKinley, San Juan, and Cibola counties. And so, this is a knee-jerk reaction. We all understand we're headed down this path with EV vehicles and how the future is going to be. We know we all want clean air. We all want clean energy, but increasing the quota in very quickly is very hard on everybody. And I can give you some examples. Senator Tallman, who just testified, bought his EV vehicle in Texas because there wasn't enough available. And I know that because I was on the plane with him. And so I don't know if Senator Tallman has experience in car dealerships, but I'm not sure. But I consume a lot of vehicles every year with what I do in construction. And they're not readily available in Gallup. And it's my understanding that one dealership even gave up his dealership because the market would not allow him to sell EV markets. I live in rural New Mexico, high poverty, a lot of distance. Some people don't have power, some people don't have water. And how do you access the charging station in a house that may be only rated for 100 amps and you need a 200 amp service? How do they get into that market on a smaller, at a lower cost? We lived on a lot of non-paved roads, a lot of muddy roads that require four-wheel drives. EV vehicles are a lot heavier and require more time. We live where the weather is below zero at some point in time, and charging will take longer, and batteries terms life will be shorter. I think it's very critical that we do this, but slow it down. Consciously think about everybody in the state, not just one group that has easy accessibility to chargers in Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Las Cruces, but that there's chargers available for everybody. And the distance between Gallup and Shiprock is 90 miles. There's not one EV charger anywhere in that area. The distance between Farmington and Shiprock and Farmington, I think, is 30 miles. There's no EV chargers in that area. And that is a large population across the state. We know that the distance that my constituents travel, sometimes from Arizona, sometimes from Through to Gallup, or 60 to 80 miles a day one way to go to work, and it's just not going to be accessible for them. I don't disagree with that. We're heading down this direction. I just wish that we slow it down, let the consumers decide what's going to happen. I did hear on the news this morning when I left at 4 a.m. to come to Santa Fe that some car companies were reducing EV manufacturing because the demand was not there. We can't falsely make demand in the state. We have to have implementation with chargers and everything else before we try to create that demand. So thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator Munoz. I understand that Senator Steinborn is now on the platform. Senator Steinborn, can you hear me?
I sure can. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Great.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I sure do.
All right, and if you would spell your last name and begin your statement.
My last name, Steinborn.
Thank you.
Sure. Members, thank you very much for considering this rule. Thank you for allowing me to make a public comment. I encourage you to adopt this rule. And, sometimes in society, as we confront challenges, as we're dealing with the most existential challenge of climate change, we have to lead the way with smart rules and with smart policies. And sometimes those smart rules and policies not only can confront an environmental issue, as I believe this rule will do, but will also help to drive industry and encourage their movement in the right direction. I think this rule is important for both of those reasons. Clearly, we need to reduce our emissions. It's probably one of the biggest challenges facing governments worldwide. And you as a policy-making body and myself, we have this moral obligation in governing obligation, I believe, to aggressively arrest climate emissions. And we know that the automobile sector and automobile emissions are one of the largest sources of these pollutants. So we have to take action. This rule will help do that. And I think further help to add to the marketplace that will encourage more EV. We do see a continual growth by the day of charging stations that will help to make these vehicles more viable. And I know that as states like ours take these policies, that we're going to continue to see the marketplace move. And I think furthermore, as a legislature, we need to adopt incentives that help make these vehicles affordable and accessible to all New Mexicans. And that's something we need to do. But I encourage you to take this very bold, forward-looking action for the benefit of all New Mexicans, global citizens, and future generations. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
My pleasure.
All right, let's move to Jerry Valdez. I saw you on the platform there briefly.
Hello, can you hear
Mr.
me?
Valdez. Yes?
I'm ready.
All right, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you would spell your last name and begin your statement.
Valdez.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you, board members, for allowing me to speak today during this public comment period in support of the Advanced Clean Cars and Clean Trucks rule. My name is Jerry Valdez, and I'm a senior executive with the Department of Transportation. I work closely with the Environment Department as well as Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resource Department as a stakeholder on New Mexico's multi-agency transportation climate action team. I apologize I could not be there in person due to meeting conflicts. Through this rulemaking process, there's been a number of questions regarding charging infrastructure in New Mexico. NMDOT is leading the state's electric vehicle infrastructure build out to create a robust network of charging stations across New Mexico's corridors and communities. In 2022, NMDOT obligated $11.5 million of state funds to construct 94 charging stations at 42 locations across the state, which are scheduled to be completed by the end of this year with minimal exceptions. All projects are public-facing fast charging stations. The New Mexico Department of Transportation has also received $38.387 million in federal formula funding through the bipartisan infrastructure law, apportioned from 2022 to 2026. We have issued a call for proposals to construct fast charging stations every 50 miles on 2,200 miles of primary interstate and alternative fuel corridors. Proposals are due by December 1st, and construction is planned to begin in early 2024. NMDOT has worked in partnership with the New Mexico Municipal League and the Association of Counties to establish a coordinated grant application submission for $700 million of federal IIJ funds from $2.5 billion of available funds over 5 years that have been made available. More than $150 million in grant applications were submitted from New Mexico entities for the discretionary grant charging and fueling infrastructure program. Awards are expected to be announced in late December. This public sector investment is meant to supplant the expansion of charging stations and not intended to supplant the private sector investments that are already being made across our state. Thank you again for your time and your consideration as we stand in support of this rule.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez. And would you stay on the screen here for just a moment? I believe a couple of the board members have questions of you. Chair Paul, or Member Coleman.
Thank you. Just really quickly, thank you for your comments. I was wondering if DOT has a map available of its planned construction projects for chargers, so
yes,
people can see where those are going.
Yes, we have our National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan can be found online at NMDOT \NEVI, NEVI, and that plan contains the map of the alternative fuel corridors and the 2,200 miles that we intend on investing NEVI funding, as well as other potential sites related to the discretionary grant funds that we hope to be awarded by the end of this year.
Okay, thank you. Chair Paul?
Mr. Valdez, do you know if there's a plan, if you combine the DOT chargers that are to be installed and chargers that you're looking for funding for with private chargers, do you know if there's a plan to reach parity with gas station pumps to, sort of in line with the annual requirements of the rule that we're considering?
So we are definitely partnering with private investments. Part of the program requires that a 20% match is provided by private industry to ensure that they're vested and that they are bought into the notion of maintaining and operating these stations for a period of performance that is in line with charging energy in much the same way you would with gasoline.
Can you clarify if there's a plan to have enough chargers? What I'm getting at is NMDOT working with other branches of the state and the private industry to ensure there are enough chargers as to meet the requirements of the proposed rule?
So we're working with the Central Region, the Joint Office of Energy and Transportation. Part of the federal rules requires that this charging infrastructure is installed every 50 miles to make sure that it meets the needs of the motoring public as they're traversing our state. And it also includes community charging to meet the needs of the local community. And that plan is has been vetted through our federal partners, as well as public engagement meetings that we held in every 6 districts around the state.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair Swina.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Valdez, for your comments. So in that plan for every 50 miles throughout the state of New Mexico, does that include tribal nations like Navajo, Mescalero, Jicarilla, and the Pueblos?
So there are those discretionary grant locations include corridors through some areas that don't include full transparency. The Northwest region, like Navajo Nation 550, we're addressing those issues through the discretionary grant funding, as the 2,200 miles of corridors don't necessarily cover a vast majority of those areas. The areas that would be covered are US 60, US 70, US 160, 285, and 380, as well as all 3 of our interstates, 25, 40, and 10. But the additional 700 million for the first phase was used to address some of those areas, as well as the additional total of $2.5 billion being provided through the EIB funding to address those areas that you mentioned.
I have a follow-up question.
All right.
Yeah. So do you, and I was trying to look at the plan that you shared, the link to us. Does the state plan to do some additional coordination and collaboration with our tribal nations? Because we have a lot of tribal nations that have that are rural, and so without adequate infrastructure, it'd be hard to find a charger. And I just checked through the links that you provided. There's limited charging stations, I would say, again, in the Northwest and then the Western region, as well as the northern part of the state, outside of the major municipalities like Santa Fe and Las Vegas. Is there a plan to do additional outreach?
Absolutely. And we've actually been in contact with Secretary Mountain to coordinate, as well as our energy providers. We recently met with the co-ops as well as the public energy providers to make sure that we're working in conjunction to address those gaps in our native communities and our tribal partners in regards to those areas.
Thank you.
All right. Member Richards.
Hi, thank you, Mr. Valdez, for your comment. I'm just looking on this site, and I think I got my question answered. Essentially, it was asking whether or not you had something showing the different phases of construction for these different EV stations. I'm particularly concerned, based on what the prior commenter mentioned, regarding the rural areas not having EV stations. So I just wanted to kind of get an idea of what the criteria were for designating the location of these EV charging stations that I'm looking at on this map.
Yeah, the designation was done previous to the appropriation of the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. And so those corridors that I mentioned were inherited by the state as alternative fuel corridors. They represent 2,200 miles for the NEVI, the formulaic funding. However, we definitely acknowledge that rural New Mexico is critical for this implementation program to be successful. And so the state funds, the initial $11.5 million were used to build out in rural parts of our state, areas that would normally not receive funding based on the criteria established by the NEVI formulaic funding program. Places like Tierra Maria, San Juan, Carrizozo, Elephant View, Ojo Caliente, Angel Fire. And so the funding is set up as such that discretionary grant funding is made available by the federal USDOT program to fill that gap in throughout the state through the discretionary grant process to make sure that no community in New Mexico is left behind.
Just a follow-up question. What's the build out on that? What time frame are we looking at?
So the funding is made available every year from 22 to 26. First phase of funding, which we're waiting for awards, represents $150 million across rural New Mexico. The next three phases will be for 24, 25, and 26. So the estimated build out time frame is through FY 26 into 27.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, Member Lewis. Yeah. Some of the conversations in the room are starting to interfere with our ability to hear up here. Member Lewis.
Yes, this is very helpful. Thank you. Another issue that has come up is people coming to stations and having to wait an hour while someone else is charging. Can you give us some estimate of the number of these stations that have multiple ports and fast chargers, and how that network is distributed as well?
So part of the requirement on the infrastructure is analytics. And so with the analytics that we'll be collecting, which is part of the requirement for these projects, we'll be able to make informed decisions to make sure that the capacity needs of that particular area are met. Currently, under the NEVI program, every 50 miles, the minimum requirements are 4 fast charging ports that can simultaneously charge a vehicle at a minimum of 150 kilowatts per vehicle. That's the minimum. That'll be the minimum requirement for those areas. With the use of analytics, we'll be able to determine the capacity needs, and if there are waits, we can add capacity through federal dollars to make sure that we're building capacity around the areas that require it. So that is something that is part of our plan that we plan on doing to make sure that capacity issues and people waiting, and not only eliminating range anxiety, but making sure that we're eliminating charging anxiety to make sure that people get to where they need to be and not worry about being stopped for long periods of time while they're charging their vehicles in a safe area.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Thank you. Member Garcia.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Valdez, for your testimony. I have a quick question, and that is the Department of Transportation the only agency that's in charge of building out the infrastructure of these charging stations? Or are there other agencies that are doing it as well?
So from a formulaic funding perspective, from a bipartisan infrastructure perspective, the formulaic funding through the bipartisan infrastructure law came to the Department of Transportation. That's the 38.
Oh, Mr. Valdez, would you repeat that last sentence more slowly?
Okay. So the formulaic funding provided through the BIL for $38.387 million came directly to the DOT. However, the $2.5 billion of formulaic funding is made available to other state agencies, local entities, local jurisdictions, tribal partners, and so other governmental bodies other than the DOT could apply for funding, and they have applied for funding through this recent application process to build their own infrastructure. Also, from a state perspective, our General Services Department, as well as the Land Office, Energy and Minerals and Natural Resources in our state parks, have also submitted funding requests for discretionary grant funding for their own infrastructure beyond the DOT plan. However, we do work in conjunction to make sure we're not duplicating efforts.
Thank you. That was my follow-up question on how you coordinate with those other agencies, but you answered it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chair Smina?
Thank you again, Mr. Valdez, for answering many questions and this afternoon. I just had another follow-up question. Given that here in the state of New Mexico, there's a great deal of federal lands, from Forest Service to National Park Service to the Bureau of Land Management lands, and that where we have rural communities really kind of nestled in between and adjacent to many of these federal land areas. Is there any coordination or partnership on getting EV stations on federal lands along some of these corridors? And I'm looking at the map in the link that you provided us, mostly like to the west, where we do have a lot of those federal lands. Is there any plans to put additional stations and coordinate with the federal agencies on those?
Absolutely. And the next application that we'll be going after will be addressing recreational areas and working with our federal partners as site hosts to expand into those rural parts of the state that otherwise would not be getting infrastructure. And again, this is a 5-year plan that the first years we're really focused on getting the state funding out the door and focusing on rural parts, but to work with our federal partners. We just recently had a electric future of transportation symposium that we brought stakeholders together, and that issue was brought up. And so our federal partners at the US DOT, as well as our Bureau of Land Management, will be part of that build-out process to make sure that we're maximizing the use of public lands for this purpose.
Thank you. All right. Member Bitzer.
Perhaps you're the right person to ask this question to, maybe not, but it occurs to me that when you're installing this infrastructure to fill those gaps around the state, if I'm pulling into one and I want to recharge my vehicle, do I have full range of payment options, or is the electricity free? Do I need a credit card, or is there a cash option? How do you pay as you go in this infrastructure?
That's a great question. You do pay. One of the things about the payment plan is it varies depending on the cost of electricity in that area, as well as the time of day. Of course, working with our energy providers, they're looking at providing rates that encourage the use of charging overnight. And so if you pull up to a charging station, you have the option to either use an app that you have preloaded on your phone, or you have the option of tapping your credit card like you would at any other area where there's a point of sale system. And so that tap option to pay for that electricity gives you a freedom to charge for that electricity. And the charges range depending on the type of charger. Level 2 charger may be significantly cheaper than a level 3. You're averaging anywhere between 18 and potentially up to 48 cents a kilowatt, depending on the location and the type of charging station that you are charging at. But you can tap it with your credit card.
Thank you. Vice Chair Trujillo.
Thank you, Mr. Valdez, and forgive my ignorance in asking some of these questions about the the payment system on it, and I just want to follow up on Member Bitzer's question there. So the charging stations, are they owned by the state, and the state's collecting the revenue from the vehicles being charged, or are these contract chargers, charging stations that the state is leasing in some cases?
Yeah, so there's stewardship agreements. So there's a period of performance of 5 years that the entities are responsible for operating and maintaining the charging stations, and they're limited on what they can collect. The funds can only go to the operation and maintenance of the charging station, as well as to recoup any of the initial leverage funds that they may have made to that infrastructure. And so that period of performance of 5 years requires them to collect funds only to meet those expenditures that is explicitly outlined in the CFRs from a federal perspective. Now, there are some that are owned by the state. I mean, take a step back. There are state-owned charging infrastructures. I have installed charging infrastructures at the majority of our district offices, and those are owned and operated by the state, as well as GSD-funded projects that are owned and operated by our general services offices.
And just a quick follow-up to that, is there an audit process for those state-owned ones?
The state-owned, definitely from our own internal NMDOT audit, from a procurement perspective, we get audited from a third-party auditing team that audits all of the procurement, collection, and distribution of funds on the back end. But those are done internally from a DOT perspective by a third party. And to make note, not exclusively about EVs, it's the process that all of our projects go through at the Department of Transportation from an audit perspective.
That's all the questions I had. Thank you for your time, Mr. Valdez.
All right, thank you very much. Can we move to the next public commenter? Thank you very much, Mr. Valdez. I'll take one more from the platform, then we'll move to folks in the room and then back to the platform for as long as we have. Dr. Angelo Tomedi? Doctor, are you on the platform? He may have exited. All right. Let's. Yes, Pam. I see Dr. Tomedi on the platform. Oh, you do. Doctor, please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay. My apologies.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
And if you would please spell your name.
My name is Dr. Angelo Tomedi, Angelo Tomedi.
All right, go ahead with your statement.
Okay. Well, I'm a family medicine physician. I work in Albuquerque and in Socorro, New Mexico. That's where I'm currently working right now. I want to thank the commissioners for holding public hearings on clean air and truck standards. I'm speaking for myself, my family, and the many New Mexican patients in my practice who suffer the adverse consequences of air pollution and health effects related to climate change. The public health benefits for New Mexicans of these clean car and truck standards include avoiding large numbers of premature deaths and the prevention of many episodes of asthma attacks and other respiratory illness from breathing polluted air. A reduction in the fine particulate emissions that are part of that air pollution can substantially lower the risk of deaths related to heart disease, as well as respiratory problems, and even reduce overall mortality rates. Clean cars and trucks will also advance our efforts to address the climate change crisis that has a profound effect on all New Mexicans. Every day that we allow pollution from vehicle tailpipes to poison our air is another day of trouble breathing and illness for our most vulnerable patients. I applaud the efforts of Governor Lujan Grisham to advance the clean car and clean truck standards this year. and for the sake of the health of all of our communities, I'm asking the board to approve these rules as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tometi. Let's turn to the room. I have Elaine Summerhill. Did you miss Summerhill? John Richardson. Oh, there you are. And who else is in the room that we can swear in? Okay, I see three more folks. So I'm just going to have you come up one at a time, but be sworn in simultaneously. So if you would all raise your right hand, you're going to be sworn.
I don't want much.
You swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes.
And each of you please state and spell your name when you come up to the podium, and I'll start your time. Go ahead, Ms. Summerhill.
Thank you. My name is Elaine Summerhill. Echo Lima Alpha India November Echo. Last name Summerhill, the opposite of Winter Valley. It's a lot shorter to say that than spell it. Anyway, I'm only here representing myself and my family, no one else. And I'm going to take an unpopular stance regarding electrical vehicles. This rule, as proposed, it goes too far and too fast. It does not acknowledge the current real-world demand for electric vehicles, which do have a place in this world. It's just that this rule is too fast at this time for this state. New Mexico is a poor state. The average income for the citizens is $26,600. Perhaps to address the one senator's concern about lagging sales, the reason is that New Mexicans today, with the current state of increased cost for everything, just cannot afford them. We are having a hard time feeding our families, let alone putting out at least $50,000 for a vehicle. We are relying on food banks more and more, with approximately greater than 100,000 people relying on food banks weekly. Senator Munoz made some very valid points for those of us in rural areas. I had a full write-up on the burden that this rule would place disproportionately on the poor, elderly, and others. However, I defer to his comments. Regarding the lower maintenance costs which have been mentioned, the cost and lifespan of an electric vehicle battery varies greatly depending upon the make, model, battery capacity, the weather, and the type of battery. When it comes time to replace one, you should expect to pay anywhere from $4,000 to $20,000. Insurance costs are higher. A Chevy Bolt driver pays an average of $2,000 per year for full coverage. However, a Tesla Model X owner would pay about $4,300 for the same coverage. It varies depending upon the vehicle, make, model, yada, yada, yada. Mr. Valdez recently just said that charging stations, like at national parks and that, would be 48 cents per kilowatt hour. It takes about 7,200 kilowatts to fully charge an EV, and a half charge would be $1,440. Nothing in life is free. Someone pays, and that someone is always the taxpayer. Taxpayers are subsidizing EV owners to the tune of billions, and this disproportionately affects and injures those who are already in trouble: the poor, women, people of color, the elderly. This state does not have to abide by the California standards. How about standards that reflect the needs and situations of New Mexicans? And finally, moral obligations mean nothing when you cannot feed your family or put a roof over your head. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Summerhill. Mr. Richardson.
John Richardson. My last name is spelled R-I-C-H-A-R-D-S-O-N. Members and commissioners, Thank you for the chance to speak in favor of the state's proposed clean car and truck standards. I would like to center my brief remarks on concerns raised in a recent Albuquerque Journal editorial that opposed those standards. Those concerns seem to center on EVs being 1, too expensive, 2, there not being enough charging stations, and 3, people wanting reliable, fuel-efficient vehicles having to go possibly to Arizona or Texas auto dealers. 2 of these 3 concerns focus on conditions here in 2023, whereas the proposed rules on auto manufacturers will not go into effect until the 2027 model year. At this point, many EVs are too expensive for the average New Mexican. However, market forces are already at work. As some people pull back from considering EVs and inventories build up, pressure is put on lowering prices. As people learn more about the advantages of EVs and seek them out, demand will also affect pricing. The editorial also pointed out that these rules are not needed, since EVs are purchased mostly by wealthy people living in Albuquerque and Santa Fe. Think about this. When mobile telephones first came out, they were the size of a brick and cost around $7,500. Only affluent people, like some doctors and lawyers, could afford them. If a class divide had been allowed to prevail, we might still be building telephone booths. Another concern about the lack of charging stations included focus on Espanola reportedly having only 1 site. This issue is being addressed by federal and state governments as well as private businesses. They recognize that EVs are the future, and out-of-state EV drivers as well as New Mexico EV drivers will need service. The availability of charging stations in New Mexico will look a lot different before 2027 arrives. Finally, the concern about people having to go out of state possibly to purchase fossil fuel vehicles overlooks the many exemptions that allow a variety of fossil fuel vehicles to still exist and be sold in the emerging EV market. Also, we cannot assume that Arizona and Texas will not be changing some of their regulations in response to looming problems brought about by climate change and extreme weather events. Please vote to pass these proposed rules. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richardson.
Okay.
State and spell your name.
My name is Carl Braithwaite, B-R-A-I-T-H-W-A-I-T-E. T-T-E. I'm happy to address you members and commissioners. The issue I'd like to really focus on is the issue of the free market versus regulatory policy to bring about these changes. While there are many people who would prefer that we just let the market to take this, we can't do that and have a world with fewer fires, fewer floods, and with sea level rise. We've had many reports from scientific bodies over the last 50 years, actually, to warn us that what is hitting us now was coming. We have to drive the policy on EVs and many other areas to reach societal goals that are going to be extremely important as the years add up and the problems add up. I think there are places for market scientifics to drive us forward. I think that there's plenty of time. The stretch out of this regulation gives a time for the whole community to develop the further answers. An example is that the problems that will face rural New Mexicans really can't be solved if you just say, let's let the market do what it wants to do. We will need to do things that subsidize areas so that it's much like their old rural electrification programs. So I urge you to support these regulations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Braithwaite. Ma'am.
Good afternoon, member and commissioners. My name is Samantha Salazar. Salazar is spelled Sierra Alpha Lima Alpha Zulu Alpha Romeo. So I am the Clean Energy Equity Fellow, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Center for Civic Policy. I'm writing to express my support for the advanced clean cars and rules making of New Mexico. As a member of our community, I believe that embracing cleaner, more sustainable transportation options is not only beneficial for our environment, but also essential for the health and well-being of our residents. The Clean Cars Rule is a significant step towards reducing emissions and improving air quality in our state. By promoting the adoptions of low-emission vehicles, we can actively contribute to mitigating the impacts of climate change and safeguarding the health of our communities. Recent studies find that the clean car standards would provide New Mexico up to $44 billion in economic benefits, including public health. Furthermore, embracing cleaner transportation aligns with the global shift towards a more sustainable future. As we work towards reducing our carbon footprint, initiatives like this one will play a crucial role in ensuring that our state remains at the forefront of responsible environmental stewardship. I commend the efforts of all those involved in formulating and supporting the Clean Cars Rule in New Mexico. This initiative is not only sets a positive example for other regions, but positions our state as a leader in climate rulemaking. At the end of the day, these rules will affect the future, and the future is youth. The youth want a clean environment. I urge you to continue championing policies that prioritize clean and sustainable transportation options, and I believe that the Clean Cars Rule is a key component of this vision to create a cleaner, healthier, and more sustainable future for New Mexico. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salazar. Ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Kao. Last name is spelled K-A-O. Thank you. Good afternoon, board and members. I want to first thank the two boards present today for hearing this rulemaking, and as well, I want to thank the Lujan Grisham administration for prioritizing this rulemaking by the end of this year. Like I said, my name is Samantha Kao, and I am the Climate Energy Director with Conservation Voters New Mexico, CVNM for short. We stand in strong support of the New Mexico adopting the Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Trucks standards, because we know it is one of the most effective climate policies we can implement to significantly reduce greenhouse gas emissions. My role with CVNM is to develop, lobby, and implement policies that will secure New Mexico as a leader in climate policy, clean energy, and just transition. We are in the midst of a climate emergency, and sadly, many New Mexicans are already suffering the consequences of climate inaction and indifference. More importantly, it is the frontline, low-income communities of color who suffer the most extreme consequences of climate change. And it is our duty to ensure that we are pushing policy that not only reduces greenhouse gas emissions, but also looks after the most vulnerable populations in our state. These clean car standards and clean truck standards will do exactly that. Transportation emissions are the second highest source of pollution in our state, and these emissions disproportionately impact low-income communities that live alongside heavily trafficked roads. Additionally, in 2019, our governor signed an executive order on climate directing our state to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 50% of 2005 levels by 2030 and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Without these clean car standards, New Mexico will fail to meet those targets. Moreover, that same executive order directs this state and these two bodies today to adopt these standards to address tailpipe emissions. For these reasons and many others, I urge this board to approve these clean car standards, and I thank you for the chance to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Kao. All right, let's go back potentially to the platform. Rebecca Puck-Stair? I'm not sure of the handwriting.
My name is Rebecca Puxer, and I'm the Director of the Energy Conservation and Management Division, otherwise known as the State Energy Office. My last name is spelled like staircase, S-T-A-I-R.
Okay, your audio is uneven, so I'll ask you to keep it slow. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Oh, Rebecca Puck, P-U-C-K, stair, like the staircase. All right, go ahead, Ms. Stair.
I am working with the Energy Conservation and Management Division, and we support this rule.
Oh, okay, hold on, Ms. Stair. We're having trouble hearing you. Pam, do you see that maybe other people are unmuted and seem to be interfering with the transmission? Okay. Okay, I'm very sorry, Ms. Stair. We want to capture your words for the transcript. Please start again.
Sure. And I apologize, it might be poor audio on my end. I'll go slow and it's short. MNERD supports this proposed rule. In short, it's something we have to do to avoid the worst impacts of climate change here and ensure that all New Mexicans can have a safe and healthy future in this state. This rule will support zero-emission vehicles, which, as you know, fight climate change, and they improve local air quality. Unlike gasoline and diesel fuels, electric cars and hydrogen truck fueling stations will not pollute our precious groundwater throughout the state. In addition, this rule aligns with and will be supported by broader efforts towards electrifying the state in a fair way. For example, our upcoming grants to the tune of $160 million to help New Mexicans create more efficient and comfortable and electric homes, and the Solar for All grant helping low-income communities install solar. My office, ECMD, we support the rule and we plan to continue the public outreach and education on alternative fuels, including we're taking on the responsibilities of the Land of Enchantment Clean Cities Initiative in the near future. We help with the state adoption of EV fleet vehicles. We help with public outreach about EV technology. We are and we will be helping with the promotion of renewable diesel and compressed natural gas in heavy duty vehicles. And as you heard earlier by my colleague, Jerry Valdez from NMDOT, we are helping the state plan ahead for smart EV charging infrastructure in all parts of the state, including rural parts. And as you heard elsewise, we're also helping and coordinating with other entities to apply for all sorts of federal funding for current and future EV chargers and their associated infrastructure. We also support this rule because it supports the goals of the Energy Transition Act and all of the progress that New Mexico is making in providing cleaner electricity to the New Mexico grid and the consumers. And this rule, as my last point, supports much needed grid modernization and resiliency, which we will need in a more uncertain future that's to come. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stair. Did I hear you say at the beginning that you are the director of the Energy Conservation Management Division at EMNRD?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much. Board questions? No? Okay, thank you. Let me do one final call for folks in the room who are here to offer public comment. Oh, sir, I see your hand. Anyone else at all? No? Two gentlemen, is that it? All right, if you would both come up. I'm going to swear you in simultaneously.
I swear affirm that testimony shall give in this call to be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
All right, one at a time, state and spell your name, please, and then we'll begin your comment.
My name is Billy Scribner. Last name is spelled S-C-R-I-B-N-E-R. Hello, panel, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Billy Scribner, and I am the Fixed Operations Director for the... Okay. I apologize. My name is Billy Scribner. I'm the Fixed Operations Director for the Garcia Automotive Group. I would like to thank everyone that spoke before me for doing their part in a very important issue. I would like to stress my opposition to the proposed mandate and give my support to the EV effort. I have been in the automotive industry for 33 years, and I have been entrusted to maintain hundreds of thousands of vehicles, including hybrid, ICE, and full electric. During these years, we have met many hurdles and roadblocks regarding the advancement of automotive technology, from recalls, advanced safety features, fuel mileage, and longevity. If this is the case in my 33-year career, how can we mandate such extremities that have not been tried in depth? I support the ongoing testing and development of any zero-emissions vehicle. I oppose any of the forces, any that forces anyone to purchase a certain product that has not been tried to the extent of the previous version. Please understand that myself and the company I work for are fully committed to the advancement in automotive technology. We have invested millions of dollars in equipment, training, and for such advancements, but also understand that most of my career required the ability to forecast future events and purchases. My forecast on the current situation is that we have many variables, and with this comes the unknown. I urge you not to impose any mandate on anything that with this many variables. I apologize. I commit to continuing to make sure all vehicles I service and repair to be done in the best of my ability to help save any negative impact on our environment, as I have done for my entire career. Let me end with one note. The state of New Mexico seems to be on the right track to reduce carbon footprints and environmental hazards, but the state and the current EV movement is not even close to being ready for any sort of mandate requiring this. I live in a rural farmland just south of here, and everything I do requires heavy equipment and pickup trucks to maintain the way of life which I have chosen to live. There is not one EV vehicle close to the payload and overall abilities to accomplish 1% of my daily tasks. We see nothing in the immediate future that indicates this kind of workhorse is achievable. So again, I urge you to make any opposition to the proposed mandate seriously and continue efforts to reduce our carbon footprint. Thank you for your time today, but New Mexico is not ready, whether infrastructure or grid issues. I worry that the amount of money dumped into this hurry-up atmosphere will be wasted.
Thank you, Mr. Scribner.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, wait, hold on. We have a question from Member Lewis.
I just wondered if you could expand a little bit on the kind of equipment that you need that wouldn't be available. That would be helpful for the board.
So to start with is any kind of pickup truck. So there's only so many pickup trucks available through this EV program that are even close to being ready for the public, and none of them can handle the payload and the hauling ability to haul our firewood, our hay, and any farming equipment that we have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything else from a board member? No? All right, thank you, Mr. Scribner. Sir, are you Mr. Gallegos?
Madam Hearing Officer, this is Katie, Member Richards. I was wondering if I could potentially ask a question of the person who just gave comment.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Scribner, if you would come back to the podium. Member Richards has a question.
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Scribner. I just want to, there have been several folks from Garcia that have opposed this rule, and I want to make sure I'm understanding the reasoning. So you mentioned there are some downsides, and I just it seems like if there is a demand for electric vehicles, that Garcia would be in a good position to be able to sell those vehicles. And for those individuals that are needing combustible engine vehicles, you also are in a good position to do that as well. So it helped me understand from a perspective of an auto dealer what the downside is. Of course, we're all interested in cleaner air. I heard you just make that comment. I imagine if in the next few years that more trucks will be zero emission vehicles or hybrids. So help me understand what the downside is.
So I think I want to make it clear that we do support the EV movement. The opposition is to have it mandated in a manner that it is and such a short timeline. So the mandate requires it to happen within a few years and even more strict within a few years after that. But I do not believe, just in my career, that we will be ready for any of those within the next 3 to 10 years. There's too many hurdles to get past, and from talking to the manufacturers, none of them are ready for this kind of growth or to be able to make anything that fits everyone's lifestyle in the state of New Mexico, especially as rural as we are.
So just a follow-up question, do the manufacturers feel like they won't be able to meet the demand that may exist if this were to be implemented? It seems like manufacturers are already headed in this direction, and in 10 years, that transition will probably have happened. So again, I just would love to hear some specifics about the downside.
So from everyone I've talked to at the manufacturer's outlook, I think everyone's gung-ho on it to try to get it done, but they're very leery of the fact that it can be done in a timely manner.
Great, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Member Richard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scribner. Mr. Gallegos, if you would rejoin us. And I'll give your name for the record.
My name's Eloy, E-L-O-Y. Last name Gallegos, Gallegos. And I've been a mechanic for Subaru for 20 plus years. I've been in the industry for about 24. EV vehicles, I have the training from Subaru, which is not very much, but it's pretty cool, right? So I like how it is and where they're going with it, but we don't have the infrastructure to really keep these cars on the road, right? To me, it seems that gas-powered cars, obviously we have gas stations and mechanics and stuff like that. Excuse me, sorry, kind of nervous. It seems that the mandate is happening too fast, or they're mandating it too fast. They need to just slow down a little, in my opinion. There's a lot of loopholes and different things they need to work through to see how this is working. But thank you for your time. That's all I had.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gallegos. Oh, wait, hold on. Member Lewis has a question.
Yes.
Nervous. We're really just trying to figure out what's going on here.
Yeah.
So we've heard a lot about people who are in the repair side of the industry, and I appreciate it's a really different technology.
It is. Yes, it is.
So I guess what would be really helpful for me is to get your perspective on what you would need to feel comfortable with that transition to move from working on gasoline engines to maintaining electric vehicles. If you see that path, if it's training, if it's something you don't want to do, what other kinds of alternatives?
I do it now. But there's not much in terms of maintenance on the vehicle. I mean, what is there? Tires? You got brakes. They are regenerative braking cars, right? So brakes will last 100,000 miles on these vehicles. So that it seems to take away you're basically taking money away from the technicians, which we need to survive, right? Especially with this mandate where, 80% of the cars by 2030 or something like that It just doesn't seem like right yet.
So do you see any path to a shift in using the skills that you have? And
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
looking like, we're talking about, we'll just do it over a longer time, but I'm not sure what that goal is.
Well, so right now, you guys, the EV cars are still pretty new for the most part, right? I mean, the batteries in these vehicles cost almost as much as the car does. So, with that being said, who's gonna pay for a battery in a car, right? You're gonna throw away the car. What do you do with the car after that? We haven't asked those questions yet, it seems like to me.
What about for your personal profession, though? I mean, I appreciate that if it moves to cars that don't need maintained, people who have built a life around maintaining
Right.
them, that's a gap. And so where do you see that going that might be workable for you as a professional?
Well, as technology, keeps going, it gets easier to work on these vehicles. It gets cheaper to work on them. People can afford to really maintain them, like I said, with the batteries, which is one of the most important things in the car, right? That's what makes the car go. So by having that ability to pay for that stuff, you can keep these cars on the road longer, which gives me a job for longer, if that makes sense.
So do you think if there were some state or federal programs that were focused on retraining, is that something that would be useful for you or appealing?
Well,
for
of course,
you? Why
yes.
not?
Yeah, any training that we could put in our arsenal is good for us, so, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just, we hear that, all day, and then we're not quite sure where that would go, so this is very helpful. I
Yes.
appreciate you.
Okay, thank you.
talking.
Right. Thank you. Chair, Vice Chair Trujillo?
Hi.
First of all, thank you for coming to speak with us. I know it's kind of an intimidating forum sometimes.
Yeah, definitely.
But we want to hear what you have to say.
Sure.
And what anybody who comes from the public to speak, we want to hear what you have to say. So thank you for taking that time. I actually have just a pretty simple question. We've had a number of people in your profession come and give public comment. And I'm just curious if you can estimate kind of the lag time between when new technology is being rolled out and when somebody in your position is able to be trained on it and like start implementing it. Like, do you have an idea what like that lag time is?
Well, it's like a couple of years maybe? So they put the car out and then they drive it for a while, especially a car that doesn't have any maintenance. They obviously don't drive them that much because, it's kind of expensive to keep them going, to me, with electricity. But yeah, so by the time the car comes out, they send us to training, and then us seeing the vehicle, it's about a year or two. And then by that time, it's just, by the time you got, the car, then the training, and then by the time you see the vehicle, it's kind of, everything's changed by that time already for the newer cars. I'm sorry?
Everything changing?
After everything changed, what it was yeah, so it's the car. When they bring it out to you, then you buy the car. We go to training, and then by the time the car comes to the dealership for tires or anything like that, it's, a couple of years, usually. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and so does it take about a couple of years for you to get the training and
No, it probably takes, by the time the training comes out and then they have the actual training facility and all the stuff ready for that, it's about a year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And when you get, because I'm sure that there's, I keep hearing that these cars don't have a lot of maintenance, but I'm sure you get some in for maintenance. Do you ever have to send them out, or are you able to respond fairly quickly to the needs of the customers?
Yeah. I've only worked on a few of them so far because they're still pretty new for Subaru, but the few things that we have worked on, I was able to fix them. So.
Well, thank you. That was it.
Cool. Thank you.
I will take just a few more folks on the platform who have shown up now for a couple of our public comment sessions and not been called. We'll see if they're still here. Ann McCartney? Ann McCartney, are you still on the platform? Ward McCartney? Haley Hathaway? Or Nicole Walter Moore? Nicole Walter or Walter Moore?
She's there.
Okay.
I think she's trying to figure out how to unmute.
Okay.
Still muted.
Okay. We will, for everyone's information, have another long public comment session tomorrow night. It'll begin at either 5:30 or 6. I'm going to have to finalize that time here in a little bit after our next break. That'll be tomorrow night. Otherwise, for the rest of today, it'll be the technical case. And through tomorrow until we get to that evening public comment session, we'll be pressing our way through the technical case. Nicole Walter, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hi, are you able to hear me? Hello, good
Oh,
afternoon.
yes, now I can.
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth? You went mute again. We cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do. I apologize for my technical difficulties on a new platform.
All right. Would you please spell your first and last name?
Yes, it's Nicole, Nicole Waltermeyer, Waltermire.
All right. Please start your statement.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members and commissioners. Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment in support of these rules. I'm joining you from Las Cruces, where I've lived for over 15 years. As a parent, educator, and EV driver, I urge you to approve these rules as soon as possible. My family transitioned to driving an EV in 2020. We couldn't be happier. We did transition because it was the right thing for us to do for climate and public health. Our son, he's a breathing specialist, but it also just really makes sense for us financially. We're not a wealthy family. We purchased our EV for under $20,000, but we did have to go out of state. And now we don't have to watch prices at the gas pump anymore. We just plug in at night. We have a discounted rate for electric rate from our utility, El Paso Electric, and we have all the charge we need the next day for our daily driving. We've heard a lot about vehicle maintenance. We do spend less in vehicle maintenance with our electric vehicle. But then when we do go to the dealer, very, very rarely, they want our car. They want us to trade it in because they realize that they could sell it, the same day and make a profit because the demand is here. And for New Mexico families like mine, making this transition makes sense for all these different reasons, but the inventory is not, and that's something that these rules would really address. I saw that firsthand as a volunteer in January of this year for our Power Up New Mexico electrification. event. I talked with many consumers from southern New Mexico who are ready to make this transition and want to do this for New Mexico, for our families, for our clean air, for our environment, for their children. But they can't find cars to test drive. They can't find cars to buy. They want to learn more about these. And so these rules would really make these vehicles more accessible to families like mine. And we know that these vehicles are the future. I think the question just is, are we going to be leaders or are we going to get left behind? Thank you so much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you very much, Ms. Weltermeyer. All right. We have been going quite some time now with public comment and need to return to the technical case. Again, there will be a long public comment session tomorrow night. Please sign up with Pam, and we're going to go back to the technical case. Mr. Bach.
Madam Hearing Officer, I just had a couple housekeeping matters, if we could. First of all, we have Dr. Charlton, who's an emergency room physician, who's only going to be able to testify today. So we would, with everyone's cooperation, appreciate if we could fit him in. And the second is we would request that maybe we consider starting at 8 tomorrow, given that we still have a lot of witnesses who have not been able to speak yet. I think the dealers have 4 panels. We have, the climate advocates have 4, well, five witnesses, 1 panel and 2 that are speaking individually. So we would request that we consider that, or taking a shorter lunch break, or something like that, because we are anxious to hear everyone's voice. So thank you.
Thank you for your request, Mr. Bach. I won't make that decision right now. I'm going to let the board members think about whether they can come at 8 in the morning, and that folks can plan to pack their lunch, for example, tomorrow, or not have to go out to the restaurants. Those are both good ideas, and we'll talk again after the break. What I'd like to do is to finish the panel we had before lunch. Oh, Mr. Domenici. And then go to Dr. Charleston.
So,
all right, Mr. Domenici.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have one witness who won't be available. We have one witness who won't be available after 10:30 tomorrow. She'd be gone for the rest of the week. So we'll request some kind of scheduling accommodation for her. Certainly doesn't need to interrupt this panel, but at some point. And then as far as 8 o'clock tomorrow, we don't object to that. I understand that's really the board's call, but that's fine with us.
All right, and one possibility then would even be to take your witness with a time constraint first thing, since we will have already interrupted whatever was happening then. But let's talk about that. Sorry, I'm losing my microphone. $7. 7. That's going to be a pain in the ass. Moving. Right. Okay. Do you guys need a break like right now? No? Okay, good. All right. Okay, good. Mr. Lee, Mr. Copal, and Ms. Miano. Ms. Scott is at the podium. Let's see if we can finish Mr. Copal's presentation, and then we will take a short break.
Sounds good. Okay, good afternoon. We're just going to pick up right where we left off.
Thank you.
And do you have a time left remaining?
He had only gone 12 minutes, I believe, before we broke.
Okay. Okay, can you describe the EV transition across the United States?
Yes. Transition is well underway. Section 177 states and California combined account for 40% of light-duty vehicles in the United States and 25% of heavy-duty vehicles in the United States, which provides a tremendous foundation of market clout for this transition.
Manufacturers have responded in kind with very aggressive commitments. GM is spending more than half of its product development budget on EVs with a commitment of 100% electrification by 2035. And we can see on the slide several other manufacturers. This is not a complete list, but several other many manufacturers, including Ford, 50% by 2030, Chrysler.
I think it's the feed, because it's here. So can we
Up there it
ask-
is.
Okay.
Thank you. We got it.
As you'll see on the slide, Chrysler, Honda, Toyota, Volvo, VW, and others. Something I want to highlight here, though, is that, first of all, based on my over 30 years working with the EPA and federal government, I've gone from seeing the industry being, sort of in a foot-dragging mode to realizing that collaboration is really important, both from the agency side and from the manufacturer side, to come up with kind of the best rules that strike the right balance, to now manufacturers promising over-compliance with regulation. And I think that signals, it's a very important signal, because what that tells me is that the manufacturers are not just responding to mandate, but they see this as a business case. They see the business case of electric vehicles. The heavy-duty truck market has also followed suit. The U.S. signed a memorandum of understanding at the COP27 conference with a commitment of 30% EV heavy trucks by 2030 and 100% by 2040. And so the heavy-duty truck engine and manufacturer industry has also followed suit with aggressive commitments. Navistar, Scania, Volvo, 50% electrification by 2030. Daimler, 100% electrification by 2039.
And based on the New Mexico specific data you utilized in your analysis, can you provide more details on trucks and also progress with charging infrastructure?
Yes. So there's been a contention or suggestion that EV range limitations won't support New Mexicans' driving habits and will hamper EV uptake in the state. But recent data suggests otherwise. The U.S. Census Bureau recently released results from a survey of truck owners nationwide in each state, known as the Vehicle Inventory and Use Survey, or VIUS. One of the questions on VIUS is, what is the primary range of operation for your truck? And based on the reported results in New Mexico, VIUS estimates, as shown here on the chart, for light-duty trucks, which include SUVs, pickup trucks, which outnumber passenger cars in New Mexico and, of course, are used for personal transportation very heavily. 78% of light-duty trucks have a range within 50 miles, according to the VIUS survey. 65% of medium-duty trucks, such as step vans or box trucks, have a range within 50 miles. And 51% of Class 8 heavy trucks, such as semi-trucks, have a range within 50 miles. If we expand that to 100 miles, VIUS, as shown here, VIUS shows that VIUS estimates 90% of New Mexico trucks will have a primary range of operation within 100 miles. 91% will have a primary range, or 91% of medium-duty trucks have a primary range within 100 miles, and 72% of heavy-duty trucks have a range within 100 miles. For context, I'm showing on the chart on the right example battery electric vehicle truck ranges currently on the market or on their way to the market. The F-150 Lightning has a battery range up to 320 miles. The Chevy Silverado have battery ranges up to 450 miles. The Freightliner medium-duty truck has a battery range of up to 250 miles. And the Volvo VNR Class 8 truck with a projected range up to 250 miles. So the primary range of operation reported by VIUS by the majority of New Mexico truck owners are well within these range examples. And they also are consistent with the annual miles reported in the VIUS 2023 survey, which shows that light-duty trucks, 94% of light trucks have a range or operate 55 miles or less per day on average. I don't feel like I need to cover a lot on infrastructure because we've heard plenty from the Mr. Valdez and Mr. Lee have also spoken very eloquently to this, but I think the picture is clear that the infrastructure is rapidly expanding. Maybe the one thing I'll point out is that this is the one change from my direct testimony, is that the number, from doing my direct testimony to when I did these slides, and maybe it's increased further since then, but the number of stations grew to 291 stations and the 705 total chargers, showing that these numbers are increasing literally week by week. We've already heard about the NMDOT money and grant and plans to build out the highway infrastructure. We've heard about the rebates offered by PNM and Xcel Energy and lower rates, and the additional funding sources such as VW settlement funding, carbon reduction program, and then in addition to local government and private investment in charging. So I'm not going to focus on this more.
Can you describe the environmental benefits of the rules, including the benefits to society?
Yes, now I'm going to get into the analysis that ERG performed and is documented in the report NMED Exhibit 47. I'm going to start with greenhouse gas reductions in the state and proposed climate benefit, or the financial climate benefit as a result of those greenhouse gas reductions. One thing I want to point out is that our analysis of emissions in the state, our analysis of economics in the state, are based on New Mexico specific data. Our emission inventory is based on the number of cars and trucks in New Mexico, how far trucks drive in New Mexico, the age distribution of trucks in New Mexico. And so what this shows, based on our modeling, which is detailed in our report, we estimate a reduction, and this is showing reductions in million metric tons per year in well-to-wheel CO2 equivalent. Well-to-wheel means it accounts for the emissions associated and the emissions differential associated with getting gasoline to the vehicle versus getting electricity to the vehicle. And our report shows a reduction, a benefit in that sector, the upstream sector as well. But when we look at the combined rules, and the thing I want to point out is that when we did our analysis for ACC2, we assumed that the electrification rate past model year 2032 would remain stable. We call this the market scenario because we believe that this is the most plausible scenario for electrification once the automakers, charging infrastructure, and other states, the momentum gathered from these has created the market that will then continue in the future. So when we look at the benefits from the ACC2 rule in blue, the market scenario, and then we add to that the ACT rule, the truck rule, we see that by 2050, total reductions are estimated, and these are annual reductions, 11.6 million metric tons per year. One thing I want to mention is that the New Mexico Interagency Climate Change Task Force set forth an overall target of net zero emissions in New Mexico by 2050, and part of that reduction that was projected was a needed 11.7 million metric tons from the transportation sector. So what we're showing is that these rules deliver nearly all of that needed reduction from the climate change task force that was specified for electric vehicles. Our emissions modeling is based on peer-reviewed models, EPA's MOVES model and DOE's GREET model. And also, the EPA provides a means of converting these to a tangible financial benefit to society with a metric known as the social cost of carbon. This attaches a price tag to potential damages to society and the environment and public well-being that are avoided per ton of GHGs reduced. When we use the EPA peer-reviewed methodology for social cost of carbon, EPA peer-reviewed methodology for social cost of carbon, we estimate in 2050 annually climate damages avoided of $1.1 to $3.5 billion. Now, I'll be clear, this is not specific in New Mexico, but what this does is it provides some context and financial overall picture of the benefits to the climate issue and problem that will be achieved with the reductions by New Mexico with these proposed rules.
And based from your analysis, what health benefits are projected from the proposed rules?
So we've heard some about New Mexico's air quality issues from Dr. Rosso and others yesterday. And What I want to make clear is that New Mexico's air pollution does pose a health risk. We've also heard this from many of the public commenters. On the left, I'm showing a graphic from the American Lung Association highlighting the health impacts and problems of ozone and particulate matter. NOx, this rule will reduce NOx, particulate matter, VOC, air toxics, pollutants which New Mexicans are exposed to year in and year out. NOx and VOC, as we learned yesterday, primarily contribute to ozone, which lead to a variety of health problems, including lung damage and COPD, lung damage, cases of asthma, COPD, cardiovascular disease, and even premature death. So with the health effects and risks of ozone and particulate matter well established, the American Lung Association puts out a report card which shows that in New Mexico, 4 counties get an F grade based on exceedance of the ozone NAAQS standard, and 2 counties get a D grade. For example, Bernalillo County, between 2019 and 2021, had 23 days exceeding the ozone standard to levels considered unhealthy for sensitive groups such as children, people with heart and lung disease, and the elderly. The ALA reports, shown in the chart below, is a count from the American Lung Association on some of the population at risk in New Mexico from asthma, COPD, lung cancer, and cardiovascular disease. The ALA reports nearly 10% of Bernalillo County residents have asthma, including nearly 9,000 children, as we heard in some of the testimony. Statewide, the ALA reports roughly 200,000 asthma cases, including 30,000 children, 90,000 COPD cases, and 119,000 with cardiovascular disease in the state.
What did your assessment using New Mexico-specific data show about on-road emissions as those relate to NOx and negative effects on health?
So we've heard quite a bit about transportation being the second largest sector for greenhouse gases. What I want to point out is that based on EPA's very detailed national emission inventory, which takes county level data based on New Mexico vehicle registration data, based on New Mexico travel patterns, and based on peer-reviewed emission estimates. And from that, shows that NOx is the highest, or motor vehicles are the highest contributor of NOx, both statewide and in Bernalillo County, as shown on my slide. The import of this is that a 2017 analysis of Albuquerque ozone levels, or ozone episodes in 2017, concluded that the area's ozone is NOx limited, meaning that NOx drives ozone levels, and that NOx reduction is the most effective at reducing ozone. NOx, motor vehicles, or highway vehicles in the EPA parlance, which includes everything on the road, contribute 30% of NOx statewide. Bernalillo County, over half of the NOx comes from vehicles, 55% according to EPA. The implication here is that NOx reductions from highway vehicles, as delivered by these rules, are the most effective way to reduce ozone and ozone-related health problems, the most effective way to reduce ozone and ozone-related health problems in New Mexico and Bernalillo County. This is focused on, the ozone is focused on area-wide ozone, but near-road exposure to pollution, to direct traffic pollution such as PM2.5, NO2, and air toxics increases health risk further. Hundreds of studies have been put out linking health effects, verified the direct linkage between traffic pollution and health effects such as asthma attacks, impaired lung function, cardiovascular disease, and premature death, especially for exposure for those who live, go to school, or work near a major roadway, or even walk on a roadway or exercise near a roadway, many of us, in other words, for exposure within 300 to 500 meters of a roadway. New Mexicans living in urban areas or near major freeways are at increased risk for serious health problems and even premature death from car and truck pollution, and can be helped the most by these proposed rules. What I'm showing now is the reduction in NOx and PM2.5 that we project from these rules. On the left-hand side, we see annual statewide NOx reductions. And by the way, we did this analysis for both statewide and Bernalillo County. I'm just presenting statewide now. Bernalillo County results are in our report, and I'll talk about how I did that in a moment. But the statewide NOx reductions are shown in the left-hand slide. And again, showing the ACC2, assuming the market scenario, and then the ACT plus omnibus rule, because the omnibus rule is really focused on NOx reduction. And we can see with the orange bar that the trucks deliver most of the NOx reduction from the overall program. By 2050, we estimate that the proposed rules would reduce overall statewide NOx for motor vehicles 43%. PM 2.5 is shown in the right-hand chart. In blue, we see the ACC2. In orange, we see the ACT rule. Here we see the most PM reduction coming from the ACC2 rule. By 2050, delivering 24% reduction in motor vehicle PM 2.5 statewide. For Bernalillo County, the estimates are based on the allocation of vehicle miles traveled, or VMT, in Bernalillo County relative to the rest of the state, about 1/4. We then looked at, based on EPA peer-reviewed health effects model, the COBRA model, what does this mean in terms of the reduction in adverse health effects, illnesses, premature mortality, emergency room visits, and lost workdays? What does this mean in terms of financial benefit? Because we know when we reduce burden on the health system, we save money as a society. And we see, in the right-hand side, we see the actual monetized benefits that we estimate for both Bernalillo County and New Mexico statewide, by 2050 growing to statewide $27.3 to $61.9 million in health benefits. Bernalillo County alone, $19.2 to $43.4 million just in the county.
Can you explain some of the results from your analysis relating to economic benefits of the proposed rules?
Yes. In short, our analysis finds that the proposed rules will also benefit the pocketbooks of New Mexico, which I think is validated by many of the public comment we heard from EV owners. We looked at this in two ways. One is looking at the total cost of ownership for individuals, statewide, as well as statewide. For individuals, we looked at the added expense with the initial purchase of the vehicle, so we did account for that, and the added electricity costs, and then looked at the benefits from reduced fuel savings or reduced fuel cost and maintenance. When we look at an individual case, assuming home charging, we see that, and we look at payback. So with the initial investment in the EV, how long does it take to pay back, for that to pay back to the consumer so they can start saving money? For a 2027 vehicle, we estimate the payback to be under 5 years, and for a truck to be 3.5 years, with the savings for the car of over $7,000 over the life of the vehicle, and close to $11,000 for the truck over the life of the vehicle. And this does not include any tax breaks. This does not include the IRA tax break, or any of the potential state tax breaks, or any of the P&M breaks, or anything else we've heard about. This is just based on the strict expenses of the vehicle. When we look at 2030, because battery technology has been increasing, or battery technology has been improving, we've seen a 10-fold reduction in the cost of lithium-ion batteries since 2010. 10-fold reduction, make sure I say that right, 10-fold reduction in the cost of lithium-ion batteries since 2010, and we expect a 50% reduction further in 2030. When we account for that, we see a payback of just over 1 year for a 2030 model year car and a savings of over $13,000. When we project this statewide, as shown in the chart on right, we see an overall reduction of reaching $289 million per year by 2050. We also looked at this for the ACT rule in terms of fleet owners. And here we did account for the IRA tax credits up to $40,000 per truck. We looked at 2 case studies, a 20-truck medium-duty fleet, and a 10-truck heavy-duty fleet. And we see that when we account for the initial build-out of maintenance bay upgrades, the initial build-out of charging infrastructure, and the initial cost of the truck, offset with the savings over time of fuel and maintenance, we see a savings of about $30,000 lifetime for the medium-duty fleet in our case study, and a larger savings of over $1 million for the heavy-duty fleet because of the longer mileage intervals. These results are consistent with other studies of heavy truck payback. For example, the Rocky Mountain Institute concluded that the IRA tax credits will accelerate the payback period of electric trucks by 5 years.
Slow down just a little bit.
Okay. Finally, we looked at the macroeconomics in New Mexico looking at the impacts on employment, disposable income, GDP, and output. For this, we used a peer-reviewed economic model. I'm sorry. Okay. We looked at employment, disposable income, gross domestic product, and output. Using a peer-reviewed economic model, we looked at the effects, all the individual ownership and costs and savings from the rule. And we see that in this chart. This is on a percent. We looked at a relative change. We see employment and disposable income due to the savings from EVs increases over time. GDP and output show a decrease. They all increase initially with initial purchase of EVs and investment in the charging infrastructure. Over time, as money is saved, we see GDP and output decrease, although less than 1%. But this assumes that when people save their money, they hang on to it and don't put it back in the economy. The more likely scenario is that people take their savings and put it elsewhere in the economy, and this would have an overall positive effect on the macroeconomics and the economic picture in New Mexico.
And can you wrap up your statement in a few minutes, please?
Yes. I will do that now. I would like to summarize my testimony with a few key points. The proposed rules for New Mexico put New Mexico on a stable path towards electrification, allowing you to pursue this transition on your terms and not waiting for the political push-pull of federal rules to play out. Manufacture EV momentum, charging infrastructure expansion, and New Mexico's driving patterns support EV targets. Proposed rules will have significant reductions in motor vehicle greenhouse gases, 64%, NOx, 43%, PM 2.5, 24% by 2050. These reductions will lead to substantial health benefits statewide and in Bernalillo County. And these proposed rules will provide net cost savings for New Mexico drivers and fleet owners. Thank you very much for your time and attention today.
Thank you, Mr. Kopal.
Can I have one more minute on the end of that? Just from the logistics, I have a few more questions.
Sure, and then we're going to take a break.
And then, yes. I know those are important. Mr. Kopel, yesterday, Mr. Domenici identified a part of the proposed rule that does not allow a buyer for a car in another state to register a car in New Mexico unless it is California certified. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Will federal and California emission standards for ICEs be similar in model year 2027 and later?
Yes, the final Tier 3 NMHC plus NOx tailpipe standard. Yes, the final federal Tier 3 NMHC plus NOx tailpipe standard for model year 2025 is 30 milligrams per mile, which is identical to California's LEV standard under the ACC2.
And in your experience, what does this mean for manufacturers in terms of emissions certification?
My experience working as a certification coordinator for Nissan and working for many years in compliance and certification with EPA, manufacturers do not want to build and certify two separate vehicles. They do not want 49 state vehicle and a California vehicle. They would rather do 50 state certification. And if the standards allow it, they will build one vehicle and certify one vehicle.
Last question. In this case, would there be any difference between a federal and California vehicle?
No.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Scott, Mr. Kopal. Panelists, we're going to take a 15-minute break to 3:05. When we come back, we'll pick up your questioning. Okay. We are back after a short break. Excuse me. Before we turn to the questioning of the panel, just a few things. One, there is a memorial service event in the large conference room where we had lunch and where coffee was. That starts at, I believe, 5 o'clock. So if you would please keep your voices down when you step into the hallway while they remember lawyers who have passed in the last year. That's one. Two, I would like to address the public comment session for tomorrow. will begin at, our only public comment session tomorrow will begin at 6 p.m. We'll go till 7, which is when we then have to vacate this space. In the event we are still in hearing on Thursday, we'll announce another public comment session, but I don't know when that will be yet. As to, let's see, the 2 items, lunch break tomorrow will take just 30 minutes. So please, if you're bring your lunch in a cooler or something so that you don't find yourself having to go out to a restaurant tomorrow. We'll be able to keep the lunch break short. And the question of starting at 8, see, I didn't hear an objection from Mr. Domenici. Mr. Knight or Ms. Sona?
Madam Hearing Officer, no objection from NMED to that start time.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ms. Sona. Also noted no objection. I did get an email from Mr. Maxwell noting that he did object. However, the basis of his objection is that he believes the boards are governed by the Open Meetings Act in that decision, which is not true. These are not the meetings of the 2 boards controlled by the Open Meetings Act. It's a hearing with the 2 boards, and so long as we notify the parties, put a notice on our webpage, Pam, please do that, and put a paper sign on the door, we can actually flex our hearing time that way, because of course we would like to make the record this week. I think that's it. Anything else before we go to the questioning of the panel?
Madam Hearing Officer, one additional item. We would like an instruction from the hearing officer to the audience to hold down any extraneous conversations. We note that our witnesses have had to repeat themselves for the benefit of the court reporter and the interpreter, and I think a lot of that, or at least some of that, is due to the noise from the audience, and I don't exclude myself from that instruction, and we'll follow it if it is given.
All right, thank you so much. Yes, I think it is a good idea to take conversations out of the room. Yes, Member Lewis.
Yeah, I just wanted to disclose that I did have a brief conversation with the team from Garcia in the hallway when I was out there, but none of the merits of the case or my intent to vote in any particular way were part of that.
All right, thank you, Member Lewis. Any other matters before we turn to the questioning of the panel? Nope. All right, thank you very much. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of this panel?
Yes. Ms. Miano, I'd like to ask you some questions about your technical statement from page 2. In that statement, did you state that it, quote, is also critical to remember that the citizens of New Mexico re-elected the governor based on her first term accomplishments and vision for her second term, end quote.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
I certainly will. In your testimony, did you state the following? It is also critical to remember that the citizens of New Mexico re-elected the governor based on her first term accomplishments and vision for her second term, and that we have the opportunity to assist in fulfilling that vision today.
Yes.
Can you provide any specific polling data or research that directly links Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham's reelection to public support for these stringent environmental policies?
My statement says that New Mexico reelected the governor based on her first term accomplishments and vision for her second term.
Thank you. In your testimony, you stated that the reelection of the governor is a critical reminder of public support for these environmental initiatives. Could you clarify if there were direct questions in election polls or surveys about the public support for the new motor vehicle emission standards being proposed today?
The governor had not proposed them at that time.
Thank you. Regarding the public support for the governor's environmental policies, which you reminded us was a factor in her reelection, do you have any evidence that separates the support for her environmental policies from any other factors that might have contributed to her reelection?
That statement was based on the first term accomplishments and vision for her second term.
Thank you. You attributed the governor's reelection to her environmental policies, including the proposed rule. Was this statement based on specific elements of voter feedback or public opinion surveys that demonstrate this connection explicitly?
Objection asked and answered, and
Yes, Mr. Maxwell, I think you have already asked that question and she's already answered it.
You would agree there's no public hearings or community feedback sessions that directly supported that claim?
I disagree. In the governor's first term, the governor convened the Climate Change Task Force, an interagency task force that I describe throughout my written testimony and that is supported by exhibits in the record, demonstrating years of feedback and working with different members throughout the state to inform climate change policy for the administration. And the Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule is part of that. We're part of those discussions and part of that plan.
Thank you. Mr. Kupal, you previously worked for Nissan Motor Company, correct?
That is correct.
In your role at Nissan, is it true that you dealt with environmental and energy regulatory issues?
That is correct.
Would you agree that your work at Nissan involved advocating for the company's interest in regulatory matters?
That is correct.
And during your tenure at Nissan, how did the company's interests in regulatory matters interact with environmental policies?
I feel like that is a matter of confidentiality within the business that I'm not at liberty to answer.
Thank you. You are currently a vice president at Eastern Research Group, an environmental consulting firm, correct?
That is correct.
Does ERG primarily provide services to government clients on environmental issues?
I can't answer the specific contribution. I know that a good chunk of our work, yes, is not only environmental, but in general for public sector clients.
Can you tell me how your experience at Nissan has influenced your approach to the analysis and testimony you provide at ERG?
My testimony is drawing from my entire career, informed by work within EPA, working with auto companies, working within Nissan, and working with clients within ERG. So I cannot parse out the specific contribution of Nissan to my current testimony.
What steps have you taken to ensure objectivity in your current analysis and testimony, given your past association with an auto manufacturer?
ERG is very committed to conflict of interest, avoiding any conflict of interest, and it's something that is part of our contractual relationships with clients and is not influenced by any employment with an auto company over 2 decades ago.
Thank you for your time. No further questions from me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maxwell. Mr. Domenici, do you have any questions at all of this panel?
Yes, Madam Hearing Officer and members of the board, may I proceed?
Yes, please.
I'm going to first direct questions to Ms. Miano. And I'd like to see if you could put up exhibit, NMED exhibit 15. So that is your resume, and I'm going to go ahead and start my questions while we're trying to get that. So if I understand your resume, until your most recent job prior to NMED was with I'll call them the Barnhouse Law Firm. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in your work at the Barnhouse Law Firm, did you represent any automobile manufacturers?
No.
Did you represent any automobile dealers?
No.
Did you represent any automobile lenders?
Not that I know of.
Did you perform any work in that position that would give you knowledge, direct knowledge as to how electric vehicles are marketed in the state of New Mexico?
No.
Did you obtain any information in that job as to how electric vehicles are financed in the state of New Mexico?
No.
Did you obtain any knowledge in that job as to infrastructure requirements for electric vehicles in New Mexico?
No.
So is it fair to say all of your experience and training in electric vehicles has occurred since January of 2023 through the present?
I wouldn't say all of my knowledge. I worked in natural resources and environmental law before my position at Barnhouse, Keegan, Solomon, and West. And so I'm very familiar with the Clean Air Act and different environmental and natural resources law from that experience. I would say that in my current job, this current job is where I have been digesting and learning and understanding the electric vehicle market that is present today that are part of these rules.
When in your testimony, your written testimony, when you make citation, when you express testimony regarding what manufacturers will and will not do, is that based on your experience, or are you relying completely on third-party sources like reports, articles, studies, those kinds of things?
I'm relying on both reports and experience.
So you've made a number of statements as to what manufacturers will do, and in your testimony, those statements are made without citation or reference to reports or studies. So I just want to be clear, when you are making those statements without being able to reference a source, it's based on your experience since January of 2023 up until the time you filed that direct testimony, correct?
It's based on my experience, but it's also based on the record before the Environmental Improvement Board and the Air Board today.
And you chose not to reference portions of that record. Is that what we understand? Because you are, why didn't you reference portions of the record if that's what your testimony was based on?
Because there are public comments submitted directly to the board that were submitted after or didn't have access to before this hearing.
Okay, so I'm talking about your pre-filed original testimony. Why did you make statements about what manufacturers will and will not do without referencing sources?
Because it was in my knowledge.
That's what I'm trying to get to. So I want to be crystal clear. Your knowledge is based on what you've read or been exposed to since January of 2023, as compared to Mr. Kopal, who's had 32 years of experience, correct?
I do not have the experience of Mr. Kopal.
That wasn't my question. It's based on your knowledge from January of 2023 through the present, correct?
What is based on?
Your statements about what manufacturers will and will not do. So let me point you to a specific section of your testimony, page 13. This is Exhibit 14. Page 13, Exhibit 14.
Page 13?
Yes.
Okay.
So you make the statement, manufacturers will not be prioritizing ZEV deliveries to states that do not adopt these rules. No citation, correct?
Oh, yes, that's correct, because these are from conversations I have with other states.
Not manufacturers, right?
Well, it is in combination with the knowledge that we receive from manufacturers as well, or more specifically, the Alliance for Automotive Innovation.
Furthermore, by adopting this rule, manufacturers are more likely to deliver affordable, and I'm focusing on that specific word, affordable ZEVs to everyday New Mexicans and not just luxury models. Again, no citation. But please describe your precise basis for making that statement.
Can you point to me where you're referencing?
It's the next sentence. Furthermore, by adopting this rule, so it's up at the top, partial paragraph, the last sentence.
Oh, yes.
Okay, do you see where I'm referring to?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, that's very critical, I think, to this board, that you, as the division director, are telling them what manufacturers are likely to deliver with respect to affordable versus luxury models. But I don't see a citation whatsoever there, correct?
There is no citation to any report.
And you don't know how manufacturers will choose to deliver or divide that 43% of vehicles that are ZEV under this mandate, do you?
Well, there are different ways that the manufacturers can meet the 43%. We don't have knowledge as to how exactly they're going to meet that because of the allowances for plug-in hybrids and other flexibilities. But the best available data that we have indicates that the manufacturers are more likely to deliver affordable zero-emission vehicles to everyday New Mexicans. Deliver affordable zero-emission vehicles to everyday New Mexicans.
So let's take 2027. What will the price of an affordable zero electric vehicle that manufacturers are more likely to deliver to New Mexico, what will that sticker price be? It's directly out of her testimony. I'm quoting her testimony.
All right. So, Ms. Miano, to the extent you have knowledge and it relates to your testimony, please answer the question. And of course, if you don't have the information, I don't know is a good answer.
From the best information we have, we know that auto manufacturers are investing billions of dollars in making sure that models of electric vehicles are lower in price than they are today. And with the best evidence we have, we understand that those vehicles, in addition to tax credits and other mechanisms, will be able to be available to New Mexicans at an affordable price.
So with all that best information, what is an affordable price going for an electric vehicle going to be in just 20, I think it's my clients told me 25 months from now is when the 2027 model year will come in. What will those affordable prices be?
From public comments that we have considered here at the Environment Department, we know that the average price of an electric vehicle right now is a little over $50,000 compared to a new internal combustion vehicle that's around $48,000. So I would say under $48,000 would be a target for us to make sure that prices are low, at the very minimum. And this is because we know that the feedback we've heard from the public is that right now the zero emission vehicle prices are too high.
And are you familiar with recent statements made by Ford that for each electric vehicle they sell in the United States, they lose an average of $36,000?
Yes, I have heard that.
And are you familiar with public statements made by Ford that with each Ford Lightning truck, they lose $46,000?
Yes, I have my understanding, and the understanding of the state is that that is specific to Ford.
Correct. That's what I asked, is with respect to Ford. So I'm just trying to connect. Ford's losing $46,000 today on a Ford Lightning, and you think they will be able to make it affordable by reducing the price within 25 months. Is that your testimony?
I cannot speak to the business practices of Ford, but I do know that they are working to decrease prices, that this fact that has come out in their recent quarterly earnings call is a significant problem for them, and that they are restructuring their business based on those problems that they're having that are singular to Ford.
Well, before they reduce prices, they have to reduce their loss from $46,000 all the way down to zero before they could reduce the price, correct?
I can't comment on how Ford's going to address their issues.
But you're asking this board to believe you that there will be affordable vehicles in 25 months, correct? That's your testimony.
I would say that my testimony is that, yes, the state of New Mexico is committed to bring zero emission vehicles to the state for consumers that want them within the time frame that starts in model year 2027.
Okay, you left out one key word. I know you're an attorney. Affordable. You didn't my question was affordable. And you talked about trying to bring zero emission vehicles. My question is, you want this board to believe, and let's just focus on trucks, and let's just focus on Ford pickups. First of all, are Ford pickups the highest selling pickup in New Mexico?
That's my understanding.
And you just testified that Ford is losing $46,000 for each electric Ford pickup they sell nationwide, correct?
Sounds like they have a lot of work to do.
Now, you understand, so you and I have something in common. We're both licensed attorneys, right? You're still licensed?
I am.
And you understand under the rules of evidence, speculative testimony is inadmissible as a general matter, correct?
That's my understanding for litigation.
And what you just stated, excuse me, I lost my train of thought there. I had a good line of questioning going there. Let me get back to it.
So sorry.
So, in litigation, speculation is inadmissible. I think we agreed on that, correct?
Yes, litigation is very different than policymaking.
This rule has to be supported by substantial evidence, correct?
Correct.
And there's no distinction when, well, let me just ask it this way. I guess maybe you've already answered this, but I want to be crystal clear. Because this is not litigation, you feel that the state of New Mexico is entitled to present speculation as a basis for this rule, correct?
Objection, Madam Hearing Officer, that misstates her prior answer completely.
I believe it does. If you would please, Mr. Domenici, rephrase that.
Well, I'm going to just point out, this is cross-examination on a very serious issue, and I'm going to dwell deeply into speculation. So if you need to parse out which parts of speculation I can ask this witness or not, feel free to, but I'm going to continue to demonstrate that New Mexico's case is based on speculation. So I'm going to ask you, I'm going to rephrase the question. You understand and you are relying on a lesser standard than a court would require so that this board will consider speculation that a court would not. That's a fair statement, isn't it?
It is not.
Your statement that manufacturers are more likely to deliver affordable ZEVs to everyday New Mexicans and not just luxury matters, that is based on speculation, correct?
No.
Okay, well, you already conceded Ford Lightning is losing $46,000, and there's a lot of work to be done to make Ford Lightnings affordable. But you would agree on that?
Yes, that's why there's the 2-year period under the Clean Air Act for manufacturers.
And do you have enough knowledge about manufacturing to think that 2 years is going to in any way help Ford address that $46,000 per vehicle loss that they're taking now?
My understanding is that car manufacturers, like a lot of businesses, project years into the future. And so based on the best evidence I have and the experts that I have available to me, the manufacturers will make changes to their approach to provide cars and make money that meet the requirements of the government.
And what if they don't? What if they don't do what your expectation based on 10 months working as division director for NMED with no prior experience with how manufacturers work? What if manufacturers do not do what you are suggesting they're going to do in 25 months? What does that mean for the consumer in New Mexico?
It means for the auto manufacturers that they may have to face a penalty under the Air Quality Control Act.
Does it mean that vehicles will sit on lots unsold?
I do not know that vehicles will sit on lots unsold, but I do know that if the manufacturers are unable to deliver the electric vehicles required by this rule, presumably they would be delivering non-zero emission vehicles that would be available in sale for the state.
But they have to have a proportion of electric vehicles in order to sell those non-ZEV or non-eligible vehicles, correct?
Well, if they're not meeting their requirements, I'm not sure what they're going to be providing.
Do you know if non-Ford Lightning trucks are one of Ford's most profitable vehicles?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Do you know that non-Ford Lightnings or gasoline, ICE Ford vehicles are one of their most profitable vehicles?
I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case.
And therefore, if they are limited on what ICE vehicles they can bring to New Mexico, based on this rule you're proposing, wouldn't you expect that they would, and they're not, well, let me ask you this, wouldn't you expect they would continue to present their most profitable ICE vehicles?
Present them to who?
To the dealers who have to buy them before they put them on their lots, so the dealers can sell the most profitable Ford vehicle, which is also the most popular truck in New Mexico.
And what is the question?
Wouldn't you expect that's what Ford would continue to do? If they have a allocation of ICE vehicles, that those will be F-150s, if you will, their most profitable vehicle as opposed to less profitable vehicles. Or have you thought about that?
Is the question, what would Ford do? Which vehicles would Ford deliver to New Mexico if the rule was not in effect?
If the rule is in effect.
If the rule is in effect.
So they have to choose which ICE vehicles they bring versus which rule standard vehicles. Wouldn't you expect the ICE vehicles would be their most profitable?
If it's true that the auto manufacturers deliver their most profitable vehicles to the dealers, I would assume that they would do so, but I'm not quite sure.
You don't really know how. Well, let me just ask you. When a manufacturer tells a dealer, we're under this new rule, we're in 2028, so we are going to deliver 100 vehicles to X dealer, a Ford dealer, for example. Does the manufacturer own the vehicles as they sit on the dealer's lot, or does the dealer own those vehicles?
It's my understanding that the dealer owns the vehicles.
And how does the dealer own those? Does that mean that they paid for them? Is that your understanding?
I'm not sure how that transaction occurs. I'm not in the auto dealer business or the auto manufacturer business.
But you're testifying about auto manufacturers and auto dealers, right?
I'm testifying about the Clean Air Act, climate change, and zero emission policies that will affect the auto manufacturers to make sure that their vehicles are clean for New Mexicans.
And you're predicting to this board with an uncited statement that manufacturers that you just indicated you don't know how they operate are more likely to deliver affordable ZEVs. You don't know that, right?
The best information I have on the record and with my experience indicates this will be true.
Okay, so let's say that you're wrong and they don't deliver affordable ZEVs. That would be a problem for New Mexicans who rely on affordable transportation, wouldn't it?
No.
So your testimony and your projections and what you want this board to do will work even if there are not affordable ZEVs placed onto the market in New Mexico. Is that your testimony?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm going to have the court reporter read that.
So your testimony and your projections and what you want the board to do will work even if it was not, I'm sorry, even if there are not affordable ZEVs placed into the market in New Mexico. Is that your testimony?
We don't anticipate that being the case, so that's not my testimony.
So anything you don't anticipate, you don't think this board should consider. Is that what your testimony is?
Objection. That completely misstates her
I
answer.
think that's argumentative, Mr. Domenici. Please move on.
Madam Hearing Officer, I'm not sure where we landed on the idea of within a panel each witnesses.
Mr. Domenici is respecting that. We know he started with Ms. Miano, specifically identifying Ms. Miano at 320. That puts us at 350.
I just want a clarification.
What I'd like to look at is so there's been some mention of significant federal funding available for charging infrastructure. I think one mention is under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, there's $2.5 billion. This is page 19 of your testimony.
Of my direct, sorry.
Yes.
Oh, yes, yes.
That fund is available for all states, correct?
Yes.
So, and you understand, do you understand that New Mexico's share of the national automobile market is about 0.5%?
Yes.
So New Mexico, if it went pro rata, New Mexico would not expect to get more than 0.5% of that 2.5 billion.
This program is not pro rata.
Okay? So New Mexico could get less than its pro rata share, right?
Under this program, we have already applied for, I'm trying to find the exact number. I believe it's
I didn't ask what you applied for.
160 million.
I didn't ask what you applied for. You have your lawyers, they can ask you questions. I asked if it's not pro rata, New Mexico could get less than their pro rata share, correct?
It's possible.
Anything is possible with respect to that 2.5 billion, correct?
Yes, but that's only one of the many programs that exist.
I understand, but that's highlighted in your testimony. I just wanted to be sure we're clear. Then you mentioned there's up to 500 million under the Inflation Reduction Act. Again, that's available to all states, whether they have adopted California 2 or not, correct?
Actually, that entire program, I believe, is 7 billion.
Okay, I'm just reading from your testimony.
It's up to 500 million per grant application.
Okay. It's available to all states.
Yes.
So these federal grant programs, they don't discriminate whether the state has adopted California 2 or whether they are under federal emission standards. At least these two we're discussing, correct?
I'm not sure.
Wouldn't that be important for you coming to testify and citing these grants as to know who's eligible for them?
I know who's eligible.
I know the clock's ticking, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. Okay, this is on page 12 of your testimony. And it's a graph, if you have that there. Do you see that graph? And we'll get that on the screen, and there it is. So who prepared this graph?
I believe it was the Alliance for Automotive Innovation.
And so with that, is that showing new sales by year?
It's showing the percentage of the market by year.
Okay, when you say the market, though, I want to be clear. Is that used vehicles or new vehicles? new vehicle market share or all sales, used or otherwise. Per year or cumulatively? Well, let me just ask it this way. That's a cumulative graph, isn't it?
You mean from year to year to year? They're on top there.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And did NMED undertake any analysis as to who purchased a profile of who purchased those vehicles to get to that cumulative 4 or almost 5%? Do you have a profile?
Not for this graph specifically, but the electric vehicles available so far, because of their price point, have generally been available to higher income New Mexicans.
Are they being purchased by families who rely on the electric vehicle as their sole source of transportation?
I do not know.
Did NMED seek to understand whether, at least up till now, families are willing to rely on electric vehicles as their sole source of transportation?
Yes.
And what percentage of these vehicles are the sole source of transportation for the vehicles represented?
This graph does not illustrate sole source, but I do know from comments and meetings that we have had here at the department that there are some families that have been able to buy them and use them as sole source, and some families that have not been able to. And our goal is to make sure that every family that wants one is able to, sole source or non-sole source.
Mr. Domenici, would you wrap up your questioning in the next few minutes?
I may be done. Let me just see if I have one more really important question. Do you have a current, does NMED have an estimate, other than what might be in Mr. Kopal's reports, about the price differential between an electric vehicle in the same class of vehicle of an ICE vehicle currently?
We understand that for internal combustion engine vehicles, the average price of a new vehicle is about $48,000, and of a battery electric new vehicle is a little over $50,000.
Is that the same vehicle or the same basic? Are those apples to apples?
This data comes from Kelley Blue Book, and they, I believe, if I recall correctly, put all EVs in one lump category and don't partition out from the different classes yet.
And all ICE vehicles are in this one category?
No, the ICE vehicles are in different categories, but I think that is an average.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll just...
You still have time with the other two witnesses. Thank you.
Mr. Kopal, I've looked at your resume, sir. You're not an economist. You're not claiming to be an economist, are you?
No, sir.
your training is, you have an engineering degree, if I understand correctly.
Yes.
And how would you sort of describe that degree so someone would understand what that degree is?
Well, my specific field of engineering, my training in school was industrial engineering operations analysis. So it did include engineering economics. It did include optimization. It did include. Oh, it did. It did include engineering economics. It did include fundamental engineering classes, thermodynamics, fluid dynamics, et cetera. And then at EPA, became an environmental engineer and thus began specific training on vehicle emission control, engine technology, et cetera.
And when were you hired to begin work on the report you've presented that's attached to your testimony?
The project, I don't remember a specific date because there was an initial effort that ERG has supported NMED on earlier in the year. I do know that when the rule was announced this summer, then that became a more intense effort I mean, we had done work prior to that, but then it became a very focused effort to pull together the report and analysis that we presented.
So when you say earlier this summer, the rule was submitted in July.
July.
Is that July or August? Is that when you started your report, your intensive work for this report?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact date, but roughly, yes.
And when did you finish that report?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was close to the submission deadline for the NOI.
How many times did you come to New Mexico to prepare that report?
I did not come to New Mexico to prepare that report.
How many auto dealers in New Mexico did you talk to prepare that report?
I did not talk to any auto dealers.
How many banks that finance automobiles in New Mexico did you talk to before you prepared that report?
I did not talk to any.
What I'd like to do, sir, if you could help me, describe what one of these, a typical battery is and how that's actually mounted on a vehicle.
My knowledge of specific battery assembly with a vehicle is, I'm not able to answer that question specifically.
What size is a typical battery?
Well, it depends on the application. I cannot give a specific example, specific average for all vehicles, but I know, in the rough category of somewhere between 60 and 100 kilowatts per hour.
Okay.
60 to 100 kilowatt hour.
Okay, but I was more trying to picture, so there's an electric car and someone says, I'd like to see the battery. Does the battery go pretty much under the entire car? In terms of size, that's what I meant, not the voltage, physical size.
Oh, physical size? I don't know the exact dimensions relative to the footprint, but yes, it does cover a good deal of the footprint of the vehicle.
And what does an average battery weigh?
I don't have an exact number. It maybe I should consult my report, but so I'm not going to speculate. I do know that, well, I won't speculate on the exact weight because I don't know the exact market average of a weight.
Are there any batteries less than 1,000 pounds that you're aware of that are on the market?
I am not sure.
What's the weight difference between an ICE vehicle and a ZEV vehicle that's pretty much the same model?
Currently, I believe it is, and again, this is an estimate, but I know it is perhaps 100 to 300 pounds heavier.
Are you sure about that?
I think it depends on the application.
Would that information be important to the analysis you did about the cost comparison, I guess, that you did between vehicles, ICE and ZEV vehicles, lifetime cost?
I don't want to overstep because I need to look at the specific assumptions and refresh the specific assumptions that were made. I think that the specific savings and upfront costs of the vehicle, et cetera, would not depend on battery size or weight. I think that the one element that might depend on batteries is of course, charging cost, but when you look at fuel savings, when you look at repair savings, especially fuel savings, the battery size would not impact that.
Does extra weight put more pressure or more wear and tear on tires?
That is my understanding.
Does extra weight put more wear and tear on the drive shaft?
I am not sure of the specific effect on drive shaft of extra additional weight.
Does extra weight put more wear and tear on the brake system?
Yes, although these vehicles have regenerative braking, which absorbs, cannot be compared directly to an ICE vehicle without regenerative braking because the regen system picks up a large quantity of the energy.
So I notice you have, in I think it's Exhibit 47 is your report, if we could turn to that. Yeah. Let me get it. Page 27, if you could turn to that. So it's Exhibit 47, page 27. Describe what that table is meant to depict, please.
You're looking at the table?
Well, yeah, go ahead, because I'm on the clock again. So
Page 27?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a individual total cost of ownership analysis for a 2027. Individual total cost of ownership analysis for model year 2027 battery electric vehicle compared to an internal combustion engine. And so along the columns, we see a battery electric vehicle with a home charger and with no home charger, and we see a plug-in hybrid with a home charger. And so we see our estimate for the incremental vehicle price in the first row. In the second row, we see...
Hold on. What's your basis for the incremental vehicle price?
It is a reference study, reference number 58, if you look on the prior page, an analysis of cost analysis which referenced approximately 20 years of DOE data from MSRP for electric vehicles versus conventional vehicles.
And that's exhibit, you said 58?
That's site 58.
Site 58. A 2018 study is your basis for this?
Correct.
Did you do any New Mexico specific analysis on the incremental price of an electric vehicle to a comparable ICE vehicle in 2023 in New Mexico?
We did not.
Why not?
Because we were, I will just say that the data were not available to us.
And that's true for a lot of the items. There wasn't New Mexico specific data, so you would refer to national data.
I would not agree with that. In my testimony, I cited many, many instances of New Mexico specific data that were used in our analysis, including vehicle registration numbers for cars and trucks, vehicle mileage per vehicle, age distribution of the vehicle, the population and demographics used for health analysis, the electrical grid in New Mexico used for our emissions analysis, to name a few.
Per capita income, is that in your report?
The macroeconomic analysis is based on a specific build out of the REMI economic model, which accounts for New Mexico specific income, yes.
What model are you talking about that accounts for that?
It's referenced in our report. If you turn to page...
Well, let me just ask you, what was the purpose, what purpose did you use that model for?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm answering your previous question. Page 40, macro level economics. Regional economic models is a company which puts together economic models using proprietary build-out of macroeconomic principles that we developed specifically for New Mexico, which use New Mexico's specific income based on the Bureau of Economic Analysis data.
My second question was, did you use that for the chart on page 27? Any of that macroeconomic data?
Well, that is not a macroeconomic analysis. That is a total cost of ownership analysis. And so the total cost of ownership does not depend on income. The total cost of ownership would apply to someone who makes very little income or someone who makes very much income. The actual savings will be the same regardless of the income of the individual.
Not necessarily, because much of your incremental savings are assume that someone can absorb the additional incremental cost, right?
It does assume, yes, that the incremental cost up front can be afforded. But assuming that can happen, the actual analysis of total cost of ownership does not depend on the income of the individual. The savings will be the same for a high-income individual or a low-income individual.
But the ability to get into that vehicle and finance it depends on the personal, on the income of the individual purchasing, correct?
But that's not what we're analyzing here. What we're analyzing here is, for a purchase that's made, when will it pay back? And we do find that the cost savings over time are significant for battery electric vehicles with home charger.
I understand that.
Really before any tax breaks, too.
So you're assuming, I think, if I understand, that electric vehicles in this comparison do not have to contribute to the cost of maintaining the highways, correct?
We do include an estimate when we look at our statewide estimate numbers. If you turn to page...
No, I saw those. I'm asking about this chart.
Well, this chart is specific to individuals, but we also do a statewide estimate, not only for the ownership at the state level, but we also look at...
I'm asking about this chart.
But I'm telling you where...
No, I'm asking the questions.
So,
On
Mr.
this
Domenici,
chart...
just
Well, if
keep
he
the
doesn't want to
volume
answer my
down.
questions, I don't even want to ask cross-examine him.
Okay, I think he's trying to answer
He's
your
not.
question
He's trying to
completely.
avoid my question. Look at this chart, please, sir.
Yes, okay.
I don't want to know about the state. I'm talking about individuals. Is that clear?
Yes.
And this chart is trying to explain for individuals, if you buy a car, if you can get into it, over the life of that, it's going to be less than an ICE vehicle. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And my question was, for individuals, you don't take into account that the individual has to contribute to the road fund, correct?
How would an individual contribute to the road fund?
By a tax that says we want to be equivalent, because you're driving the roads just like people do for over-the-road vehicles. They pay a price to come in and destroy New Mexico roads or put wear and tear. So if there was an intent to say we don't want all the people driving ICE vehicles to subsidize all the non-ICE vehicles' road repairs, then if there was an effort to say, so we're going to charge an ICE vehicle or a ZEV vehicle a fee for wear and tear, that's not reflected, correct?
I'm not sure, because the fuel savings would account for gas tax. But I cannot answer for certain if or how that specific issue, other than the fact that the fuel cost would account for gas tax. I do not believe there is another way of accounting for that or compensating for that.
Do you know what percentage of a gallon of gasoline is the tax rate is in New Mexico?
I do not.
Do you agree that a heavier vehicle puts more wear and tear on the road infrastructure than a lighter vehicle?
I do, although that is not a specific issue for electric vehicles. As I noted in my rebuttal testimony, the average weight of light-duty vehicles has increased 25% over the past 40 years due to the shift from cars to light trucks. And so a broader issue of weight on vehicles is not specific to electric vehicles, particularly given that the battery weights, as they've been coming down, will continue to go down.
Are you aware of other states that charge a surtax to electric vehicles so they can pay their fair share of road infrastructure?
In concept, I'm not aware of specifics with that, but in concept, yes.
And so if the incremental fuel cost is a negative, over the lifetime, it's a negative $8,700 with a home charger, and let's just use a round number, that gas tax is 20%. So if the state decided to make that 20% up, they could charge that owner 20% of that $8,700.
That's beyond, how the state chooses to deal with that in terms of policy is beyond the scope of what we're analyzing. I will say in the statewide analysis that we did account for electricity taxes.
I did see that, and you also accounted for,
in our statewide analysis, we did account for electricity taxes.
and I think you accounted for also for lost road tax revenue.
Through fuel savings.
So that's a negative, essentially, that is available to maintain roads, right? In your state analysis. And I think you consider that a negative if you want to look at your state analysis, if you need to.
Yeah, yes, gas tax is reflected as a negative. True.
Right.
Yes.
So if the state wanted to make that up and chose to charge the vehicle owners where that deficit's coming from, that would be an additional incremental cost.
Yes, how a state chooses to make up the differential again is, I can't speculate as to that, but we are showing the numbers of the tax that would be lost.
Do you consider depreciation to be a cost of ownership of a vehicle?
Do I consider depreciation to be a cost of ownership? Could you explain the question, please?
Sure. So I have a $10,000 vehicle, and I'm going to drive it the same as mine's ICE, yours is ZEV. We're going to drive them the same amount of miles for the same amount of years, and I know my vehicle is going to be worth $5,000 after that period. If your vehicle is worth $2,000, is that a cost of ownership of that vehicle? If your depreciated value as you own that vehicle is more than an ICE vehicle, would you agree that's a cost of owning that vehicle?
I don't know any basis for a depreciation of EVs being more than an ICE vehicle.
But depreciation is a cost of owning a vehicle.
If you have a vehicle of any form of fuel that loses value, then yes, depreciation is a cost of owning a vehicle.
And you didn't look at the comparison of depreciation of a ICE vehicle versus a ZEV vehicle, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Anecdotally, do you understand that because the battery replacement is so expensive on a ZEV vehicle, that at some point the residual value of a ZEV vehicle becomes zero because it's not worth replacing the battery?
My understanding is that, at least for some manufacturers, battery replacement is covered under a manufacturer warranty for 100,000 miles.
Right, but you didn't limit your study to 100,000 miles, right? You go well past the warranty period in your analysis.
I'm just confirming the number of years that we analyzed. 10 years of ownership. So depends on the annual mileage accrual of the driver.
And I'm sure you know the annual average of New Mexico drivers, right?
I actually have looked at that through 3 different sources. I've looked at the Federal Highways statistics. I've also looked at the National Household Travel Survey, as well as the bias report that I mentioned earlier. Okay. And the range of that ranges sort of, some are less than 10,000, some are more than 10,000. So I think we can't say that within 10, for sure, that in New Mexico, a 10-year driving would get you to 100,000 miles or not. So I think it's reasonable to assume that a battery replacement within the 10 years would happen under warranty, and so is not reflected in this cost.
If the average is 19,000, and that would reduce it.
I don't agree with that number. I've looked at that number, and I don't believe that that applies to vehicles in New Mexico. I believe that is a per capita mileage, which is a different metric than per vehicles. I've looked at the numbers in federal highway statistics to back that up.
Now you've,
The
I'm sure
Mexicans do not drive. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sure you've testified as an expert witness before.
Not in this context.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness by a court or an administrative tribunal?
Typically, when I've been approached to be an expert witness, typically I turn it down in my position because of conflict of interest regulations within our company. I cannot serve as an expert witness for manufacturer cases, compliance cases. I'm actually approached quite regularly for that, but I have to turn them down because of our conflict of interest requirements.
Now, when you ended your direct testimony, I think your counsel asked permission to ask a couple of additional questions. Those, if I recall or have them correct, you were referring to, or you were asked to sort of interpret the regulations and how vehicles could be imported and registered into New Mexico. Do you recall that question?
Yes.
And you used the term LEV or LEV vehicle. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by that?
I meant the LEV 4 standards that are currently part of the ACC 2 requirement.
Okay, I think your testimony, if I understood it correctly, is that if the CA2 requirements are adopted in New Mexico, but are not adopted in Arizona, someone in New Mexico could buy a LEV vehicle and register it in New Mexico. Was that your testimony?
My testimony was specific to manufacturer approaches to certifying when standards are identical between California and federal. Yeah, I don't recall testifying anything about in-state vehicles, out-of-state vehicles, or registration, which are not within the scope of my knowledge.
Okay, so we're in 2027, and Arizona does not adopt California 2, and New Mexico does. Am I able to go buy and register a vehicle, buy a vehicle in Arizona, a LEV vehicle, and register it in New Mexico?
Again, New Mexico registration laws are not within my purview, but my comment was specific to the likelihood that in other states that have not adopted ACC 2, there will be vehicles that are 50 states certified.
And those would be limited to LEV vehicles, if I understood your testimony.
Yeah, ICE vehicles that are 50 state certified.
And how does a vehicle in Arizona become 50 state certified if they don't adopt California 2?
50 state certification is a frequent strategy by manufacturers to sell vehicles all over the country for the efficiency that comes from not having to develop 2 sets of vehicles, to go through 2 sets of certification processes, to submit 2 application documents, to deal with 2 regulatory agencies, to get 2 certificates, which adds up over many, many models, as you can imagine.
But the California 2 standards doesn't break down by models, it breaks down by manufacturer percentages have to satisfy a percentage in a given state, right?
But manufacturers choose their certification approach. That is not mandated. How manufacturers choose to certify their products is up to them, and it's a business decision based on the added value of certifying 2 products versus the efficiency of certifying 1 product. And it doesn't matter what, I mean, aside from, I don't want to say it doesn't matter what state it goes to, but it's a strategy that is used nationwide, regardless of whether a state is a Section 177 state or not.
So what you're saying is if New Mexico doesn't adopt CARS 2, it's likely the manufacturers will, in effect, satisfy CARS 2 in New Mexico so they can have a 50-state fleet or 50-state program.
No, I'm referring specifically to the ICE vehicles. So of course I'm referring specifically to the ICE vehicles and emission standards. Of course, what the ACC2 does is replaces most of those with ZEV, and that is really the import of the rule, and the benefits is the replacement of ICE vehicles with ZEV. So what I'm speaking about in my testimony is specifically to ICE vehicles and manufacturer certification for ICE vehicles.
I'm still not clear, and I apologize, I'm going over, so bear with me, please. I just want to get this last issue. So I'm still not clear. So you're saying if I want to buy a vehicle that I can't find, an ICE vehicle in 2028, if I go to Arizona, I should be able to find a vehicle that has a CARS 2 certification, which would allow me to bring it back and register it. Is that what your testimony is?
Again, I can't speak to the bringing it back and registering part because that is outside my purview, but I am testifying that the ICE vehicles are likely to be 50 state certified, even in states that have not adopted ACC2.
But they wouldn't be certified unless the mandated requirement of ZEVs are sold in that state.
I don't think you're understanding what I mean by certification. I'm sorry. I mean, you really need to understand emission certification to. I'm sorry. You need to understand emission certification to, I think, grasp what I'm saying.
Well, I'm just reading the regulations. I've had several NMED people employ them. None of them told me I needed to learn something. There's language in the regulation as what specific certifications required. Do you even know what that says?
California certified.
Right. So is that the same certification you're telling me I need to learn about?
A 50-state certification is a California certification.
And in 2027 for New Mexico would have to be a CARS 2 certification.
According to the regulation, yes.
All right, thank you. And I don't have any other questions for this witness.
For Mr. Copal, move to Mr. Lee.
Oh, no, the next witness too.
Oh, okay.
Okay, wait a second, maybe I
You
do.
can change your mind.
I'm sorry. I have one last question for Mr. Copal. In your range analysis, you use the term primary range, I think. So is that an accepted term in the industry?
It's specific to the survey, the bias survey that was recently published by the U.S. Census.
Okay. And did you take into account that electric vehicle range can be reduced by low or hot, extreme or low temperatures?
Well, the range analysis was just a survey of all, well, not all, a representative survey of New Mexico truck owners, regardless of the type of truck. So that the range analysis has more to do with how far do people drive with their trucks. The ranges that I showed for EVs were based on EPA test procedures, which do account for cold temperatures, high-speed operation, air conditioning use, typical in-use factors. Those are a part of EPA's certification process and test procedures for determining range.
And does that include hauling weight?
They account for trucks, it's half payload is what they assume. So does not account for hauling. Like a gasoline vehicle, if you haul a trailer with an electric vehicle, your range will go down, similar to a gasoline vehicle in terms of lower fuel economy, yes.
In a pro rata, similar? So we're talking about battery range. So you're saying EPA considers, somehow averages temperature and considers that, averages elevation and considers that?
I do not believe elevation is considered in the EPA range. So EPA, of course, has put out fuel economy for years and years, and they always say your mileage may vary. Yes, this is not a new concept. And so why would we expect electric vehicles to be any different? Electric vehicles and gas vehicles, it's the same physics. Your mileage may vary. So fuel economy ranges are, some people have better fuel economy and worse fuel economy, and EV ranges, those test procedures, EPA has updated them to try to better account for in-use factors such as aggressive driving, air conditioning, cold temperatures. But of course, your EV range may vary, just like gasoline mileage will vary. They're not unique to, this is not an issue unique to EVs. This is an issue unique to driving and energy use in vehicles.
So your testimony is battery charging capacity is on the same ratio as gasoline. So if you're pulling the complete payload with gasoline, your proportionate range will be reduced similar to if you're doing that with a battery vehicle?
Well, I'm not going to get into specific. I mean, energy is energy. Energy demand is energy demand. And whether that energy is coming from liquid fuel or from battery, the same stressors apply on it and the same stressors with respect. Now, I won't say that cold temperature effects on gasoline are the same as cold temperature effect on batteries. I can't speak to that one way or the other, but I do know that the test procedures and ranges do attempt to account for real-world driving based on real-world driving surveys and based on how often people drive in cold temperatures versus highway driving versus city driving. And so the ranges for EVs are attempting to account for that similar to fuel economy. Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have for this panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Domenici. Climate advocates, Mr. Bach or Mr. DeSalen, do you have questions of this panel?
Oh, no, I'm not. No, question.
Thank you. Is there any redirect from the department?
No, Madam Mayor, no redirect from us, and I guess, are we going to go to questions from the board for these witnesses?
Did I not do questions from the board? Oh, I'm sorry. I need to be fired. Okay. 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 Very sorry. And Ms. Sona, do you have questions? Hold on one sec.
I was going to suggest a 5-minute stretch break.
For the witnesses?
For the witnesses?
Yeah, certainly. Let's take 10. It's 4:25. We'll come back at 4:30. Please. It's not you dinging, right?
No, I don't.
Okay.
So.
All right.
If it is me, I'm sorry, I turn different one.
Before we start the board questioning, while we're sitting here, several of us can hear this very clear, very frequent ding, like a bell. Aha, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. They found it. Good, collective intelligence. All right, we are going to turn at this point to the board questioning of this panel because I managed to slide right past that. And again, I said I would switch it up, so I'm going to switch it up. Let's start with Member Ely in the back. I didn't ask you, but I'm sorry.
Hello? Hello? Oh, there it is. Sorry. It's okay. Technical difficulties.
I should have checked with you, but if you're ready, why don't you start?
No, it's fine. I just have a couple questions. One, Mr. Kopel, figure 3, kind of summarizing the individual cost benefits of owning an EV, shows significant savings over the life cycle of the EV. But it looks, am I reading this right, that figure 3 on page 31 of the report shows the costs are elevated through 2035 overall, and is that just because of the upfront costs of the vehicle?
Sorry, I just need to turn to the report.
Okay. Figure 3 on page 31 of Exhibit 47. Figure 3, statewide total benefit, on page 31 of Exhibit 47.
Yes, the upfront costs are shown in the orange bar and the blue bar. The orange bar is vehicle and charger costs. I guess just the orange bar, really, the vehicle and charger costs. And then it's similar to the individual ownership. There's sort of the upfront cost of vehicle and charger, and then the savings accrue over time with fuel savings. Yes.
Okay. And it looks like on average, the cost savings for the individual is anywhere from $7,000 to $13,000 over the life cycle of the vehicle, depending on the year it's purchased and the type of vehicle.
Yeah, that's correct. Over 7,000 for the 2027 BEV with home charger. And I'm sorry, the other number you referenced, I missed.
13,000 for the vehicles purchased in 2035?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
And then maybe I shouldn't try to overlay that with figure 4 on page 41 of Exhibit 47 of the macroeconomic analysis rather than the individual economic impact, which shows some pretty good benefits through 2036, but then the output and the gross domestic product kind of, I wouldn't say crater because you're only looking at like 0.5% there, but drop after 2036. And so why is that again?
That is a function of the cost savings. So that is assuming, if you look at the grayish bar, as you know, disposable income savings increases as people are saving money, then if that is not put back into the economy, then that leads to the dip in GDP and output. So as I said in my testimony, if we assume the more likely scenario of savings being funneled back into the economy, then that would offset or help to offset those
Okay.
reductions.
So it looks like the purchase of an EV is probably pretty good for the individual's pocketbook, but maybe not overall for the state potentially.
I wouldn't quite say that. I mean, because we do show statewide savings, based on the total ownership of EVs within the state, and we do show, if you look at figure 4, we do show a net increase in employment and a net increase in personal savings.
Okay. So the individual costs do not include the federal tax credit. Is that correct? Yeah.
Correct.
So I think it was your testimony, you said that the federal tax credit is going to be updated in 2024 so that more vehicles will meet the requirements to receive that tax credit. Did I hear that right?
As I said in my testimony, in 2024, my understanding is that the tax credit is available at the time of purchase, so cash on the hood, as opposed to like a after the fact tax credit you have to put on your taxes.
Oh, that's improvement. But how many models right now meet the federal requirements to receive the tax credit?
I don't know.
Okay. I think this is a question for Director Miano. You mentioned that the governor is proposing tax credits for the individual during this upcoming session. And heaven forbid that I ask you to speculate, but do you know, like, approximately how much will that be, first of all? And then two, we've received public comment, like from Penske in writing and CalSTART this morning, proposing that those tax credits also be applied to vehicles subject to ATC. Is the state going to look at that, not just for the individual light-duty vehicles, but for advanced trucks as well?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Ely. At this time, the state is looking at tax credits, transferable tax credits for passenger vehicles only in 3 categories: the electric, the plug-in hybrid, and the conventional hybrid. We, to my knowledge, we're not considering we're not considering tax incentives in this package for trucks. However, there are other programs such as the Diesel Emission Reduction Act funding that are available for truck owners if they'd like to convert, and potentially other federal funding as well.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Member Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I have a question for Director Miano. You may or may not be able to answer this, but I'll take a shot at it. You had a table in your Exhibit 14, funding for charging infrastructure. There was a lot of funding being appropriated and otherwise available for infrastructure. And also I remember, I think it was Mr. Valdez from Department of Transportation talked about a lot of funding for building out charging stations, et cetera. And he mentioned that there was coordination among other agencies that are getting money for that. Are you all proposing a certain number of charging stations per year being available? Because I think there was $10 million appropriated in 2021, and I don't know how many chargers $10 million can give. I don't know exactly how that works, but there was a lot of testimony from the public and from dealerships saying that we're not ready. We're not ready for this rule. There's not enough infrastructure. So I'm wondering if there's any proposal for a timeline for getting so many chargers out per year, et cetera.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Garcia. For the $10 million ARPA, my understanding is that that was associated with 42 to 44 new chargers that will be installed by the end of the year and then going into 2024. For the NEVI, the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Funding, that funding is through fiscal year 2026. And then, of course, we have the CFI fueling infrastructure discretionary funding that my colleague, Mr. Valdez at the Department of Transportation identified, and that will be, there are many projects under that funding, including for 2 electric fueling stations for battery electric trucks. I'm not aware of a number as far as a timeline through the model year 2027 as to how many, but I do know that between the public investment and public funding, and then the private investment and private funding, and the utility investment and the utility funding for both residential and commercial rebates that people are installing in their homes, we anticipate being ready for the number of vehicles that will be delivered to New Mexico under this rule over time.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Member Bitzer?
All righty. Yes, it's working. It's squealing at me. Let's take a look here. The first question I had was, Council Domenici may have touched on this. I'm not sure I caught the response. My angle was going to be a little different. There was a lot of economics, and I was just wondering if you had a specific economist to reference, or if or if the economics were all just EPA-based, and so it would be their economic assumptions and analysis. Was there a specific economist associated with your report?
The analysis was done by ERG, by economists within ERG, but using industry standard or best practice models and analysis approaches that are all cited in the report.
Okay. And then the battery weight, you were suggesting it was about 300 pounds. Extra weight for the vehicle. I just Googled it while you were testifying, and EPA said the average vehicle weighs about 4,100 pounds, and that electric vehicles weigh about 30% more than that in a comparable vehicle. So maybe your 300 pounds was per thousand. Is that perhaps?
Well, as I said, it depends on the application, so I'd be interested in if you looked at the range depending on the type of vehicle, that you might get a different range based on that.
And then funds. So I'm wondering if there are funds, and this was sort of touched on I think earlier too, but not the way I would have asked it. Are there funds that won't be available if we fail to pass this? Federal funds I'm thinking of in this case.
Thank you, Chair Sweeney, Member Bitzer. All of the funds available will still be available if New Mexico does not pass the proposed rules. However, we understand the impact with all of the charging infrastructure happening, that those will be chargers for people driving through the state instead of New Mexicans here living in the state. We'd like to make those cars available for New Mexicans as well as people driving through with their battery electric vehicles.
Got it. And then originally y'all said there was several automakers supporting California's program. And then later you said 7. Was that the company, the big ones? Was it the big dogs I saw on a later screen? Ford, GM, Toyota, Volkswagen. Were those? Can you recall which 7?
Yeah, there were. I don't believe those were correlated. I haven't looked one-to-one. The specific list of manufacturers are listed in the site that I put in my testimony, which was the brief that was federal. I know Ford was one of them, but I can't speak offhand to the remaining 6 to know if they aligned with the numbers that I put specifically in my later slide on EV commitments.
But pretty much, more or less, it was the
EV commitments.
But pretty much it was the big dogs, not the Yugo or some little Italian micro car company or something. It was basically the big global companies.
It was, I just don't remember the list of 7. It definitely was not, I mean, it was Ford and other major manufacturers. Okay. It was not, 7 little manufacturers. I know that, but I would have to look at the site. You might click on the brief, and the brief lists kind of who the manufacturers are who filed that.
That's all right. That's all I have.
Thank you. Member Lewis.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. Mr. Lee, I don't want you to feel left out here. You mentioned the transition of the fleet for the city of Albuquerque. Can you address where those vehicles are being purchased from? We've heard a lot of public comment in terms of whether there will be the market here if this gets passed. And certainly if the city is trying to get its fleet all electric, that would be a huge part of the market. And just wondering if you could address that for the city, and maybe you could address that for the state?
Yes, thank you, Member Lewis. Unfortunately, I don't have that information specifically as to where the city purchases vehicles from. I believe they are from in-state dealerships, but I cannot specify which ones. Perhaps the city fleet manager would be a better person to contact about that, but I don't have that information personally.
Is that something through your position with the city that you could advocate for, to make sure that there is at least the first level attempt that those vehicles are purchased from local suppliers?
Yes, I could certainly have that conversation with our fleet manager who manages those purchases, and I certainly support purchasing those vehicles locally, yes.
Yeah, it seems that has a lot to do with some of the public comment that we've had on whether or not there's a market here. So, and I guess at the state level, if you could address that, Director Miano.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair, Member Lewis. The Governor Lujan administration has passed a executive order. Governor Lujan passed the executive order recently directing that state fleets turn over to zero-emission vehicles over time. It's my understanding that the General Services Division has been working on ensuring that local dealers are part of the purchasing contracts so that the government can use the power that it has to help jumpstart the market, starting with the state fleets first.
My next question is also for you on the rebate that is being proposed, or tax credit. I'm not sure which way that's going to go. But can you tell me, the federal tax credit now is limited to vehicles that are assembled in the U.S., and that reduces the range of cars that are applicable for it. Can you tell me how the state is approaching that issue?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Lewis. From my understanding, we are not considering those same limitations for the state tax credits.
Has big implications for the options that are available, especially at the lower end?
Yes, and based on the feedback we've received from different conversations, we do recognize that electric vehicles might not be for everyone, which is why we are ensuring that hybrids, both the plug-in and conventional kinds, even though conventional hybrids are not covered in the rule, we understand they play an important part. We've heard from a lot of folks over the past few months that they are more comfortable with hybrids in the transition, and so that's why we are putting them and making them available for tax credit to both new and used.
That was my next question.
Yes.
So used vehicles will be on that?
Yes, and that is very different from the federal tax credit as well, because we have heard from in all of our meetings in this public hearings and other conversations that most of New Mexicans are buying used cars because the internal combustion engine vehicles are so expensive themselves. And so we want to make sure that New Mexicans who are buying those used cars are having the benefit that we know that is associated with the zero-emission vehicles as well.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question has to do with the public comment that we had from the people in the repair industry. And I wondered if any of the federal dollars and programs and infrastructure development that was coming up, if any of that was targeting training for people whose jobs may be either drastically changed or eliminated as a process of this transition, and if you're working at all with labor to initiate that, and kind of where that process is.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Lewis. Yes, one of the state agencies that is part of this transition to zero-emission vehicles is the Department of Workforce Solutions, and I know they have been applying for funds to ensure that there are EV specialists and training opportunities for those folks in New Mexico that are going to need new skills. And we know that in the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant, workforce considerations for our project a huge consideration, especially because in New Mexico, we have for so long relied on fossil fuel and extractive industries. There's the need for training, not just for mechanics and individuals that have spent their lives learning on how to work on internal combustion vehicles, but mining folks who have, we're all part of this transition together, and we want to make sure that workforce training is part of all of our considerations, and especially when it comes to incorporating federal funding opportunities.
Okay, and one last question. You mentioned mining, which is my area, so, and I know you mentioned working with minerals and natural resources. Has there been any discussion around revision to mining laws? And this goes back then to the equity issue. If you're pushing electric vehicles, we've heard several people from the public side already comment on the fact that the rare earth minerals are something that is a mining issue and a mining waste issue. Can you tell me if there are any discussions happening between NMND and Energy and Minerals that are looking at revision of mining laws or making sure that there's not that unintended consequence of affecting minority and indigenous communities?
Thank you. That's a great question. We have not discussed, NMED has not discussed mining reform to New Mexico's laws at this time, but I have been in conversations with New Mexicans who are very concerned about this issue. I know that there are commitments being made as EV vehicles are, coming into the market from the auto manufacturers about sourcing and where they are deriving their minerals from. So much like we can buy, for example, like a fair trade coffee or an organic product, there's discussions happening at the auto level about how to certify, I guess another comparison would be conflict-free diamonds for our jewelry. How do we ensure that the minerals being used in these vehicles are subject to some process where we know it's not further damaging. So those conversations are being had.
Yeah, the last estimate I heard was 85% of lithium being located on indigenous lands. And there were some very concrete suggestions that came out of the last climate meetings on indigenous communities asking that the UNDRIP regulation or policies be adhered to in mining in the future, and just to make sure that that's not lost in the conversation. There were some very specific requests that came out, so that would be a place to check for those conversations.
Thank you so much.
I can provide those references.
I would love that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Lewis. Let's see, Member Armijo.
I'm going to ask the same question I asked the last panel. We are here to adopt the California standards, and I'm just wondering, what are the standards that we need to adopt that are written in stone, and what are other provisions that we can change if we can? Does anybody in this panel can address that?
Yes.
Hi.
Thanks, Jeff Paul. Yes, that is a great question. So for the substantive part of these rules, for example, the emission requirements, the percentage requirements, those substantive pieces, New Mexico has to adopt the California requirements. There's no flexibility there. New Mexico Environment Department has chosen to adopt those requirements through 2032. It's the same requirements as California. We're just ending them before the last 3 years. That still counts from our understanding as the exact requirements because we're not deviating from the standards for those years that we're adopting. We do have some very small administrative flexibilities, and that's in the rule where you see those early action credits that we've put in there. We've tried to determine where our flexibilities are. Those early action credits that allow auto manufacturers to count their previously delivered vehicles to New Mexico before model year 2027, that represents what we believe we can do administratively. As far as what we can and can't consider and the substantive level, we are limited to California. For example, we cannot, although we have heard the feedback that some New Mexicans would like conventional hybrids, non-plug-in hybrids, to be incorporated into the percentage requirement. We are prohibited from including those kinds of vehicles in the percentage requirement. However, there are other things that the state can do that are outside of the confines of the proposed rule that can help address some of the limitations that some of the inflexibilities of the rule that currently exist. For example, even though we can't include conventional hybrids in the rule and still adopt it as legal under Section 177, we've heard enough from the New Mexico community that hybrids are an important part for some New Mexico residents, and we want to make sure that they have access to those vehicles even though they don't count. So when there are limitations about our discretion as an agency in the Section 177 in the proposed rule, we're trying to identify other ways that we can help New Mexicans integrate this rule into the day-to-day.
Okay, so basically there's two areas that we as a board or as a group can modify, and that's the date and the credits. Those are the two areas, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the platform. We have two board members there. Member Galuski?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
We can't hear you just yet.
Okay, how about now?
It's still too quiet, I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on.
Okay, I can't.
Is this any better yet?
Yes. Okay, we can hear you now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yes, I have a few questions for Mr. Kapal. First of all, in your analysis, are you assuming that the purchase of EVs is proceeding more or less the same percentage that the EVs are being delivered to New Mexico, according to the table of the percentages of deliveries? Yes, and unfortunately your microphone is now a little bit quiet. So according to the proposed regulation.
I'm sorry, Member Galuski?
Yeah.
The panel's microphone has gone dead.
Okay. So it's not just me.
Mm.
Okay. We're back.
All right, do you remember the question, or?
I'm sorry, now I need him to repeat it.
Member Galuski, will you repeat your question, please?
That's fine. Yeah, so under this proposed regulation, vehicles will be delivered, EVs will be delivered to the state at given percentages in subsequent years. And in your analysis, when you're looking at the impact, are you assuming that the purchase of LEVs and ZEVs is proceeding proportionally with what is being delivered to the state, or using some other percentage?
For the economic analysis specifically, Or
Hey, what
just
about the environmental impact, the ozone, and the more
okay.
plant side?
The environmental impact did account for some credits in the early years, but then once those are exhausted, it proceeds at the level of of delivery or the level of the percentage requirement for battery electric and plug-in hybrid electric vehicles.
Okay, and I don't know if this was all documented in your report, but are those percentages outlined in the report? I'm just curious, sort of, what is the expectation of purchases of ZEVs and LEVs in those first few years?
It is outlined in our exhibits, and in our supporting data. I'm not sure if the specific percentages are outlined for the environmental analysis in the report. I don't think they are, but they are in the supporting spreadsheets.
Okay, I take a look if I need to. And then in your analysis of the environmental impacts, is there any suggestion of a point of diminishing returns? Like, okay, you get 70% market penetration for zero emission vehicles, and beyond that, you don't get more environmental benefit, or do you keep getting environmental benefit for as long as you're able to keep getting more market penetration of zero emission vehicles?
I would say it's the latter because, even when sales, and as I mentioned in my testimony, we assumed, for the analysis scenario that the sales remain constant past model year 2032 in terms of percentage. But the benefit grows because the fleet is turning over. So in a certain model year, for example, you get to 82% in model year 2032. Over time, as the fleet moves forward in time, the fleet percentage is catching up to the sales percentage, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why the benefits grow over time. That plus increased vehicle mile traveled.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. That makes sense. And then something that I'm still just unclear on from this analysis, when we're comparing this regulation versus the federal alternative, and I can't remember the terminology used, but it's like what's on the books currently.
Right.
Is what's on the books, does that actually require anything about zero emission vehicles? I should probably know that, but I don't actually know.
Well, what's on the books federally is referred to as the 2024 to 2026 model year standards. And they do actually, their EPA's assessment of the number of electric vehicles to comply with those standards is 17%.
Okay. And then you, okay.
Oh, yeah, so that's the baseline that we used.
17%, okay. And then I understand that proposed regulations could go in any number of directions, and so it's hard to pin anything down. But what is being discussed at the federal level for regulations right now? And I'm not looking for any commitments. I'm just curious, what are they talking about there?
Oh, Member Galuski, will you repeat the last sentence you made more slowly for the court reporter?
Sorry. Wait, I just lost my brain. Federal alternative. Oh, when we're talking, what is currently under discussion about proposed new federal regulations for zero emission vehicles?
There has been a proposal issued. As I said in my earlier testimony, it's very difficult to know where that will land in terms of, especially as we head into an election year, in terms of the timing or what will actually be in the final rule, when it will be finalized, et cetera. I don't have a specific, certainly there's an increase in electric vehicles as part of that. I think that's very much in play with respect to the comment period, and so I don't know specifically what number is being discussed right now.
Okay. And also in your analysis on the environmental impacts, could you, my experience with these kind of studies is that typically...
Member Galuski, I'm sorry to interrupt. We weren't able to hear your question.
Okay. In environmental impact studies, such as what you presented, human behavior is often the biggest uncertainty in terms of what people do. Can you outline, though, some of the uncertainties in your analysis on the environmental impact, just in terms of what are the biggest things that are unknown, or where might there be uncertainties in that analysis?
Sure, and I think also, it's having, I led the modeling and analysis program in the EPA's Office of Transportation and Air Quality for several years, right? And so I think, part of this understanding comes with the idea that, we're looking at the relative difference in emissions. We're looking at what happens when you replace, vehicles with tailpipe emissions with vehicles without tailpipe emissions. So certainly, the uncertainties, I think, lie more in the absolute numbers, and because you're tending to use averages, you're using average miles driven, you're using average emissions for a vehicle, you're using average speeds, things like that. There's a lot of detail that goes in that kind of relies on averages. And so, I think, in terms of the uncertainties, those are all numbers that, you can look at and say, well, there's confidence it's been a long day. Confidence intervals around those numbers. Some people drive more, some people drive less, some people drive faster, some people drive slower. That level of detail is really kind of beyond what you can get into with these kind of large-scale environmental analyses. But I think, when the focus becomes, what is the relative reduction in emissions when you look at displacing dirtier vehicles with cleaner vehicles? I think that's where you can narrow the uncertainties, because you're really just looking at, obviously cleaner technology from the tailpipe, replacing obviously dirtier technology from the tailpipe, and that drives emission reductions in terms of a relative difference. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does make sense. And I guess in particular, I'm interested in PM 2.5 reductions, because it seems fairly obvious that, to take another physical parameter, ozone, it seems hard to imagine that there's any scenario in which an increase in EVs would not lead to a decrease in ozone. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, assuming, that the NOx is driving ozone and that we're reducing NOx, yes.
So, but for PM 2.5, it seems like there could be the reduction in tailpipe emissions, I think, would lead to some reduction in PM 2.5 through various downstream processes. But I also think I've seen, and you can tell me, that the increased vehicle weight could lead to an increase in PM 2.5 through greater tire wear, greater road wear. And so the sign change of the PM 2.5 is maybe a little bit harder to pin down. Is that correct? And what do you know about that?
I know that so first of all, in terms of the PM reduction, it's assuming no change in tire and brake wear, and that can go both ways, because, as I mentioned earlier in the cross-examination, there are studies, and actually I led a study for California Air Resources Board, which looked at, which quantified the reduction in brake emissions with vehicles with regen braking.
Mm-hmm.
Because regen braking is taking over some of the, the energy of the braking itself, then the actual pads and the friction material, has less wear and tear on it, and so emissions are reduced. We did not account for that reduction in our analysis. At the same time, and there's no data, and actually I'm leading another study with California Air Resources Board to look at on-road tire and brake wear emissions for both a light and heavy-duty vehicle. And so part of that discussion is literature saying, there may be more tire wear with increased weight of EVs, but there's no hard data yet to quantify whether that is the case or what that difference is. And then of course that needs to be put into the context of, kind of the improvement in battery technology, the improvement in battery density that will lead to, reducing the weight gap. And so, is this a real effect in the future or not? So I think the tire is the biggest uncertainty right now. There is data showing brake emissions are lower, but that is not accounted for in our analysis. We only looked at exhaust emissions.
Yeah, that makes sense. So is it correct to say that even that there's some uncertainty in the sign of PM 2.5 changes as we uptake EVs? Does that make sense?
I wouldn't go that far. I
Okay.
mean, I think that, I wouldn't conclude that.
Okay, so that under any reasonable scenario, we'd still be looking at a decrease in PM 2.5.
Yeah, because also we're looking at the truck rule also, and, trucks are a major emitter of PM, diesel trucks.
That's great. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Galuski. Member Richard, do you have questions of this panel?
Yes, I did. Thank you. I'm not sure who to address this to. I guess the first one is to Mr. Lee regarding the city of Albuquerque and the charging stations. I know that NMED had given some information on the charging stations. I think it was through Mr. Valdez, through the Department of Transportation as well, and what money they were getting in terms of grants, et cetera. And I'm assuming that's specific for outside of the Bernalillo County, Albuquerque area, and that Bernalillo County and Albuquerque are separate, and it's up to you, I guess, Mr. Lee, and others in the city and county government to kind of put together their scheme and funding, or I shouldn't say scheme, but scenario and funding for charging stations in the metropolitan area.
Thank you, member, for that question. Yes, we do have our own initiatives to increase the number of publicly accessible EV charging stations in the city. And the county does also have their own individual initiatives to increase EV charging stations. Are you asking for specific information about those initiatives?
A couple, I think it's leading to one question is just the collaboration that's happening between the three agencies, New Mexico Environment Department and the County of Bernalillo, as well as City of Albuquerque. Or maybe the collaboration is just with Bernalillo County and City of Albuquerque. I'm curious to know, I'm appointed by the County Commission, and I know there are some communities that are poorer in the county, and there are also several communities that are further out, for example, in the East Mountains areas. So I'm just wondering about availability of charging stations and infrastructure for those areas.
Yes, I believe the county is trying to address some of those areas in their initiatives. I do not believe they have received any funding specifically for the East Mountain areas, but I know that's something that they are actively working on.
And is there any kind of collaboration between your sustainability office and, I don't know if they have a sustainability office, I imagine they do, in terms of working on grants together?
Yes, the county actually just hired on a sustainability coordinator over the summer, I believe in June of this year, and we have had discussions about coordinating locations between the county and the city, and those conversations are ongoing.
Okay, I'm hoping it doesn't turn into a competitive environment where you're basically looking at limited resources to kind of support the county and the city as well as the state.
Yes, certainly we do not want to have any conflict between our initiatives for EV charging stations and the counties. So, so far our conversations have been very collaborative as far as making sure that both of our programs do not overlap and duplicate efforts.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. My other question is, I don't know if it's appropriate for this panel, but I was on the board when we decided on Clean Cars 1, and now we're looking at Clean Cars 2, and essentially when we did the Clean Cars 1, it was catching up with California, who had already passed it. Looks like we're doing the same thing for Clean Cars 2. I imagine there's going to be a Clean Cars 3. I'm just wondering if this scenario will kind of repeat itself through the next several years.
Thank you. Yes. Yes, that we are adopting, we are proposing to adopt Advanced Clean Cars 2 because of the change in the California Advanced Clean Cars program. There is not a Advanced Clean Cars 3 that has been proposed in California. Everybody's waiting for the implementation of Advanced Clean Cars 2, which the first effective model year here will be 2027. In California, I believe it's 2026. And so those implementation dates are coming up. And because California, the California specific rule by 2035 directs the auto manufacturers to deliver 100% of new vehicle inventory as zero emission vehicles. I don't know if there's going to be an Advanced Clean Cars 3, but if there are changes in California law, or especially the Advanced Clean Trucks law, I know California is working very closely with the truck manufacturers and the trucking industry in their state. If there are upgrades to the California Advanced Clean Trucks, we, as the NMED and presumably the EHD, will have to evaluate and consider what effects that will have to our program and make a decision as to whether to propose, revised rules at that time.
Okay, thank you. I just have one last question, and I think, Mr. Koval, you might be the one to answer it. It seems like there's a potential for other states, as well as ours, to adopt some Clean Cars 2 or Advanced Clean Cars 2 rule. And I just, again, I was on the board when we did the Clean Cars rule initially, and we didn't see like this, a lot of cars coming in. I know a lot of EVs. And so I think what I'm asking is, how do we know, given that other states may also be doing the same action potentially that we are, or the same potential actions, how do we know that New Mexico will receive enough inventory to satisfy both the requirements of the Clean Cars 2 as well as the demand that we, I've heard a lot of public comment about folks that can't find ZEV or LEV vehicles, and they're having to go to other states to do so. So that's one part of the question. And the other part is, based on a greater demand, of course, there'll be greater cost. And this increased cost could be prohibitive, even with the incentives to many New Mexicans. So curious to know how that works at a higher level.
I'm going to defer that question to Ms. Miano.
Yes, thank you. I might need some reminding as to the different components of your question, but starting backwards first, we have also here at the New Mexico Environment Department experienced and heard from a lot of New Mexicans that they are unable to find base models of the electric vehicles that the manufacturers are producing. So for example, we've heard in comment and in feedback that New Mexicans are able to find the $90,000 Ford Mach-E, but they're not able to find the $35,000 Hyundai Kona EV. And so what the intent of this rule is to provide certainty to the auto manufacturers that there is a market for models, such as the base models that are currently unavailable largely in the state of New Mexico that fit what we know to be the New Mexico prices or the New Mexico budget that most households have. And so we want to make sure that the car manufacturers know, along with California and the other ACC2 states, that there is a market for these cars, that these states want the zero emission vehicles, that we're using the federal funds and available infrastructure investments to prepare for these vehicles and to make sure the infrastructure is there. And we know that from the car manufacturers and from reporting and other sources that the number of EV models in the range of price points is only going to increase over time, whether it's General Motors or Stellantis or any of these other manufacturers. We know from the record that they are making huge commitments to transfer their fleets over, and we want to make sure that New Mexico has the full benefit of those new, what I would say, base models, and direct those here instead of the higher priced EVs that are currently only available. And I think there might be some other parts of your question that I'm not answering, so if you'll repeat those, I will answer them as well.
And I'm sorry, it was two questions in one, so
no, that's okay.
The problem there. I think my concern at a kind of a high level is not having ZEV cars or LEV cars sitting on lots unspoken for, but it's not having enough LEV cars or ZEV cars in, as you say, base models, because there will be competition from other states for those same base models or those same LEVs and ZEVs. So my concern is the manufacturing process, and do they have the capacity? And I know you're not an expert in manufacturing, but are we through this rule basically mandating a certain number of base models that will be delivered by manufacturers based on the demand that for example, the models have been, the numbers of vehicles that the models have been modeled after. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. I understand what you're saying, and the reason why, one of the reasons why the departments are bringing forward the proposed rule is to ensure that as the cars come off the line that the auto manufacturers are invested in making and are announcing that they're making, that those cars come to the New Mexico market first. And so, for example, the Section 177 states, that have passed advanced clean cars, California, and if the proposed rule is adopted in New Mexico, manufacturers will deliver their vehicles to these markets first because, of course, if they don't, there is a penalty that they potentially face if they're not able to meet their percentage requirements versus other states that might not be directing the auto manufacturers that they'd like to receive the zero emission vehicles. And so this rule puts New Mexico first in line because if the manufacturers don't meet the requirements under the proposed rule, they will experience a potential penalty, and nobody wants that. And so we anticipate those cars being directed to New Mexico first. We know that the manufacturers are investing in more base models, and we presume that the manufacturers know that the statistics of New Mexico. They know the market, they know the New Mexico market, they sell products here all the time, and by passing this rule, we have the opportunity to direct those cars from the auto manufacturer to come to our market for our residents first.
Thank you, and I'm assuming that's in consideration of 177 states as well. The last comment, it's not really a question. I just want to echo Member Lewis's concern about mining and potential impact to our Native American communities and other low-income communities, indigenous communities that have basically borne the brunt of mining in the past. I speak mostly to uranium mining on the Navajo Nation. And I think I like the idea kind of, this is a fair trade sort of approach, just because mining has devastating impacts globally. And I would hate to, although we may be making our community healthier here, I would hate to adversely impact another community downstream because of what our actions are. So just reiterating the importance of that.
I appreciate that comment. I'm making note, and I would say as the agency, we hired in our agency uranium reclamation coordinator. We have petroleum storage tank bureau. We have a lot of resources that are spent to clean up of fossil fuel industries and of mining industries, and we are very mindful of those considerations when, as part of this proposed rule.
Great. Thank you very much for your time. That's all I
All
have.
right, thank you, Member Lewis. Member Coleman, do you have questions of this panel?
Thank you. Yes, I just have,
Yes, okay. There we go. I just have one question for Ms. Miano that hasn't been asked already. It has to do with the state's build out of infrastructure, and I'm just wondering, as you pursue that, is there going to be any sort of inspection or quality control as part of that, so that you ensure that the charging stations that the state is putting all over the place are actually functional?
That is a great question. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Member Kalman. There are already ways that we can look and see how chargers are functioning. We have some of those in our apps through the various ChargePoint app. We have ChargePoint app, PlugShare app. There are so many different kinds of apps that tell you what the condition is of the charging station that is closest to you. And I've learned this recently, you even have comments that people can make as far as if there's any issues, and the companies monitor those and then go and repair them, from what I understand. As far as the charging stations that the state of New Mexico will be responsible for, I imagine that's something that the Department of Transportation, in coordination with the Energy, Minerals, Natural Resources Department and others, take seriously to make sure that the charging infrastructure that we're installing actually works and serves the, serves New Mexican residents.
Thank you, I appreciate that. I just know he was talking about having a charging station every 50 miles, and that still means that you have to make sure that that one is working. So, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Coleman. Member Eberline, are you on the platform and do you have questions?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yes, I have one question. It's kind of a follow-up to Member Lewis' questions about the different credits and stuff like that. So right now, because I think it's important to have the credit, because it's one thing that the regulation will force manufacturers to produce more vehicles available in.
Member Eberline, I'm sorry. The court reporter is having trouble hearing you. Would you speak louder and more slowly?
Okay, I can speak slower. I'm not sure I can speak louder. The microphone is what it is. Okay. As I said, Member Lewis raised this issue about tax credits and other incentives, because that's important. I think it's important that when we get more vehicles available, that they also don't sit around on the lots for the dealers, but they actually we actually get a process of replacing the existing fleet with newer vehicles so that we get the environmental benefits from this. So my question, so I heard something about, there was hinted at one of these presentations that right now we only get, there's tax credits only for the vehicles that are produced in the US. But there also was something hinted about that maybe they will change the structure so that you get the tax credit immediately when you actually buy the vehicle. Did I get that correctly, or is that actually going to happen in 2024? Is that how I understood it correctly there? I think this is a question for Mr. Kopel.
My understanding of the IRA $7,500 tax credit is that in 2024 it becomes at the point of sale, the credit can be applied.
Okay, well, that sounds good. So does that also, will it also change it then, or is it still going to remain that it only applies to US manufactured or assembled vehicles, or is it going to be more broadly for zero emission vehicles?
I believe it's still, at this time, applicable to U.S., I think it's called Buy America, the Buy America program, that it's only applicable to Buy America qualified vehicles. I do know that there are conversations happening at the national level as far as modifying some of those requirements to open up the tax credit and the Charger, I believe it's the Charger tax credit specifically to other to other non-Buy America products.
Okay, so is the state working on any incentives as well? I think there was hinted about that as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The state incentives that will be proposed by the Taxation and Revenue Department in this upcoming legislative session will not have any Buy America restrictions and will apply to both new and used vehicles in 3 vehicle categories. Those are the battery electric vehicles, the plug-in hybrid vehicles, and non-plug-in hybrid or conventional vehicles.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. I have no more questions.
Thank you very much. Chair Paul, do you have questions?
Thanks. Feel free to answer these as briefly as you want. I know we've been at this for a little while. I do have a few. So I'll start with Mr. Koval. Did I hear you right that according to your modeling, these rules would decrease NOx, which drives ozone levels, which we in Bernalillo County are at 95% of the standard, as we spoke about yesterday, cutting it by half by 2032? Assuming no other changes?
No, it's the statistic in my testimony was by 2050, reducing motor vehicle NOx by 43%.
Okay.
Chair Paul, can you speak louder or in your microphone, please?
Yes, I can. Member Everline. Is it not on? Or?
It's on.
Okay. Can you, from your modeling, can you say anything about what if Albuquerque's parts per billion level of how that would impact the level of parts per billion, so atmospheric conditions in the next?
I don't. Unfortunately, I can't really. I can't speak to that directly. I know Dr. Rosso's testimony was, able to focus more on, the ozone contribution of motor vehicles and, but even that. I mean, I think without ozone modeling, we can't answer that directly.
Okay, thanks. I heard a concern about batteries over the last period of time. Something about battery warranties, lasting 100,000 miles in general. After that warranty is up, is the battery still usable generally in an electric vehicle?
Yes, as far as I know.
Is there an annual percentage of decline of the battery capacity or a figure like that?
Yeah, I have seen some data that does suggest that there's a degradation over time. I can't put an exact number on it, but yeah, there is over time.
And then this question of insurance rates was curious to me, just because we have a variety of cars, and I don't want to compare apples to oranges. The insurance for a truck versus the insurance for a Willys from the '60s versus my small EV. Yeah, can you tell us anything, or is there anything in the record about average insurance rates for equivalent size and use vehicles between EVs and ICE vehicles?
We do include in our cost analysis in the report, I'm just turning to the specific, in NMED Exhibit 47, table 22, 23, 24, we do include a incremental insurance cost, which is an added expense for the EV, and according to our analysis.
Is there a percentage you want to just?
So for the number the case I've been quoting is the BEV with home charger, the one that for the 2027 model, and it goes down, in our estimate, it goes down quite a bit for the 2035 model. So for the 2027 model, so again, the net savings, including this insurance, is over $7,000, but the incremental insurance cost is over $2,000.
Okay.
And for the 2035 case, the incremental insurance is over $600.
Thank you so much. Now I'll move on to Director Miano. You said most New Mexicans buy used cars. Can you tell me more about how many vehicles are sold, maybe annually, new versus used, so we can get or any statistic, or direct me to part of the record that, so we can understand what percentage of the fleet these rules apply to over time?
We know that from our information, 67 to 70,000 new vehicles are purchased in New Mexico. And so that would be the number that the percentage requirements would apply to.
Great. How many used vehicles are purchased annually?
I don't recall.
Okay. I'll ask that to other folks, see if we can figure out that number. I'm trying to understand if this truly limits people's, individuals' purchasing options. Okay, so let's see. Also for Director Miano, again, if I'm asking stuff outside of your scope, please let me know. But heard a little bit here about range increasing over time, of course, but how many EV models are currently relatively inexpensive, or let's just say in 2024, when these tax credits that are direct pay come into, are allowed to be used in New Mexico? How many EV models out there could someone buy for under $30,000 in 2024? Is that something we have any information on?
I don't know off the top of my head. Is the question how many models on the market in 2024 with the federal tax credit would be under $30,000?
Yes.
My understanding right now is that it would just be used vehicles under $30,000 new.
Oh, yeah, I meant any vehicle.
Oh,
any
yeah.
EV, used or new. So I'm trying to get at this question of, will people be able to afford EVs? I've heard a lot of concern about the cost, and so I'm asking, are there, in 2024, with the data that we have now, because they released their models the year before, right? Will there be EVs that people can purchase under $30,000? That's just an estimate of what is maybe affordable. You can include tax credits or not?
Yes.
Used or new?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many?
How many models?
Yeah.
I know off the top of my head, I would say for used cars in that price range, I would say that it would be, the Chevy Bolt, and that would be used. I would say the Nissan Leaf would probably be used. I would say maybe you could get, maybe you can even get a Hyundai Ioniq used for under that. And let me think.
And then the next,
I think that's off the top of my head, I would name those 3 models.
Sure. In the next few years, are people prohibited, do these rules prohibit folks from purchasing EVs with a smaller range than are required by the rules?
No.
So are there other models that you would include?
Yes, there can be, as long as it meets the zero emission vehicle requirement, there's no maximum or minimum range requirement that somebody looking for a used vehicle would need to meet to qualify for anything under the rules, for any requirements under the rules.
Okay.
I think I answered your question.
No, I
but
think
if
that
not,
does,
let me
yeah.
know.
Yeah, thank you. And then would you remind us if off-road vehicles or farm vehicles or sort of the vehicles people use on their property, a business that's not operating on road, how those are addressed under this rule?
We know that under this rule, this is true for the state executive order also, there are a number of exemptions for the proposed rule. I know that there is an agricultural use exemption among others, so that if there is the need for purchase of a vehicle, for that purpose, that wouldn't be under the rule requirement. And that's true under the executive order for emergency vehicles, or other kinds of vehicles. There are certain exemptions that are recognized.
Okay. Let's see. And then just on chargers quickly, do you know what percentage of New Mexicans can support an EV charger at home? I guess not sure that you have that statistic, but is that a significant percentage of New Mexicans that can support and I don't mean a 240 volt, I mean a 110 volt charger, a wall plug. Who can plug in their car at home in New Mexico without any changes to how they live or what they do?
Yeah, there are any area where there is an outside outlet. A lot of the used vehicles come with the plug-in charger with the vehicle that would plug into, I think it's called a level 1 charger, just your standard outlet that is on the side of any building. There are initiatives underway, sustainable tax credit. There's also the opportunity, and I know that many of the utilities in New Mexico have taken advantage of this. Utilities can include rebates for charging infrastructure as part of their transportation electrification plans. And then as also part of those plans, we know that you can create it's called a smart meter, where the electricity that you're charged from the smart meter is less than would be charged during times of high use during the day. And this is part of the utilities upgrades, part of grid modernization. It's part of the Energy Transition Act to ensure that as more electric vehicles come online, that the utilities can balance out how many can be charged at one time, and that is their approach to making sure that happens. And so I would say that for charging infrastructure, there are many areas we can improve, and we are seeking to try to find all the gaps that currently exist to ensure that the New Mexicans that would like EVs have a place to charge.
I'm sorry, Chair Paul. I understand why Mr. Bach has approached the podium.
Yes, I just wanted to remind, and with all due respect, I'm very sorry to interrupt, but we do have Dr. Charlton only for tonight, and we only have an hour left. So just wanted to remind folks of that.
I know, but then we have two other board members.
Oh, go ahead. Let the other board members say.
Excuse me. So I'm wondering, though, will this panel be with us tomorrow as well? Okay. I think it would be best, and I'm sorry to ask you to come back again, but I know the board members have good questions of you, and you want to give complete answers. So I would like, if you would please step away. Again, we're going to start at 8 o'clock in the morning. We will start with you, and there won't be interruptions in the technical case until 6 p.m.
I'm sorry, Phoebe. I'm sorry.
No, they're good questions, and we probably have way more.
Yeah.
I was looking at the time too.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's okay, Chair Paul.
There's so much juggling. So much juggling. Mr. DeSalen?
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, and thank you for your accommodation. Climate advocates would like to call our first witness, Dr. Paul Charlton, and it might take just a second to get his slides set up. Hopefully no more than a second.
I'm sorry? Yes. Go ahead and do that while he's doing his slides. Yep. The court reporter will swear you in.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Mr. DeSalen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Charles DeSalen, representing Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy. Dr. Charlton, could you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, my name is Paul Charlton. It's spelled Paulcharlton.
And what is your current position?
I am a practicing emergency medicine physician and the emergency department director at the Gallup Indian Medical Center.
And are you testifying in any official capacity today?
No, I'm testifying in my own individual capacity as a resident of New Mexico and a practicing emergency physician. My comments are fully separate from anything with the Indian Health Service or the Department of Health and Human Services.
And could you briefly describe your education, work experience, and other qualifications, please?
Yes, I've got a Bachelor of Arts in Philosophy from Central Washington University, a master's degree in conflict resolution from the Georgetown University Department of Government, completed my medical school at Dartmouth Medical School, and my 4-year emergency medicine specialization at the University of Washington, and I'm part of the inaugural cohort of the University of Colorado Diploma in Climate Medicine.
Dr. Charlton, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your testimony is being both transcribed and simultaneously interpreted, and so I just have to ask you to keep it
Just slow
slow.
down. Sure, I'll do my best. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer. I want to refer you to a document that's been marked Climate Advocates Exhibit 32. Can you identify it, please?
Is that my CV or the testimony? The CV, I have reviewed my CV and that is accurate.
And is that accurate and up to date?
It is.
Okay. And how long have you held the position of emergency physician at the Gallup Indian Medical Center?
For the past 5 years.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities as emergency physician at the Gallup Indian Medical Center?
So I am a practicing emergency physician clinically, and I also oversee administrative duties as the ED director, and then I am the Indian Health Service Chief Clinical Consultant for emergency medicine. So I am familiar on and working on a weekly basis with emergency medical issues across the United States, dealing with tribal communities and emergency care.
Okay, and do you have other responsibilities beyond your responsibilities at the clinic?
Working on preparedness and adaptation for across the system for optimizing emergency care.
Okay. And have you prepared written testimony today for this proceeding?
I have.
And I'm going to refer you to a document that's been marked as Climate Advocates Exhibit 31. Can you identify that, please?
Yes, that is my written testimony.
And did you prepare it?
I did.
And do you adopt it today as your sworn testimony?
I do.
Could you please summarize the testimony?
Thank you. Thank you to the members of the boards, to the New Mexico Environment Department, and to the Albuquerque Environmental Health Department for caring about our communities. Your work today is meaningful. I would like to help contextualize some of the health data, the New Mexico specific health data that you've heard the last 2 days and we'll probably hear more of tomorrow, in addition to very specifically highlighting for the boards that from a medical perspective, there is urgency in transitioning our transportation sector towards cleaner, lower emission technologies. Tailpipe emissions from internal combustion engine vehicles emit pollutants that harm all of New Mexicans from across the state, from all walks of life, and of all ages now. The longer that we wait with this transition, the more harms that accrue. These rules that are under consideration today are important steps that will save lives and make our families and our communities across our state more livable. Let me advance to a slide here. Emissions from internal combustion engines used in the transportation sector harm our health through 2 primary avenues: the air pollution that they generate and the effect that greenhouse gases have on driving climate change. And as you can see in this diagram from the New England Journal of Medicine, that both factors negatively impact many aspects of human health across multiple types of diseases and multiple types of body systems at both an individual and a population health level. And I do want to highlight that this is mainstream medicine. This is not on the fringe. This is coming from some of our main medical journals, New England Journal of Medicine, the Journal of the American Medical Association, The Lancet, who are publishing new research every month on this topic. And as The Lancet has clearly stated, damage to human health from climate change caused by fossil fuel use is regarded as the single biggest public health challenge facing the world in the 21st century. The way that air pollution from sources like our internal combustion engine tailpipe emissions shorten lives and makes us less healthy is somewhat intuitive. And as you can see in this diagram, the particulate matter, the fine particulate matter, the PM 2.5, is about 1/30th the diameter of a human hair. And that is depicted in this image with the little red beads. And these particles are so small that we often don't notice how much they are in the air that we are breathing. Similarly, some air pollutants, such as the nitrogen oxides that come from vehicle emissions, which, as we all know, interact with sunlight and heat to form particles, such as the ground level ozone, they are not possible for our body systems to filter out. And we may feel that burning sensation in our noses or the backs of our throat. We may see the smog over Albuquerque, like I often do when I drive into the city from the west. But the challenge is that for both the fine particulate matter and those molecules, such as ozone, they're too small for our body systems to have anything to be able to filter them out. And if we look in this picture, we can see the way that that functions. We have on the left side of the image a normal lung in a healthy environment that is not affected by pollutants, where the lung the passageway is very large, and it's easy for air to move through, and children or adults that are playing sports or things like that, they are able to move the air like they need to so that they're not restricted. On the right-hand side of the image, we see that the inflammation that comes from these molecules that are not able to be filtered out through our nose and through our normal systems, they cause those airways to be inflamed, to have more mucus production, and to restrict the amount of air and oxygen that's able to reach our lungs. The result of this is something that we see every day in our emergency department and across the state. So the image on the right, which is more common and is becoming something that we are having to deal with in different ways than we used to, is a person coming in with their family members who are having to speak for them because there is so much inflammation and so little airflow that they are not even able to vocalize that they can't breathe. And that starts this cycle of us having to do our medical interventions to try to catch up from the effects, the negative effects simply of the pollution in the environments where they're living. Now the issue is that the pollutants don't stop there. This fine particulate matter and the molecules that go through, they are small enough that they pass towards the capillary beds, which is where gases are exchanged from the lung tissue into the bloodstream. And in those locations, they can spread across the whole body. And this is something that is often missed when people are looking at the significant health effects from air pollution and from climate change, is this type of inflammation that occurs now has spread to many body systems. We're not just talking about the lungs anymore. So as you can see depicted in that image right there, the coronary arteries, which would be the blood vessels that are carrying blood to the heart muscle, they are more likely with this type of air pollution to be experiencing things like the plaques that are depicted in there, so atherosclerosis, and those plaques are more likely to be unstable, and those lead to heart attacks, they lead to strokes, they lead to issues with increased rates of cancer in different parts of the body, to metabolic effects. The Specific pathways are beyond anything that the boards need to know or that we need to talk about today. But as you'll see in some of the written testimony, and you'll hear likely more about tomorrow, even small incremental increases in the air pollution, that the air pollutants that we're talking about that would be improved by the regulations that are under consideration today. So even small increases in those pollutants, they increase lung cancer by significant rates. In some studies, 15 to 25% increase in lung cancer mortality, increased risk of death from all causes by 3%, heart disease by 10%, respiratory disease by 27%. The effects don't end there. I think many people here will recognize that we see, as you can see in the depiction in another New England Journal, that this affects things like cancers, breast cancer, increased rates of digestive system cancer, female reproductive cancers, problems with low birth weight pregnancies, delays in cognitive and physical developments in young children. These negative impacts are substantial from a medical perspective. They are meaningful, and no one should be subject to these restrictions on our abilities to live a healthy life simply due to their birth circumstances or where they live. That is referring only to the air pollution side. The much bigger aspect, what dwarfs just the air pollution figures, are that the health damage that is brought from our rapidly destabilizing climate. These health dangers are real, they are concrete, and they are already being experienced in New Mexico. You see these impacts across many different levels and on many issues, only one of which is air pollution. The emergency department is a bellwether in terms of the changes that we are seeing in New Mexico. And what I can say is that we are seeing things today that 2 years ago we never saw. The pace of change and the pace of impacts from the health effects from air pollution and the climate and the changing climate in New Mexico is rapidly increasing. And just to take some of the more obvious ones on this, the flooding, the droughts, the wildfires, the extreme heats. We have small, even micro events with flooding. We just talked about ways that the risk for stroke is increased. There was a patient that I saw this summer who had it was a grandmother. She had a stroke on a Wednesday, which was the likelihood of her having that was increased based on the environmental risk factors that she had. And due to small amounts of flooding that prevented access, such as what we are seeing with the changes of climate change, she had never had flooding in this area. She was not able to come into the hospital until a Friday, at which point it was no longer possible for her to receive a thrombectomy that would have potentially reversed the devastating effects of the stroke that she experienced. We see that in the increased size and frequency of wildfires in New Mexico, resulting in school recesses being canceled for children, in respiratory exacerbations that spread far away from the fire itself, and then families with financial resources scrambling to purchase air filtration systems in an attempt to clean some of the indoor air where we eat and sleep. And then finally, on extreme weather events, the heat-related health risks are increasingly spreading geographically to communities in New Mexico that have never had to deal with them before. And while outside of the Las Cruces region, the rest of New Mexico is not yet experiencing Phoenix-level issues of heat, the number of emergency department visits for heat-related illnesses in New Mexico has already more than doubled between 2009 and 2019, and preliminary data from 2023 suggests that it may have doubled again just in the past year. And so what does that really look like? That looks like UPS workers that come into our emergency department collapsing on the job. That looks like agricultural workers who are unable to harvest crops and are forced to go to the emergency department for heat stroke. It looks like children whose recesses and sports practices are canceled. And it looks like communities that never in the past needed to establish cooling centers are scrambling to try to keep their most vulnerable citizens safe. Now, it's widely recognized that there are certain communities, what we often refer to within health fields as frontline communities, that are at the highest risk of experiencing the negative effects in New Mexico. New Mexico is particularly highly represented in these 4 primary categories: communities of color, children, low-income communities, and older adults. Delays in our transition to a cleaner transportation sector will result in more harm to these communities, and some of those harms will be irreversible. In the written testimony, there are several citations that give a very conservative subset of the health impacts in the state of New Mexico. There is relatively little data tracking the climate impacts, the climate impacts on health in New Mexico. So this only accounts for a small portion of that, a small subset, and that is air pollution. And even just looking at the small amount there, for ACC2, we're looking at almost 50,000 avoided exacerbations of conditions such as asthma that we talked about before, and almost 100 avoided premature deaths. When we add ACT and the low NOx omnibus rules into that, we go well over 100 avoided deaths and close to, or actually over 75,000 estimated exacerbations avoided. Now, what does that look like in practice in terms of what we are seeing right now? Because those are just numbers. They're big numbers, but they feel like numbers. One of those little numbers that we saw on the screen, that will look like the person that I saw just a few days ago. He's in his 50s, and he comes in looking like he's going to die. He is gasping for breath. He cannot speak at all. And his wife says to me, he's miserable. He uses all of his medications for his asthma that was worsened by the environmental conditions that he was living in. He uses all of his medications as prescribed. He toughs it out at home as long as he can. Then when it gets so bad that he simply can't stand it anymore, he comes to the hospital. He hates hospitals, he hates this disease, and he hates this life. It looks like adults that are suffering from worsening pulmonary fibrosis, permanent scarring of their lungs, from repeatedly inhaling inflammatory fine particulates from the environment that they live in. And a young man recently told me, I used to love to bike, I used to love to run, I can't even ride a bike anymore since I'm so fatigued and I'm so out of breath. I've fully stopped exercising. And while an increase in stroke risk caused by environmental pollutants sounds abstract, strokes are often devastating. And when one affects us or one of our family members, it is far more than a simple minor inconvenience, which is how it would have been categorized on that chart. These are permanent, life-altering deficits that often dramatically negatively impact a family, a person, and a community. The longer we take for this transition, the more such harms will take place. I mentioned the 75,000 exacerbations that would be avoided through adopting these regulations. And I want to put a bit more context of really what this does look like in our clinical care. This will look like a child, whether it's one of our children, a grandchild, a niece, a nephew, somebody from our community. A child who can't breathe, who doesn't play because he's so uncomfortable, whose wheezing and distress means that it will be another missed day of work for his parents, another day out of school, another trip to the emergency department, another hospitalization, and another round of worry about how much worse this is going to get in his life, as we continue to attempt this transition towards a cleaner environment. Now, I was fortunate enough to not have asthma. And I think for many of us in this room, as children, our school recesses weren't being canceled due to high air pollution. Our sports practices were not being canceled due to extreme heat events. And our parents didn't restrict where we could go or couldn't go to which portions of the state based on where the fires were this summer. And that, unfortunately, is likely to be different for our children and for our grandchildren. My son, who was depicted in the hospital with asthma from last year, is now 3 years old, and his reality is very much affected by the restrictions that are brought by pollution and our rapidly warming Earth. This situation is big, it is dire, and it is urgent. Our children will not forgive us for standing aside while we wait with further delays. In closing, our changing climate and the policy decisions that we make about this directly affect the health of all of us. There are bleak scenarios where our activities, our daily activities, are hampered by our poor health and the pollution in our air. But there is another more promising future, and that is a future that is positively influenced by what policymakers do today. By making forward-looking decisions now, climate-caused health burdens can be lessened, and we can more swiftly transition to a cleaner, a healthier, and a more livable world that benefits all of us. In adopting the ACC2, ACT, and heavy-duty omnibus rules, the boards will be taking an important step towards that future, and I respectfully urge you to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Charlton.
Thank you, Dr. Charlton. Madam Hearing Officer, I have no further questions. Dr. Charlton is available for questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. DeSalen. Let me encourage all board members to focus on questions rather than affirmative statements of their own. I'll start with the three members online this time. Member Richards.
I have no questions.
Thank you. Member Galuski.
One moment. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just a couple of questions. I was curious about threshold effects because if you look at some of the environmental impacts of this regulation on things like PM 2.5 and ozone, quantitatively, the reduction.
PM 2. I'm sorry, Member Galuski.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Speak, if you would, just a little more slowly for the court reporter. PM 2.5 is probably where you lost him.
Okay. The quantitative reductions in PM 2.5 and ozone may not look very large percentage-wise or in absolute terms, but from your testimony, it sounds like even a small reduction in, for example, peak ozone values could still have important health benefits. Could you talk a little bit about those kind of threshold effects?
Thank you for the question. And yes, your statement is correct. Small changes in the amount of pollutants that are in the air have demonstrated health effects on this. Even in the 3 weeks since I prepared the written testimony, I have probably read another 24 medical articles that are introducing even further findings. And it is becoming increasingly clear that even below the EPA's sort of target numbers for ozone and for particulate matter, that even below that point, there are causal harms to human health. So your statement of what may otherwise appear to be small reductions, do they have health impacts? Yes, they have health impacts, and that data is increasingly robust and grows so by the month.
Great, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Member Eberline, any questions?
No, I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Trujillo?
Actually, I've just got one question, and I'm not really sure how to put it in context with what with your presentation. But you know, if this rule is just about doing what was the best thing for the environment, it would be such an easy decision. We're weighing a lot of different portions of it. So I'm curious, of the patients that you see and in the medical system that you work in, how do the patients kind of stack up economically? Like, how, you know, are these patients often struggling from the standpoint, like they're coming from communities or neighborhoods that are being highly impacted? Like, are you able to draw that kind of across the board?
Yes, in emergency medicine in general, we serve what are much more likely to be in those categories of frontline communities, so they're likely to be more marginalized and have less resources. The particular context that I work in, they would be, by socioeconomic factors, some of the most vulnerable in the United States. And I would say that my experience with those interactions has been that they are some of the most motivated to push policymakers towards these transformational changes.
Okay. And thank you for kind of putting that in context in your position as being one of those first responders to that situation. So I appreciate you giving us your testimony today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chair Sweeney?
I don't have any questions right now, but maybe later.
All right. Chair Paul? Thank you. Member Coleman?
I have no questions either, thank you.
All right. Member Armijo?
I have no questions.
Member Lewis?
No, I don't have anything either.
Thank you.
Nicely presented.
Thank you. Member Bitzer?
I have no questions, thank you.
Thank you. Member Garcia?
No questions, thank you.
Member Ely?
Yeah, just one question. You talked about the health effects of pollution and the health effects of climate. What's the bridge between that? What does a warming temperature do for atmospheric pollutant concentration?
That is a great question. There are very well understood mechanisms for that. So the greenhouse gas emissions that are coming from the internal combustion engine as byproducts, they are widely recognized within health circles as like a key target for improving health because of the direct effect they have climate change. As the climate warms, and it is warming quickly in New Mexico, more quickly than many other states in the US, we see issues where more of the nitrogen oxides turn into more ozone, so that happens more often, more quickly, due to chemical reactions with higher heat. We see more particulate matter in the form of blowing dust that is happening with drought that is very prominent in northwest New Mexico because of desertification that's occurring from the drought and the rising temperatures. We see more pollens that are happening in other parts of the country and in other parts of New Mexico, where those allergens that are in the environment are more frequent, and those cause further exacerbations of respiratory issues. And then heat itself is a risk factor for, we saw that picture of the plaque. So plaque instability and rupture, that is more common with higher heat. And so we get more strokes, we get more heart attacks, we get more of a whole bunch of things. I only talked about a very, very small portion of this. This is a widespread issue, and that is why within mainstream medical communities, this is seen as a top priority.
Okay, thank you. Chair Sweeney?
Yes, thank you again for your testimony. I was just wondering, from your perspective as an emergency room doctor, I did some, I talked to some folks out in the Northwest, and from some of the Native American communities and some of the lower income communities about their understanding about climate impacts to their health, in particular asthma. And one of the things that I experienced was a difference. Like, they may not have fully understood or don't understand the connection to Member Ely's question. Are you seeing that maybe when they come in, is there, they're seeing these health effects, whether asthma or you said, these additional impacts to their health? Are you seeing maybe discussion about the connection about environmental impacts?
I don't want to speak on behalf of my Indigenous colleagues or the Indigenous communities who deserve to be able to represent their own views. What I would say is, yes, there does appear to be more rapid understanding of the intricate connection between the environments where we're living and the health that we are experiencing within the Indigenous communities that I am interacting with and living within, because they are experiencing it more readily than people in some urban areas are, or the people from other social demographics are. So yes, in general, I would say there is faster, more rapid understanding of just how grave these challenges are.
With your colleagues, and as you said, you have some other colleagues that are interested in the impacts of climate and the environmental impacts that it has on some of these marginalized or low-income communities. Is there educational outreach that is being done in your knowledge, with your knowledge, from the medical community to some of those communities?
Yes, this is mainstream. It's changing very quickly. So I wish that we had even more that was taking place nationally and even more in New Mexico. So we're I mean, to be frank, New Mexico is getting caught flat-footed in terms of how quickly things are changing, and from what we're seeing already, which is the reason for the concern about delays with these transitions. But yes, there is quite a lot of outreach that is going on, and there's a need for more.
And I'm sorry if this, stop me if this is outside your expertise, but then is there also engagement and collaboration with like Indian Health Service and the state, the medical side or the health department with the state in terms of trying to get more outreach?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
And there can always be more. We would benefit from more.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chair Sweeney. We'll turn now to the parties. Mr. Maxwell, do you have questions of Dr. Charlton?
I do. Dr. Charlton, would you agree that as an emergency medicine physician, your primary expertise lies in providing immediate patient care?
My primary expertise in my clinical role is on emergency medicine services. In my additional roles, I am responsible for more population health preparation interventions and public health issues.
In that role in emergency medicine services, do you typically engage in the study or analysis of long-term environmental health impacts?
As a board certified physician, emergency physician in the US, I remain up to date on literature that affects the emergency department. This is something that is a core part of providing excellent emergency care within the state of New Mexico, and so I am routinely reading and staying up to date on what's published on this topic in the field.
Doctor, have you conducted any or published any peer-reviewed research specifically on the impact of vehicle emissions on health?
I have not.
Doctor, would it be accurate to say that emergency medicine does not typically involve assessing environmental factors like vehicle emissions in relation to public health?
I think that would be incorrect to say that. Emergency medicine is a broad knowledge set, and the growing field of climate medicine, we will notice nationally, is highly represented by emergency medicine physicians that are leading that, and that we would see in the composition of this cohort that I'm part of with the University of Colorado diploma in climate medicine.
Dr. Charlton, can you name the specific epidemiological studies you've relied upon that directly link vehicle emissions to increased rates of asthma and COPD?
I included a curated set of articles in the table and the written statements. I'm happy to read those. I will say this is a fraction of the published literature on this. There is an extensive and rapidly growing body of literature that is documenting these causal connections.
In these studies you've cited, is there correlation between vehicle emissions and these health issues explicitly stated as direct causation?
I believe that the studies that I chose to include in this were primarily attempting to illustrate the connection between particulate matter and some air pollutants and the health effects, because that was the choice of what I thought was most appropriate for the board. There are other studies within the environmental health literature that would focus more explicitly on vehicle emissions and the rates of those pollutants that were the focus of the studies.
In these same studies, are you aware of any other environmental or genetic factors contributing to asthma and COPD alongside vehicle emissions?
Yes, these are multifactorial disease processes, and they are quite complex. This is one important factor, and there are many other important factors as well.
I would be correct to say the studies you've referenced do not exclusively attribute asthma and COPD to vehicle emissions, but consider multiple contributing factors.
That is correct.
Dr. Charlton, in the studies you've cited about vehicle emissions and health impacts, are there any limitations acknowledged by the authors regarding their findings?
Yes, medicine has a very high standard in terms of the research that we conduct, in terms of confidence intervals and looking at data very seriously. So every research study that we look at is expected to talk about assumptions that need to be questioned and reasons that those applications need to be vetted against the context that we're thinking of applying them to. I think that is part of that rigor within the health field is something that does give us reassurance that people are approaching this from the public good, from a very strong commitment to professionalism. To help, I think the benefit here is to help policymakers make well-informed decisions.
Are confounding factors also taken into account, such as socioeconomic status or geographic locations in those analyses?
Typically, those are mentioned as part of the discussion in these research studies. All of those other factors are very important.
Dr. Charlton, can you provide any specific studies that detail the differential health impacts of vehicle emissions across the various regions of New Mexico?
I think that at a state level, probably the data sets that are most tailored to New Mexico are typically coming from the EPA, and they are relying on CDC data, and they typically will refer to particulate matter and certain types of air pollution. Those studies that are New Mexico specific from those data sets do not tend to also include what portion of that is coming from vehicle emissions. Typically, that connection between vehicle emissions in New Mexico and the amount of particulate matter, that is found under different data sets that are coming more from the environmental health perspective.
Would you say in those studies, it sounds like the EPA is doing, is there any clear indication of how health impacts vary between urban and rural areas within our state?
There is significant variability across the state. It does not simply split as an urban issue or a rural issue. It is dependent significantly on other factors such as roadways, how the proximity of population centers to areas of high emissions. So if you live closer to an interstate and if there's more population closer to the interstate, even if you're in a rural area, that will affect the impacts. And then similarly, there are other components of this that cause variability across the state. The benefit of acknowledging the complexity of these issues, I think, is that we see that different communities across New Mexico, they're all being affected, but they're being affected in different ways from different disease processes, and that allows us to tailor solutions to best support communities.
Is it accurate to say that these studies referenced take into account the regional differences in vehicle density, traffic patterns, and the type of vehicles used?
No. The studies that I'm citing are health studies and medical studies. They were not attempting to have that as their focus. What we do see from the EPA health data sets are that we experience high rates of these problems simply from the air pollution side in both rural areas and urban areas. So there's no simple blanket categorization. It all depends on local factors.
Dr. Charlton.
Local factors.
Dr. Charlton, in your testimony, you've shared stories of patients affected by health issues like asthma and COPD. Can you tell us how these individual cases represent widespread public health trends in New Mexico?
Objection. In this case, that's never said that the representative cases were established the trend.
Okay. Dr. Charlton, did you say that the representative cases established a trend?
I don't recall saying that. I feel like the cases that were shared, they illustrate what we do see from the data of what the disease case exacerbations look like on a human level and from the level of a health provider. So trying to attempt to move it from just a word that we see on the page of a medical journal to what it looks like for a family.
Thank you.
In these anecdotes provided, such as the patient with asthma described as miserable, can you clarify how these individual experiences are statistically representative of broader population level health impacts?
Right. Thank you, Mr. Bach. Mr. Maxwell, that sounds like a reiteration of the question you just asked Dr. Charlton, or that I repeated and he just answered. So the question's already been answered. Do you have other questions of him?
Yes. Dr. Charlton, in your testimony, you've linked vehicle emissions such as asthma and COPD. Can you specify the methodology used in your reference studies to establish a direct causal relationship, not just a correlation?
I think maybe the easiest way to explain that is that the way that many of the tables, and these are not tables that were included in the written testimony, but actually from the articles themselves, if we were to look at the primary literature, in those articles, they are reviewing typically hundreds of papers in the primary articles, and they are citing the studies that have had what are called sort of they're called meta-analyses. So they're looking at themselves 50 to 100 or sometimes even more studies to look at which ones have within there are certain research parameters that define something as causal, near causal, and then association, and then there's one step below that. And so typically the ones that were mentioned here are all in the causal to near causal. And when we're talking about near causal, we are looking at things like 95 to 99% confidence interval that this is caused. These are very high scientific standards to meet these definitions, and these large number of studies are meeting these definitions.
Thank you, doctor. That's my cross for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. Mr. Domenici? And would you estimate the length of your cross so I know how hard to bag the venue?
Usually 10 minutes or less.
All right. Thank you very much for that.
Hello, Dr. Charlton.
Hello.
Madam Chair and members, I really want to focus on the comparisons you made. And I want to be sure that the record's crystal clear as to what the baseline you were comparing to was. So one of the statistics you gave is that if this rule passes, there will be 75,000 avoided
Avoided what, if you could refresh me?
Those were
exacerbations, was that it?
Yeah, they were called avoided minor cases, and that included disease exacerbations and other events that did not result in hospitalization or death.
So you're saying, so you must have a baseline you're comparing to. So what is the baseline?
Correct. So the New Mexico data that was used for those tables, that came from the one of the pieces of submitted testimony that is from the ERM consulting documents that were produced in, I believe it was February 2023 and July 2023. And they used two things. They made an assumption that the one baseline scenario would be that the number of electric vehicles in the state of New Mexico would be less than one third of the sales of all of total vehicle numbers, and that's what they used for the baseline prognostication. And then they entered the data into the data set that is the EPA Co-Benefits Risk Assessment Health Impacts Screening and Mapping Tool. So this is a national data set that you enter the certain parameters with.
So it's 1/3 electric vehicles over what period of time?
My understanding was to 2050.
2050?
50.
And where did they come up, if you know, where did they come up with that there would only be 1/3 electric vehicles between now and 2050?
That was the baseline parameter that they needed to enter into this tool. So that's the choice that they made.
So your differential would be different if the baseline assumptions showed, for example, 60% electric vehicles by 2050, correct?
That is correct.
Significantly different, correct?
Yes, potentially.
And do you know why, well, let me ask it this way. I understand from your testimony that many doctors that, you know, they may be emergency room or whatever clinical, but they have more public health concerns. Yours sounds to be like expertise in climate, but other similar doctors, many of those have similar concerns as you do. Would that be fair?
That is correct.
And are you aware that there is a federal rulemaking to attempt to establish emission levels at the federal level that would address some of the very same concerns that you've been testifying about?
I am aware of federal efforts. It's outside of my area of expertise in terms of, I guess, I'm not involved with the federal efforts.
But so the only true baseline you are able to accurately compare with is this baseline you testified to of 30% electric vehicle penetration in New Mexico by 2050, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. This is an open access data set. If any of the parties wanted to enter different baseline parameters into there, the data set will provide numbers for them. This is a common health policy tool that is used widely in the field.
Do you have enough information where you could enter the proposed federal emissions targets into that same study and determine if your results would be any different than you have provided so far?
I think the information should be publicly available. I don't know that I necessarily have access to some of the New Mexico numbers, but it is open access, so this information is not hidden, and there's a commitment to transparency within all these data sets.
So if the medical concerns that you are expressing and you indicate other medical professionals have with respect to, first I'll start with climate change, if those are reflected in the federal emissions standards, then it's possible the same type of avoided incidents could also occur under the federal rules as the same state rule you're here testifying on?
Yes, in a hypothetical future scenario in which these rules were adopted federally, then the benefits would be more widespread across the country.
And are you aware if the federal rules take a different approach to emissions in that they regulate emissions as opposed to mandating vehicle sales?
I am aware of that. I think the nuances of the questioning may be outside of my area of professional focus.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Domenici. Mr. Knight?
No questions.
Thank you. Ms. Sona?
No questions.
Terrific. Any follow-up from you, Mr. DeSalen?
No redirect. Thank you, Madam Hearing Officer.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Charles.
Thank you all.
All right. We are too close to 7 to do anything else at this point. So I'll wish you a good night. We will start at 8 a.m. tomorrow, and we will have the panel of Ms. Miano, Mr. Kopal, and Mr. Lee back in front of us. Sorry? Hold on 1 second. We're putting something else on the transcript.
I had indicated I had a witness with limited time, and you'd earlier indicated that panel would start at 8 o'clock tomorrow.
Yes,
So I'd just like to be able to inform that person or that group.
You know what, I did say that.
Yes.
Oh, all right, let's do that. Thank you, Mr. Bach. Mr. Bach said no objection. So thank you very much. We will start with your witness at 8 and then go back to the petitioner panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.